All right, this is live. This is my live stream, my art hangout. Let me get my seat situated here. So it's like Saturday morning. I usually do these streams like toward the middle of the night, so it'll be interesting to see if anyone shows up. But let me explain real quick and get some plugs out of the way. Who I am and what the stream is. So my name is Joshua Kemble. I've been a freelance illustrator and graphic designer, and for over 15 years, going on like 17 years now. It's kind of crazy. And then I also do this graphic novels. So I'm a graphic novelist, a cartoonist, and apparently a stumble over wordist. So anyhow, I have some books out that if you guys enjoy these live streams, you can support my channel. There's a couple ways you can support my channel before I get into it. One is hit subscribe, hit the bell, comment on the videos or previous videos that you've enjoyed. And then that's a really easy free way. But if you want to financially support what I do, of course, like check out Two Stories or Jacob's Apartment, my graphic novels. And so right now, Two Stories, this is my comic. I'm going to just plug it real quick before I get into drawing, which is what I do on these live streams. I'll work on my comic. But before I get into that, let me plug this really quick. So the first book is Jacob's Apartment. It's about how some questions can shake even the strongest of faith. And it's about how at first glance, college roommates Jacob and Sarah, they seem like polar opposites. Jacob is a Christian. Sarah is an atheist. Sarah is a drinker, and Jacob is a teetotaler. They've been friends for years, finding commonality in their shared dream to create art. It's a coming-of-age graphic novel in the vein of Ghost World and Fun Home. It weaves together the threads of spiritual faith, identity, purpose, love, and loss to create an engrossing world in which waking and sleeping dreams collide. And so it definitely has a lot of overlap between like a dream world in which Jacob sees himself as his childhood toy, and Sarah often dreams of drowning and swimming. And then the living world where they're kind of dreaming of being artists and creators. It's a 138-page full color graphic novel, and it's out in June from Graphic Mundi. So yeah, check that out. And I noticed Jake just joined us in the chats. Jake, if you want to hop on, buddy, I'll send you a link in a little bit. If you want to just kind of peruse in the chats, that's fine too. All right, so Two Stories. Two Stories is my graphic novel that's currently out, and you'll notice that I'm working on book 2 of Two Stories. I have another book that I'm going to be working on probably for the next like year or so. That's going to come up. But for now, yeah, okay. So I'll send you a link right after I finish my plugs, Jake. We'll be joined by Jake, my friend, too, and we'll probably work on comics together. But yeah, so Two Stories is my graphic novel that's currently out. So you can pre-order Jacob's Apartment, by the way, or ask your local shop or store owner or local comic book store to order a link. Oh my gosh, I'm thinking about sending Jake a link. This is how I am in the mornings, you guys. I'm like way less put together. My brain is kind of still figuring stuff out. Anyhow, I still need to get through this last plug. So anyhow, yeah, ask your local shops to make sure that they're stocking and they're gonna carry Jacob's Apartment. And also, I have a comic book called Two Stories that you can order through Amazon. Or indie-friendly shops. The Jacob's Apartment can be ordered at like the box chain stores, so you can go to like Barnes and Noble. That's probably the best place. Go to your local Barnes and Noble and ask them to order it. This one is more limited to indie-friendly shops because Marcosi has got a smaller reach on their distribution. But anyhow, Two Stories is my graphic novel. That's about how I thought I was living the artist dream. I was a young, ambitious comic book creator with a hip Portland apartment, an affectionate fiance, and my whole life ahead of me. until the night I found myself on Burnside Bridge, willing myself to jump. And the comic talks about how I got there. It's a confessional graphic memoir that grapples with questions of faith, mental illness, depravity, and ultimately redemption in a fallen world. And what you'll notice is that's what I'm going to be working on tonight or today is pages for 2 stories, book 2. So plugs are out of the way. That only took 5 minutes. I need to refine my pitches, but I appreciate you guys hanging out there and supporting it. Anyhow, so this live stream is basically like a hangout where I work on art and talk to other artists. We talk about topics from art topics to like philosophical topics to religious topics to like a lot of the stuff you're not supposed to talk about on at work. But also just it's more like an art studio hangout where basically we just kind of talk off the cuff while we work on art. So this page, I'm going to give Jake a link in a second, but this page is basically, I have to erase this. So erase the pencil from it. You'll see if I get up real close, there's still pencil underneath the inks. And then I need to get on to the next page. So my goal in this stream is probably going to be to to clean up this page, just erase it and stuff like that. And then get to inking one panel of the next page, and that's my goal for the stream. All right, let me send Jake a link. All right, so I have sent Jake a link. So we might be joined by my friend Jake, and hope all is well with him. And I'm going to work on comics. So let's get going. So here we go. This coffee's good too. It's definitely that time of day where like I need coffee to survive. And you'll notice I'm like very unshowered and unkempt and unready for the day. So I slept in. I got like a really good night's sleep, which was very needed because I've been riding that line of like not sleeping and all that kind of stuff. Let me throw Jake into the stream. How you doing, man?
Hi there.
Oh, you all right?
Except from falling down the stairs.
Goodness.
Yeah, I think I'm all right.
You fell down some stairs.
Yeah.
Is that like a legit fell down some stairs, or are you in like an abusive relationship, Jake?
No, I fell down I got like a rock step up to my place, and so when I was walking around in the dark with one hand with a glass of water and the other one full of Red Bull, I just tripped and just fell over. And
oh my gosh,
bruised myself everywhere now. So yeah, I know that I'm alive. At least I was wondering if I was just like a walking empty husk, but now that I felt pain, I actually felt a little bit of joy.
I like the way. I mean, I'm laughing because of the way you described it, but that sounds horrible, man. I'm glad you're alive.
Oh, it sounds like an absolute comedy routine, but that slapstick
does a little bit.
It's like Schadenfreude / slapstick that you need in your life, just to remind yourself, like, hey, things are actually going forward for you.
Yeah. I will say I have had those moments in life where like when you actually experience like something that causes legitimate pain, you're like, the stuff I've been stressing about really isn't that big of a deal, you know, like oh my gosh. Well, are you okay? Did you break anything? Are you
I just have scrapes and bruises and everything like from top to toe, but other than that I'm actually quite fine.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you survived the fall, and I'm glad you're hopping on and stuff. Again, that kind of sucks. I have eaten it on a. It's been a while, but I have lost my footing on stairs before, and that is not a fun experience after that first misstep. Like the
I just
first
don't know how it
misstep.
happened.
What's
That's
up?
I just don't know what happened. Either it was probably my it was probably because like I messed up just like setting my foot down or something.
Yeah.
Or it was just like a total miscalculation on my part, and I just like decided to lean too forward and just like trip on purpose. I don't know what happened. Actually.
Yeah. It's rough with that. I always feel like those moments are like tiny windows into what our lives are going to be like as old people.
Ain't that the dream?
Yeah, exactly. To get old and fall downstairs every week.
Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah. We're gonna
it's one of the few joys that I will have in my like later years, probably.
Yeah.
Just not all of the tripping, but the pudding and the occasional forgetfulness, and yeah.
Honestly, I'm looking forward to the style, like the fashion choices, because I feel like the most fashionable people I ever see are like super old men. Where I'm just like they have like, it's like they leveled up to a point where they just they could not give a fuck, and it's like, you know what I mean? Like it's like a level of not giving a fuck that I want to attain. I want to get to. I want to like achieve that at some point. I feel like it's
I feel like I'm
rank
already
up in
there.
a video game. What's up?
I feel like I'm already there, but my mental age is probably around 80 something. So yeah,
I kind of understand that too. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, getting old sounds kind of fun. The falling downstairs a lot doesn't, but sweet. Well, we've talked about aging and
hip
mortality.
replacement. There we go. Now we've come the whole 9 yards. That was the only thing that lacked, the hip replacement.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm glad you're okay. What are you working on right now? Are you working on comics? Are you able to work on comics, or are you just kind of working on recovering?
I'm setting up the file right now.
Nice.
For new bone meal.
Nice. Awesome.
So I'm going to try to do this outline that I've been storing since August. Like all my outlines were done in August. For like at least 24, 25 strips. I think one where I did spontaneously was not from that batch. But I like to have like a good backlog of outlines just to work with. But it's been a pain, really. The amount of work and the amount of like time between and development in how you draw things really just like ruins the I've sort of like a compulsion to like be dictated by the outline, even though that I know that I draw very differently from the time that I drew these things. So I end up with like a collision of like a result.
Got it.
I don't like most of the drawings that I've been doing for the past 10 or so strips, but I think I've come to a point now that I could probably do the outlines just exact the way that I'm drawing the skeletons and the designs now. Because when you look at it, I don't have any, or like in a background information, I don't have like a character sheet or turnaround.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to replicate most of what I know from the other strips that I've done. The issue is that I've done a couple of like things here and things there that are a little bit different, like with the arms and the gloves and all that stuff. So they're just like everywhere and not sized correctly. But I think that's also a charm to it, that it doesn't feel like it's that it's supposed to be like this cleanly, this like very
like perfect,
unified, in expression. There's like a charm to it, like messing around and just like reaching or attaining some kind of like level of competency along the way, and you can look back at it as a sort of like a roadmap.
Yeah, I mean, I like, I really admire the hell out of Jeff Smith. But like if you see early iterations of Bone from when he was in college, it's like it does not look like the Bone we all like kind of are familiar with, which is like this just perfect, like, you know, every turnaround could be, you know, the characters are all really consistent, like from start to end, it stays very consistent. The line quality, all of that. It's one of those things of like, yeah, I mean, it definitely, it's interesting to see that evolution, but I think as an artist, you have to be open to that evolution for your own stuff where you're going to start, it's going to be a little clunky, you know. Even early iterations of Peanuts look nothing like the later versions, you know. So.
Oh yeah, like old, like the last couple of Peanuts. That Schultz did, they look absolutely nothing like because of his like hand coordination and all that.
Yeah. And it's funny, yeah. And then there's like an era right before he got really tight and good, like in the early 50s, where like Peanuts, he's kind of, you can tell he's like figuring out the characters and the style and the format. And then later in life, like there's that second development where it's like, okay, my hand's gonna shake. I don't have the like meticulous brush control that I used to have, so I need to adapt my style to like work with that. So again, stuff we have to look forward to as we age and die. Welcome to Joshua Kemble's live stream. How are you guys doing? Are you thinking about mortality and being really depressed now? That's my goal. I'm just kidding.
And if you do, well, you can comfort yourself and turn into Bone Meal, the absurdist existential weekly comic strip.
Oh, snap.
Where we get a kind of like a weekly Kinder egg of you don't know what the hell will happen.
I like that. Yeah.
But in the afterlife,
who knows what will occur in this strip? I love it. How are you doing? Like, how are you doing in the area right now? You mentioned like on a couple streams ago, and actually, I kind of owe you an apology because it's like I think like Adam and I were having like a big debate of some kind. And you were like really heavily involved like in the chats, and like I had gotten so lost in the conversation that I like completely missed the chats, and I was like, I should have gotten Jake in here. Like I didn't. So anyhow, I apologize for not pulling you in during that time, because I think you would have had some really awesome contributions to the conversation, you know?
Not necessarily. I think that I think the both of you did what you want to do in that combo.
Yeah.
But I got a little bit miffed about the execution of it.
Yeah.
Particularly from Adam's side, but I'm not going to hold any grudges against him. You doing this in good faith.
Yeah.
To the best of it, at least. But when I heard later that it was Brett Keane, I was like over the moon. This is like you know, as I said to a friend of mine, this is like, you know, those 5 or 6 degrees of something. I think it's like familiarity or I don't know, friendship. It's like you're only a degree away from someone famous, right?
I guess
by just going through like one network node after another, like from person to person.
Yeah.
Well, hearing this, that my favorite Lolcow, I was this close to actually meet him and watch him. I was like, dude, this is insane. I've been watching this guy for years.
Yeah, I had never heard of Brett at all. And then I ended up in a debate with him without really knowing who he was. And I didn't realize that, like, you know, the conversation was really frustrating. And like, I kept kind of pointing out during the conversation, like, it's really hard to have a debate if you're just reading, like you're literally just looking up a Wikipedia article and reading it to me. Like, it's not, that doesn't make for much of a debate, you know? And I didn't realize, like, so far after that, I kind of looked up Brett Keane, and I realized, like, that's people's biggest complaint about Brett Keane. Everything I was bringing up in there, in that little one-on-one exchange, it was like, this is why I'm like a big fan of asking questions when you're having discussions with people, because like, it doesn't take a lot of skepticism to come to like some core problems in like in an argument or in an argument style. And I was surprised just by like 3 questions. I was like, okay, I kind of figured this guy out. He's sort of reading lists and calling that a debate. And it's like that doesn't make for much of a debate where like, if somebody counters with something. But anyhow, I also found out how notorious he is, I guess. And I was like, I also felt like I probably should have gone harder on him.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I felt bad after the conversation. Like I was like, oh, I didn't go. Like I probably went a little too hard on this guy. And then when I like found out a little more about who he was, I was like, oh, I should have like ripped him apart if I so. Yeah. Anyhow.
Oh yeah, he's got a lot of patterns that are really easy to detect if you've been engaged with him. I'm a little bit rusty on these things, but once you get into them, you can definitely point him out, and then you just
yeah. It was funny,
you know the guy.
Anyhow, I didn't realize that I was talking to a Lolcow.
No, I've been watching him since like off a distance. I watched him like between I think it was 2014 and into 2016, 2017 or something. Because it was occasionally going against like these this podcast, The Drunken Peasants.
Yeah.
Which was and one of his like quote unquote prodigies, I would say, the Amazing Atheist, was sort of like co-hosting there. And he was constantly berating and attacking the show because they had the audacity to call him out on a couple of things. But it's wild that all this like shit is just like looping. We're now at a point where we're returning down to fucking internet pre 2016 on some areas. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought it was funny because, like, again, also I just thought it was funny because I'm like, I think he made an attack video that I think he pulled off, but I don't know if you've seen it on Adam's channel. Adam.
No, I was looking for the attack video. I saw the Adam stream, but I didn't find the attack video.
Okay, Adam like did 2. He has it up on his channel, but there's like a edited version of our conversation where in Brett Keen's mind, and this is the funniest thing to me, the way that conversation went down was Adam was having Brett on. He didn't mention that like Adam and I both are like cartoonists and we draw stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And like we're doing art streams, so the whole purpose of it is like, hey, I got art to do. Oh, Gary's in the chats. Gary, if you want to hop on, feel free. Unless you're learning how to make sushi. I'm teasing Gary because he was taking a cooking class or whatever. We were gonna have him on Artcasters. I was just riffing there. Hang on a sec. I think he got a message. Okay, he said he's gonna listen. So, but you are more than welcome to hop on. Yeah, it was funny. So I was, again, like, this is before I kind of did my research and like looked into who he is, right? I just saw Adam's video where he had captured his since deleted recap of our conversation. And basically what he did was just like, first, like totally mischaracterize everything Adam has told him in conversations.
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes, and then Adam sabotaged me by having a secret atheist on who said he was a Christian. And I was like, whoa, I'm like, he's calling me a secret atheist, like as if I'm running around, like as if I'm gaining points, like, which again, to me, like makes me think like, has this guy ever hung out with atheists? Do you think atheists, like, you earn points with atheists by calling yourself a Christian? Like, this isn't the way it works, but I guess anyhow. So apparently I'm like this cloak, like secret atheist who's been like plotting this debate for like ever, which is hilarious because in reality, it's like Adam was streaming. This guy was kind of being a dick to him on his stream. And I was like, hey, let me in there. Cause like, I'm a Christian and I don't agree with what the crap this guy is saying,
Mm-hmm.
So then I kind of get in there, and his whole it's funny because even in our exchange, he kept trying to straw man. Like I had one question, which was just like about legislation that like Donald Trump had passed, where I'm like,
well,
hey,
it was not only that; it was just like you pegged them into 1 and 2%, one positive one.
yeah, I just was saying, hey, like just
came from that came out from that administration.
yeah, and I wasn't saying like any positive thing. I was saying legislation. Like I was very specific with my words. And he kept saying, well, if I can't bring facts into the conversation, and all he was doing was like reading this list of like quote unquote accomplishments of the administration, which were just like, this is what the economy looked like before COVID. And it's like, okay, great. What's one piece of legislation? That's all I asked. Like at the very beginning of the whole exchange, that was the one question. And the whole conversation, he just dodged answering that, pivoted like 50 times, and then got really angry whenever I tried to pull him back from his pivot. And the weird thing is, then at one point I was like, okay, you're pivoting, I'll pivot with you. I didn't actually say this, but this is just what I was thinking. I'm like, okay, he's clearly not going to address the legislation thing, so let's go with his points. So I was like, okay, I'm going to just counter like one of the things on the laundry list and see how he responds to that, because he was claiming like these taxes were really positive. And I'm like, hey, my taxes went up. A lot of my friends' taxes went up. And I remember reading in the news like this was a tax break. So I tried to kind of get him to just get in a back and forth about one of his points. Like I'm like, okay, here's a counterpoint. And all he did was just pivot and start reading his list again, and then get really mad when I tried to pull him off his pivot, and then just rage quit. And I was like, this is crazy. But what was hilarious was like the more I've looked into him after the fact, I was like, oh, okay, this makes sense. This guy is like, but anyhow, his recap video was like, this atheist comes on. The whole reason I was bringing up our conversation was during it, he tried to straw man what I was doing as saying that he couldn't bring in facts. Like he changed what I was saying in our conversation, where he'd be like, well, if you don't want me to bring in facts, and I'm like, no, I'd just like you to address I'd like us to have a back and forth, because that's a debate. Like, I don't want us just reading lists to each other, because it's really boring. That's not really a debate. And he kept going, well, you don't want me to bring facts. I don't know what to do. And I'm like, you're straw manning what I'm saying by saying that I have a problem with the facts. It's not a problem with the facts. It's a problem with you are just reading articles, and I'm trying to have a back and forth dialogue. Like there's a difference. So that's our exchange. But in his recap video, and I called him out on the straw man in the moment. And I try not to overuse like words like straw man. I know those get overused in exchanges, but his recap video literally just was the straw man, where he's like, and at the beginning of our conversation, I said, here's some facts and information. He mischaracterizes the question that I asked, where he's like, he asked me what great things Trump did. And I'm like, no, I asked what legislation he got passed. Like, that's what I asked. But, but he pivoted.
But then again, the fault here by Brett was sort of like representing the facts and statistics as a positive through gish galloping.
Yes, that's the thing. And again, I'm not like a debate guy enough to have even thought of the term gish gallop in the moment. But you're right. That's exactly what he was doing. He just wanted
and that was just like and that too was to distance himself from making an actual point that was from his observation. And that was the thing that you tried to at least attain in the way that you wanted to engage with him. But he just closed off.
But his recap, I encourage you to check it out on Adam's channel. His recap of our conversation is the most hilarious, just like weird version, like cartoon world version of our exchange, where he's like, this atheist comes in. I try to bring facts, and he tells me I don't need facts. And I'm like, is that what we said in that conversation? And he's like, well, and I counter with, if I can't bring facts, I'm not sure I know what to do here. He's like, anyhow, it's just kind of masterfully done, where he basically just turns our exchange into like this crazy evil atheist attacking him, therefore donate money to his like Christian organization. I was like, I got kind of mad and annoyed by it because I was like, it's Christians like that like ruin it for Christianity. Like, it's like you're lying, like heavily lying, and like lying about other people so that you can get donations. And I don't know. That's just a really crappy. But anyhow, the more I read up on the guy, the more I'm like, oh well. I mean, that's kind of, yeah. Anyhow,
no,
so,
it's understandable. But I can't take it away from him. He still has that banger of a song that I heard from him, like when he was still an atheist, like way back in 08 or not. 09.
So I haven't heard his song. I'm gonna have to check it out.
I did find
out. What's up?
Oh, it's such a great track. It's like the best synth pop song that I've ever heard in my entire life.
Nice.
I shit you not. I'll send it to you later.
Nice.
But look up Father.
Okay.
It's just like his real name and Father on YouTube, and you'll probably find it in like second or third like search results.
That's so funny. I found out all sorts of stuff. I didn't know that there was such a connection to Manatees.
Oh yeah, the humanity of mac and cheese.
Anyhow, so yeah, I have to admit it was very entertaining. And after finding out more about him, I was like, well, that's cool that I got to like. Again, that's like I think maybe the first kind of debatey thing, other than like exchanges with friends that I've gotten in on YouTube, and I was like, that's not a bad one for like a first one to like do that with a notorious lolcow. I'm
so fucking. The world is so fucking small. I shit you not.
It really is, right? There's very small degrees of separation, but that was a funny one.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, so that was my experience debating Brett Keane, which is weird. But I'm trying not to say his name a ton on this channel because I kind of don't want to give the guy too much air, but it's still not that he needs it, but it's like it was a definite like welcome to YouTube experience, where I'm like,
yeah, definitely.
I've been in my little like friendly art world bubble where we can have differences of opinion and still draw and stuff.
What's up, Ronnie?
What's up?
Yeah, Ronnie was in the chat. I saw him now.
Oh, nice. How's it going, Ronnie? How you doing, man? I still need to take pictures for you so that you can have me be murdered in your comic. So
wait, what?
I'm supposed to take pictures for Ronnie so that he can have me be a character that gets killed in this comic. And I still have yet to do this. but I have it on my list of things to do today. So I need to take like a bunch of facial expression pictures. I'm very proud of this, Jake. I've been put in horrific situations by Squatchy in his comic, along with my buddy Gary, who's in the chats. We both let's just say we had a banger of a party with a moose in Squatchy's comic. and then Ronnie has invited me to be murdered in his comic, and I'm like, okay, I'm definitely down for this. So I'm always happy to make guest appearances in comics. It's fun. And apparently I'm a doctor who amputates people in Frank's comics. So I don't know, man. This is good stuff.
Seems like you're taking up a lot of different occupations. Are you some kind of like magician?
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. It's the world of comics. But being a guy who uses a lot of photo reference and stuff when I'm working on comics, it's like always fun to be able to contribute that too and be like, yeah, sure, I'll be a character,
Give him that.
All right, this is what I plan on inking during this stream. So I just had to erase and clean up that previous page. Okay. Angry teenage page kind of thing. Gary also said, I'm hoping to pull you in for a character in the next. Dinosaurs versus Mars bots. Sure, the next one. That's what you said last time, Gary.
I don't know.
So how is life going with all the geopolitical stuff right now? If that's even something you want to touch on or talk about.
Oh man, every day I swear, I just want to. Jesus Christ, where to begin on this? Where to begin?
It's like
on this train?
You mentioned it last time, and for me it was very eye-opening because I'm kind of in this comfortable scenario where I can kind of just not think about it much. And then occasionally it's on the news, but it's like the closer you get to where that activity is happening, it's like the tension must be a lot higher. And you kind of mentioned it last time. I was like, whoa, that's crazy. So I hope you guys.
The only tension that I get is hypertension out of this whole scenario. The thought of like the world going to hell and just how do I put it? And just thinking of losing everything. It has certainly brought up the worst side of me. I'm not gonna tell about my my anti-political fantasies right now, but it has certainly stirred up a person inside me that definitely has grown too cynical about this whole world, and the chance of them utterly evaporating my future. Well, I'm more like in the I'm more of the camp of like I should probably just do whatever I can right now and then see where it goes from here, because I'm not like in a constant like distress of having like a quote unquote superpower knocking on my door anytime soon, but it's unsettling to say the least that the world is trying to move forward in a position that, or like in a in a direction that shouldn't that it shouldn't do.
Yeah,
but it does it for its own gains and purposes and all that stuff, and it's really irritating that it cannot be solved through policies or in other forms but conflict.
Yeah, it really is.
It's so it is so like primal base that I just wish that it wasn't so bad or just tragic. I'm thinking a lot on the people that are living in these countries that are they're just like being used and abused. More so about the whole like country as a whole.
Yeah.
Because what is a country but the idea of it and the execution of it by a few versus the inhabitants that occupy that space and shares like a collective imagination of what it is or what it ought to be or what it isn't.
Oh, we got Jim Lujan joining us.
Well, hello. I don't have much.
How's it going, Jim?
Good. I don't have much to say. I just wanted to say hello.
How's it going?
And just totally interrupt this broadcast.
It's okay.
It's all good.
It's a happy interruption. How you doing, man?
Here's what we're doing. Okay, shower, which hasn't happened yet. Park, which will happen. Then physical activity, which will involve the park. Then.
So you're showering in the park and having physical activity. This is sounding slightly pornographic, Jim.
It's a special park. And then I'm home, and then tonight editing audio for Sugar Machine.
Ooh.
Hey, I'm gonna tell the dog to be quiet back there. I'm talking. Wow, that was really cool, like the fawns.
So I got to mute. So this is officially your stream for now, Jim.
All right. So I was talking with Josh earlier, and he was saying how it is okay not to accept others who are different than you. And I was like, I don't understand what you mean, Josh. And then he said, well, let me show you this book that I'm a big fan of, and Frank Salazar is also a fan of it. It's called Mine, I forget what it's all something, but anyway, that's where we left off. So, and I'm sure, Josh, if you disagree, just say something.
Minecraft.
Awesome. I'm glad that you held it down, Jim, and definitely didn't mention me hawking one of the most horrendous books known to history to you while I was on mute. Glad to know I can trust you on a stream, sir.
So I learned something from Frank Salazar a few shows ago. In all seriousness, I didn't know that the proceeds from that horrible book in real life, that they go to, I don't know if it's the Shoah Foundation or
yes, they do.
And to battle anti-Semitism. Which, when I heard that, I thought that is fantastic. That's genius.
Yeah. No, it's brilliant.
Yeah.
And most publications of it also have like a foreword and stuff. And I've said this before. I am not a fan of like censorship of any book.
Right.
And I actually think that book, as much as I hate that book, should be at libraries.
Right. And I even though the proceeds go to the charity, I still don't think you should have ordered 30 copies of it, Josh. I think that's so weird.
Yeah, I mean, when I go door to door handing it out to people and asking them if they've ever considered, changing their viewpoint.
Hey, Josh, be careful in your neighborhood. Then you might meet some new friends. Hey, by the way,
I was gonna say in some of the areas I live in, I might just be like, it might be one of those. We have a meeting every Monday about this,
brother,
or whatever.
Come on, brother. Hey, two things. One is, I'm sorry, Jake, because when I jumped in, I just told you guys were probably talking about something, and I literally am going to jump right now because I gotta go. But the other thing I wanted to say was, Josh, did you see the picture? You did see the picture I sent you of us from over 10 years ago. Isn't it crazy?
It's a trip, man.
Yeah, it's in we're in Portland. And we were at Kevin Cross's apartment, and it was you, Kevin Cross, Mark Rudolph, and myself. Yeah. And I just looked at that picture. I was like, oh, my gosh, that's like, so.
Long ago, before we were old.
Yeah. And you and I have had a lot of weird, not coincidences, but I met you separately. Remember we met at the fundraiser for your friend that was, I think she was killed, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we met at that fundraiser, and we didn't even know each other or something. I don't know. We ran it somehow. We knew each other through Javier Hernandez.
Yep.
And then years later, we got to know each other through Kevin. Well, I knew you by then, but through Kevin.
Yeah.
And that's when we fell in love. The end.
Yep, exactly. And we've had a long and illustrious affair since then.
Yeah. All right. Right before I go, I just want to say this too. I'm on a tear listening to your live streams and the Artcasters and stuff because I'm in the drawing stage right now of the new film.
Nice.
And so I'm listening to a lot of your podcasts and things like that. So thank you for doing that material. And the other thing is, I know this is actually serious too. The times I've been on, I've listened to the episodes I've been on. I'm like, I am like just a jackass. Like I am never serious on your podcast. I never come on with like a serious topic. I'm always just like, but you know what? That's just who I am. So sorry.
All right, Jim. So next time we have you on, we're going to talk about an existential crisis of the soul.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah, and then also how we solve world hunger. Basically, I think it would be Mm-hmm.
Hey, my manager's giving me the signal. I got to go. Say hi, Josh. Hi, Josh. Ann says hi.
Hello.
I have fun at the park, you guys.
I will. I let her out. So.
But seriously, if you're showering at the park, I mean, just like have some kind of covering or something while you guys are doing it. I'm just saying.
She asked if you were in Morro Bay yet. I said not yet.
No, but we can talk about that because I think it's like next week or whatever. I'm gonna do.
Corey's dad.
We're going to not Morro Bay. We're staying in Cambria.
Oh, we love. Yeah.
Because we like Cambria, so we were like, it's close enough to Corey, and it's an excuse for us to go to Cambria.
When we go there, we like to stay at this place called the Hearst Castle. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
They have a private room for us. It's awesome.
A small little villa.
It's small compared to what I'm used to, but it's cozy. Yeah. It's cozy.
It's like the downgrade of the castle is made up for by just it being so obscure and unnoticeable.
Plus, the rides are really cool there too. So, All right. Again, Jake, continue. And I'm really sorry for the interruption, but if I'm going to stalk Josh correctly, I have to stalk him at every opportunity I can.
That's true. That's true. Leave me alone.
Okay, I'm going to snap my fingers, and it'll log off.
I love it. Wow, that was amazing. The log off snap, I think, is a huge one. That was Jim Lujan. You guys should be subscribed to his channel and check out his animations. Yeah. So Jake, that was a very strange derail from our conversation where you know, but at the same time, it sounds like, I don't know, like it sounds like the only way to kind of deal with like things like that is almost is just like to just kind of do the best you can with what you can control, right?
Yeah. It is sort of, you come to a point in your 20s where you just feel like you can't save the world, right?
Yeah.
And the whole like I think one of the political guys that I follow, he outlined it very beautifully when it came to like political awakening, in that there is a messianic kind of euphoria to having the to discover the ability to politic and discuss and congregate into like with people that agree with you.
Ingredients makes woman.
Okay.
And so that veins sort of later when you haven't like built on that whole reputation or the whole career path of yourself, and you just try to integrate into like a kind of like a role that you need to find yourself, and then it grows distant ever further whenever you get into your 30s or something, because then you're in a place of where you're in like in either a career or something that might either be slightly relevant, but not as much as as back when in like in a mental place, because you're just focused on what you're doing right now rather than like looking ahead and trying to engross yourself with history and all that stuff.
Yeah, there is definitely this interesting point in life, at least that I found myself in, where you know, when I was much more, I think, ideological, and I still keep a lot of those ideologies, but it's like I don't. I think it's much like I used to have a lot of ideologies about art, and then I did art, and my perspective changed a bit. You know? Because it's like once you start doing the practice of making comics, you might find that like your opinion changes, or like things that maybe you thought were simple or not as simple.
You know? But that's like the whole ideal. Ideal has never compromised.
Yes.
Or never been out there and been negotiated with. Yeah. And when you come to that level of maturity and having like done certain practices and stuff, then you start to become better at negotiating the things that are pragmatic, or at least more realistic to your either conditions, materially, or as like a time or resource investment based on your based on what you can and what you know and what is available to you. Yeah. And so that's true. I think for the most part that you sort of like get a realistic shift towards like a more resolute, but also a more controllable experience of your life. But you can still resist. You can still do politicking and all that stuff in the way that you would desire, just to secure your means and your rights and your opportunities being also afforded to other people.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's also like I don't know. I think there's strength in both, right? You kind of need young people who are like who are idealistic and maybe
absolutely
not jaded.
You need people that are too optimistic, in order to set the status quo.
Yeah, totally. Or like, maybe even too critical, right? Like you kind of need, like there's even statements about this, like when it comes to like sort of theory about management and stuff like that, like in workplaces.
Yeah.
Where it's like you actually, like if you're a smart team builder, you kind of want the rebel on your team. Like there's a value to the rebel, but you also have to be careful when you're managing a rebel, because you don't want them like promoting like complete insubordination at a workplace, but at the same time, like if you properly kind of feed a rebel at a workplace, they will point out flaws in systems and possibly come up with solutions that you would never even dream of. And so I think that's like super important, but it's valuable, but it's like, it is interesting. At least in my life, it's been interesting how my perspective has changed when you actually have skin in the game. I think it's easier to be on the sidelines of something and kind of and sort of cast judgment, I guess.
Yeah, or be the critic of something that you are not like in the as you said, when you don't have any skin in a game, or more or less like sacrifices, and you're standing there on the sideline, you're actively partaking in judgment that aren't founded on onto something that could be applicable for yourself or have a ramification or consequence. It could be a neutral, or it could be positive, neutral, or negative, like all these outcomes. But then again, you could take that same mindset or to like anything, and that's what we probably discussed on previous stream too. That a lot of what people go in with when they're like getting into something new that is like totally like that they haven't like the base knowledges or like the foundations there. They're so heavily confident. False confidence is one of the things that you want to eliminate. And even though that you could be of a character that are rebellious or even oppositional, you'll still have to process and still negotiate it. But it's all through like character traits, really.
Infallibility is like a huge thing to learning, where it's like, in order to get better at drawing, you have to accept the fact that you aren't like perfect at drawing from birth, and it's like, as long as you think you're perfect at drawing, like you're probably going to have trouble advancing or leveling up as an artist, because again, like it's like if you're a boxer and you fantasy box outside of a boxing ring, you just pretend box with like shadows, like you're shadow boxing, but you're never actually getting in a fight. Like it would be easy to think that you are the greatest boxer in the universe. But like there's definitely an adjustment that happens when you step in a ring and you get hit a couple times and you're like, oh man, I'm not good at this. Or you're like, I thought I was good at this. Maybe I have a strong like right hook or whatever, but I need to work on my left. Which, by the way, I'm using boxing examples, and if anyone's familiar with my physique, it's pretty obvious that I've never boxed in my life. But the only times I've ended up in a fight were not my choice.
You're on there on that point though, with the whole Dunning-Kruger effect. I think that sort of colors a lot of the lens of like going into something. But you don't have the necessary like grasp of things, and then you start like, and if you're not going in with like that learning or like that curiosity, you'll become more ignorant, and that is really that sets off a lot of people that are in politics, at least. And so, but you could also end up in like this, the other side of the curve too. Like you're being too book smart about things, and then you're being like too hypothetical and abstract for even it to be applied. So there's definitely a counter to that, but you want to find like the mean of that, where you are informed, but at the same time you're not rushing ahead without even thinking about things.
Yeah,
And,
agreed.
But there's definitely a place and time for all that stuff to happen, and we are lucky to be afforded with that. The issue is what I don't know. Where do I take that?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like yeah, we're very fortunate to be afforded the opportunity to do that, and I think while we should take advantage of all of it. Like meaning like take advantage of like the benefits of being able to be idealistic and not lose. Like you don't want to be, at least for me, it's like I like being an older. I almost want to say wiser, but I feel like the smarter I get with art, the stupider I get. Like it's a weird thing, but it's like
I love it.
I don't want to lose.
Absolutely love that.
Yeah, I don't want to.
When you think you figure out something and then you absolutely know nothing, it's the oldest maxim. Yeah. I love that. The whole I don't know nothing and I shouldn't pretend to.
Yeah, but like the better I get at art, the more I want to get better at kind of being humble and like and continuing to grow and like and learn how much I don't know. But same. I also can't I don't want to be the guy who gets so jaded with the knowledge that I acquire that I forget the youthful purpose of the whole thing. Like the idealism is really important for that like flame or fire. And I really I do think there's like this balance where you got to kind of keep a hold of both. We are joined by Frank Salazar, aka Captain Goggles. Frank, how's it going? And where can people check out your work and your soon to come out comic featuring Corey Kerr and myself apparently as a doctor? I guess I'm a amputating surgeon, you guys. Yes. Just saying.
You can find my stuff on Salazar Art Nation. There's links in any of the videos that I have there. So I got links to my Etsy store, my Gumroad, and that's where you can find my comics. And you can look me up on Instagram under Salazar Art Nation, and there's a link in the bio there too.
Nice. Cool. Well, so we're at the hour mark, so I'm gonna probably disappear for like about 20 seconds, and then we can kind of get into whatever topic you guys want. So
I want to finish it thought because I want to build upon that last bit that you did right intro.
Yeah, so, I guess. Oh, did you want to keep going, or you wanted me to build?
I can keep going. I could keep going, or do you want to take that hour break?
Well, so I'll leave with my thought is as I was saying, just to kind of cue you on it because it sounds like you have something to build on it with. The idea being if you're too far on the idealistic spectrum of things in life in general, outside of just politics, I think it applies to everything. If you're, it's kind of equivalent to being like the perfectionist artist who it's good to have a little bit of perfectionism with what you do, but you can end up in this cycle where you make no progress as an artist because you're just reworking the same panel in search for this perfect space that just does not exist.
And that's sort of like the point that I want to bring up in that you have to look back. You gotta return somewhat to that earlier stage in life where you didn't have these things or these qualities, and you sort of reflect that onto the current situation by having that rebel in your space as well, and you have to look away from the contemporary or at least the competing aspect, but also return to the past, and I think that's why. A lot of artists that have sort of mastered their stuff, they'll tend to go back into sort of a place or an undiscovered place, and then they sort of foster and grow that spot too in their mind, or at least in their work, because then you'll start to like get the raw outputs after having like done a whole lot of things that are probably familiar to the world. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's like we were having some kind of exchanges like earlier on like some streams before, where we were talking like about political ideology, and one of the frustrations I was experiencing during that was just that like I think that like it was kind of like the frustration I would have talking to myself when I was like 15 and getting into punk rock. Like there are things that I love in punk that it especially like Minor Threat and like a lot of the stuff I'm really into, where it like deconstructs things that are really important to deconstruct. But the whole like there's this problem with deconstruction that comes up where it's like you can kind of deconstruct something to the point of absurdity. And that's what I always try to avoid. It's like the whole idea of deconstructing thought or deconstructing systems or whatever, dismantling systems. In theory, the advantage of that is to be able to improve upon it.
Yes.
If you lose sight of the improvement, then you're losing sight of like it's like playing a game with where you lose the whole objective of the game. And like to me, I think like that's where like core ethics and like those core principles and like and also having like clear goals is really important. I think like even with art, you know, somebody could sit and do like masturbatory art like all day where you're just drawing for yourself and you're drawing on the same page, and maybe I'm just going to make marks until my page is black. Right. It's it's like there's you know, I think like losing sight of like your intention. Like for me, it's like my main intention in art is to tell a story. So I like whatever experiments I do need to serve that objective of the story. And like whatever my objective is, I think that's what like every action that I take can be kind of like framed around that. And when I have those deconstruction moments, like even with art, I can always like I can always have that true north, I guess would be the point, like a true north to kind of like guide my way so I don't get lost in the map, you know. And that to me is like that's where the frustration for myself has come from, like some of the more recent conversations on my stream where we've had like dialogue, not you, but like I've had dialogue back and forth with like Brett, with Adam, with like a bunch of people. For me, I always am trying to figure out like what is the core objective, and then like what is the map to get there. And if there's no map and there's no objective, then I don't really see a purpose in those exchanges, you know, because like we should have an idea of an objective. Maybe it's not a shared objective, but some kind of goal, like some kind of purpose, like even if it's invented, right? And so yeah, I guess that's I'm trying to close that that not close it like, oh, it's closed for discussion, but just try to find like a way to tie the thread we were on. Frank, how's it going, buddy? How are you doing? Was there anything else, Jake, that you wanted to add to those thoughts before we kind of pull Frank in and
I think we're just like limited a lot of times to the we're on the same wavelength, I think. In agreement on that. That will have the problem is that we only can communicate as much as we can, orally, at least to that extent, to tie these ideas and like overlaps, because we don't have like the 100% image clear to us, so we can only understand by inference.
Yeah.
So that is like the backdrop of it all, especially with politics.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
And although that I agree on that, I don't know how fully I will I agree to it.
Yeah.
It depends really, but then you got to have like a long as conversation that will like extend days, probably months, even to like to figure one another out. But anyway,
I agree.
Microphone over to Frank.
All right, Frank, how you doing, man? And how's the progress going on the comics and stuff?
I am on page 7, the first panel. I'm going over a building right now. So I hope to have this done by sometime next week, because I want to make copies and send it out to the Artcasters first before anyone else sees it. Aside from people who have been setting it to like look at the pages. But yeah, I just woke up just a few minutes ago, so I don't know what you were talking about. I guess politics, but I had nothing to add.
Yeah,
we were in at the end.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't getting like super heavy into politics. I was more just kind of curious because Jake's in a part of the world where some of the geopolitical stuff happening is a lot more tense, I think, and a lot more like has a lot more weight to it because like he's literally a lot closer to the conflict than we are, you know.
Okay, that makes sense.
So I was just kind of curious how he's holding up, like not like a political question, but just more like an emotional question. Because like I guess the way I would phrase it is like, I don't know, Frank, if there was like a growing conflict that like in Canada, like you know, like or in like Mexico, that's like just right, like it's really close to us. Maybe not that close, but close enough to where it would cause like some pretty heavy tension. Regardless of how you feel politically about it, it's like it's going to have an effect on your day-to-day life. So that's how that conversation got started. And then prior to that, Jake was expressing, I guess he was familiar with the guy that I ended up in a debate with online, who I guess is like a notorious lolcow. And we were just sort of commenting on how strange the internet is, where it can kind of close loops. I've definitely experienced that in art too, where it's like that 6 degrees of separation thing is definitely true, especially in comics, you know, where it's like I've met some of my heroes through friends that I didn't realize they were friends with, and I was like, oh, that's weird, I've read this person's work for like 20 years, you know. That's sort of how it worked with David Chelsea too. Like in high school, I read David's work. And then when I lived in Portland, I just started hanging out with some cartoonists there. And then sure enough, there's David Chelsea. And I'm like, this is so weird. So now I'm friends with David Chelsea. And yet like, I still feel weirded out by that, like weird confluence of events where it's like such a small world where you know, like it just doesn't seem right that I should be able to be friends with David Chelsea because I'm a big fan, you know. But that's just kind of how that stuff works. So I think that's the topics we kind of hit on.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's how we ended up in those conversations. But yeah, don't worry, we're not like going down like a big political thing or anything. I know, Frank, you've unfortunately been. I always feel bad because Frank. You're very easygoing, and I know you have a political outlook too, but you're not like a big like guy for like, oh, let's get in some heavy debates type of personality. Yeah. And on a lot of these streams, you end up kind of just sort of stuck like with whatever rabbit hole we end up going down. And I apologize for that if that's been like awkward or uncomfortable, you know. But no, you know, like all of us love Frank Sally. What's that?
It's been traumatic.
Traumatic, yeah. Like the streams have ended and Frank's just like rocking back and forth like it's not, this isn't a stream. This isn't the stream I wanted. This isn't the stream I want. I'm just kidding. Yeah, so we're not trying to cause you trauma or drama or anything like that, Frank.
All right, no problem.
How you been, man? Like, what are you up to? How's your choir going? Like the practice?
We haven't started yet. I think it's gonna start this Monday.
Okay.
But I'm rethinking if I'm even gonna be able to, because like a lot of things already like fell into place right after that. So like, oh, there's gonna be things that gonna take up my time.
Yeah.
Um, so I'm not sure. I'll know more by Monday. And we did have a stream this Monday. So that's another thing. I usually stream on Mondays, and they practice on Mondays and other days. So I don't know uh, what other days I could switch it over to. But we might have to cancel the guest we have lined up this Monday just because Anna isn't feeling well, and I'd rather not uh, put her on the stream if she's not feeling well because this is a guest she found.
Oh, okay,
So
got it.
I knew of him, but she's the one that was telling me like, hey, like you should get these guys, and she was like messaging in the chats, and so like, so she's responsible for me even talking to them. So like,
so you kind of feel bad like having her guest on basically while she's like out and sick.
Yeah, and also I just realized yesterday. Well, that's Valentine's Day, so they probably want to spend time with their wives.
Yeah, that's pretty reasonable. Yeah,
And especially for one of the guys, he's in Central Time like me, so like, and it's at 7, so that's date time.
yeah,
That's
that
when
is
you're
true.
out. So like, so I sent him a message. I haven't heard back, but I'll probably hear about it, hear the response.
So this is
Even
a funny.
Go ahead.
Sorry, that makes me want to riff on Valentine's Day stuff. I feel like when I was a young man, you know, with Valentine's gifts, it was always like chocolates and flowers, and then like possibly like early in marriage, maybe it's like some clothing that's, you know, fun, like for me. And then as I've gotten older, I've started realizing like some of those gifts are more for me than for like my wife. And so it's like, you know, I think my Valentine's Day gift this time was like my wife gets back trouble a lot. And so I got her like a back warming thing that's like, you know, it's a utility that's going to make her feel better throughout. And then like a comfy, cozy, like pajama type thing where it's like, you know, warm for the winter and that kind of stuff. That's funny to me how I've changed on that, where it's like, I think a younger me was like trying to be like doing these overtly romantic gestures of what I kind of perceived. And then as I've been married longer, like the more kind of empathetic my presents get, where it's like more of like, what would she actually want rather than like, like what's my expectation for this? You know, I don't know. I don't know if that, I don't know, hits home for you guys at all, but it's funny to me, like the differences of like a kind of ties into that, like idealism versus like sort of seasoned, I don't know, kind of thing.
I can't comment on it. I never had a wife.
Ah, yes. Well, girlfriend, I don't know.
Nope. Not that either.
Oh no. Oh, Jake, we got to get you out there.
Don't need one.
I was going to say though, it would be a rough time to be trying to even dates right now with like a global pandemic. I have no idea how people are even managing.
Well, I don't know how Scott did it. Like during the pandemic, he got a girlfriend.
That is true. That is
during
true.
the start of, almost like the start of it, like somewhere.
Right yeah, after. Scott is the exception to the rule. Yeah, they made it work. But yeah, I have no idea how people do that nowadays.
The country opened up again now, so
nice.
We're free to go out and have fun. But that will probably be shut down in next week. They're constantly going back and forth about opening the country and all that shit. So I'm just like, nah, I prefer to be in my hermit den.
Yeah, there's talk of like them removing mandates in California pretty soon, which I'm excited about. But But I also hope we don't do it like kind of like we did last time, where we were just like not even thinking about variants, and we were just like, let's open everything up, and then like a week later, it's like cases are at record highs, hospitals are overloaded, we're shutting down. It's like I'd rather we can kind of like do it in a way where it's like doesn't just result in that immediate like week later, like, oh crap, we messed up, sorry.
Oh, here the cases have spiked, and yet they still want to insist on opening up the country for some reason. I don't know why, but
it's probably political pressure, I would imagine. But I'm imagining you guys, I don't know, is it similar there? Where is there like a whole kind of anti-mask movement and stuff out there?
Nah, I wouldn't say that will be the issue. I think the issue is just people are feeling trapped at home.
Yeah.
And they want the kids to get back to school, like proper education, rather than getting, COVID grades at the end of their terms.
Yeah, I understand that. We have my son, like we kept my son remote even after they reopened the schools for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then like midway through this year, we put him back in school, which we felt really good about. And then Omicron hit, and like we were like still at this point, like I don't know if we made the right choice. I think we did, because he's having a good time and enjoying being able to like, and also he's having a tough time, but like in good places where it's like school kind of sucks too, like but there's things about school, like the social stuff, that it's like kind of important for like learning how to navigate the world, that are like those tough things that you're not going to get remotely. Like remotely, you're not going to have to learn how to deal with like physical bullies, and as much as that sucks, it's like I do think that's sucky, but it's also valuable for like learning how to navigate the world, and learning how to navigate social interactions and stuff like that. So
I've come to appreciate bullies.
Yeah, I'm mixed on it.
It sounds fucking weird, I know, but the thing with bullies is that they are the gatekeepers of social interaction to some degree, and they are often there just to test you and your character, to see how you deal with social situations, or if you're there to like escalate without having like any proper responses, but it always ends up at the expense of the one being bullied, and then they don't know how to like process it or deal with it. And with grown-ups trying to mitigate it or mitigate bullying, they raise up a bunch of people that haven't felt the actual pressures and like experience of feeling how it is to be bullied on a physical approach. Being like in the meat space, and when they carry that out onto the mental space, like virtually and all that, it becomes confusing.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. I mean, I will just say I think there's value to learning how to navigate a situation with bullies in real life that is applicable to your everyday life. I'm not a fan of bullies. I wish there was a way to easily end bullying, but here's the thing that mystifies me. For any parents who are getting too involved in kind of mediating bullying, have they ever been bullied? Like, I'm sorry, but like, there is no scenario where you end bullying in school. And the more that you get parents involved, like there are certain things we should definitely be aware of, right? Like there's levels of bullying where you need adults to step in.
Yes,
100%.
Like, hanging out other kids by posting their picture and all that stuff.
Yeah. And there's even cases of bullying where maybe you need the law to come in, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, like the parents that are like overly protective of the bullying kind of scenarios, I don't know if they've ever been bullied, because like I was bullied when I was younger, And I remember one time my mom coming in to talk to my coach about it, because of course it happened in PE. And then I had probably the worst year of bullying of my life after that because my mom went in.
Yeah.
So it's like I would just caution parents, like the more you try to kind of overly step in and not just sort of work with your kid to like handle the scenario themselves. Sometimes they can't. And again, that's where parents really do need to come in. But like the only way it stopped for me was when I made a couple of the bullies bleed, and then they stopped. That was when they stopped. It literally wouldn't stop until then. And then when that happened, it was like, okay, there we go. We're good. And I got, beat up pretty bad in that exchange. But the second they saw that they were going to come out hurt from it, they were like, oh, okay. I also think it weirdly earned respect because it was like, oh, this kid's going to like try to break my nose. Like, like, I don't know if that makes sense.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Speaking from like having moved through a lot of different schools,
Yeah.
I never raised a fist to defend myself firsthand, at least, because I didn't think much of it. But when I was encouraged to do so, I sort of like got into a quarrel with myself about, is this the right thing to do?
Yeah.
And when you are autistic, you never like want to. You have a hard time to separate what is why the mixed messages. Why am I encouraged in one instance while I'm not supposed to do that in another?
Yeah.
So it just become mentally confusing.
Yeah.
And I struggled after a long ass time until like middle school, at least. Then I started to like get into a little bit more actively in fights because I was in a minority, because I was a foreigner, and I felt like I had been going through a lot of these things through different schools and different environments that I did not want that thing to repeat again in my shot at like a new life. Somewhere else. So I thought like, okay, let's do something about it. And then I got, then I almost got, then I almost, got in trouble for that, with the authorities at least.
Yeah. Well, that's understandable.
But I think that looking behind, like back at it, I appreciate it more that I got bullied and I know how to handle it, because I know how to be confrontational when it suits me, and I know that it's not the first option, like to go hog wild with fists.
Yep.
At least, or try to like verbally assault other people.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that some of my tendency to be a fan of debate and verbal conflict, and the reason I don't fully avoid it or ignore it, is a direct result of like skills that I honed through being bullied. So it's like I like one thing I always took joy in was like, no matter how big a dude was that was bullying me, I could always make them feel, I know this is terrible to say, but I could make them feel horrible about their brain, about their lack of knowledge, about like how stupid they were. Regardless, like they couldn't beat that out of me. And like, that was always a fun thing. A fun way to kind of hone that too, to like try to think like how are ways I can kind of like also like verbally de-escalating conflict is a really strong skill. There's a lot of skills like avoiding fights, like you get in, like at least for me, having to get in fights with bullies was also healthy for me in the sense of like it made me want to avoid fights more too, because when you engage in a fight it gets a lot more serious than just like getting railed on a couple times. And so even if you come out kind of okay in the fight, like no one comes out of a fight unhurt. People who don't fight tend to be the ones who are like eager to get in fights. Like it's like, and by the way, I haven't had to have a fight in over, I mean, since I was like probably like 17 or 18. But it's like, I think that like when you've had that experience of like, even if you come out of a fight okay, like your wrist is messed up, like your knuckles are screwed up, like everything hurts the next day. Like it's not as pleasant of a thing. So you kind of learn more ways to kind of de-escalate situations, because like it's just not fun to do. It's not fun for anybody.
No, not at least.
It can be fun in the moment, but
yeah, well, like occasionally and all that, or during lengths, it becomes exhausting. Especially when you don't give your body a resting period to take care of those wounds.
But it's one of the reasons I also really enjoy verbal conflict, because I really do think I'm sincerely convicted that I think if people more often exchanged ideas verbally, we might have less conflict, like physically.
That too, but people aren't trained in rhetoric or trained in how to acquire knowledge. That should have been like cultivated in middle and high school. I would have said I would have sensed it to be like a right amount of play or at the right time to like initiate that. Because I don't want like the last year of high school being that you're getting just the bare minimum of how to construct rhetoric. That should be thought of way before, so that there could be some level of maturity already grown there. But it's tough when you have like an educational system that aren't that don't see eye to eye with that.
Yeah.
Sort of like learning practice. Also, like not only that, but also cultivating how to look for resources. Sourcing facts and statistics and all that stuff. It shouldn't be post-secondary. I would agree to be in a level of like high school.
See, apparently, according to that smear video, I am completely opposed to that.
Yeah, you are completely contradictory to that.
Yeah, I cannot handle facts in a debate.
No, facts and logic and all that. No.
Yeah, exactly. I like the second you brought up facts, I had to put my foot down there, Jake, because we don't do facts here. I'm just giving like in case there's a manatee like crawling online. Looking for something to pull quote. There it was for you, sir.
Did you do research on him, Josh?
Oh, yes, I did.
Because so did I, and I found what you found.
Yes.
And Adam told me like he's notorious.
I felt better about the exchange, because I think after the fact I felt like, I was kind of cutting him off a lot. I wasn't letting him get points in. And then I realized from watching content of his, he, like Jake was saying at the top, he would have just gish galloped the whole time. Like, I don't think he would have ever actually exchanged an idea there. And so I actually felt a little better about the conflict after finding out a little more about the guy. Especially as a Christian, actually, I felt better about the conflict. Because I was like, I feel like it's kind of like, I don't know, if someone's walking around claiming to have an ideology that you have, but is sort of sullying that ideology, like I don't know if it's so bad for that person to get called out, So yeah, anyhow, but interesting exchange. Interesting. I was kind of glad that I hadn't done that research before the conversation, though. Because it did allow me to kind of just find out things for myself rather than sort of like from other sources.
That's true. Have you heard from Adam? I think he's still under the weather.
I hope he's doing okay. I did hear from him. Like he sent me like a message a couple days back, and I still haven't heard. I haven't talked to him in a while, so it'd be fun to chat with him again. Maybe I'll hit him up in Messenger just to see how he's doing, Yeah. I hope he's recovering okay, It's kind of a...
Oh, he's been in the hospital?
He got COVID, which kind of sucks. So, yeah.
We had an outbreak here nearby where I live too.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's just kind of the world we live in now, where it's like that's just gonna be a thing.
We have to come to terms with it being like a regular influence at this point. I don't think that locking the country down or the whole world down will help in the long run if we don't get the herd immunity up.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the one thing that's pretty positive right now, from what I've read about Omicron, is it's a much less severe strain and variant, and so I think that is why like there's talk of sort of like starting to kind of reintegrate things and getting rid of certain mandates and stuff, which is sort of a natural progress of the process, So
yeah,
where it's like that's kind of what happens when you get a good chunk of people, hopefully more, like immune, and I don't know. I've been trying to think of ways to navigate it myself, and I'm starting to kind of think I'm going to take more of a approach with people in my life who don't want to get their thing, their shot or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I've decided as much as it's harmful and painful to take this approach, because I've tried to convince people very close in my life, especially because I have a good friend whose father passed away because of it. Who was kind of an anti-vaccine guy, and half of her family have had like some pretty severe things. Like her cousin is half of his body's paralyzed. So there's a lot of like really severe consequences to not getting it, but because of that, I have people in my life and I don't want them going through that. But I'm starting to get to a point of like, you know what? You make your bed and you lay in it. So I'm starting to get to the point where I'm going to be a lot less sympathetic about it. I think that's just the only way to kind of navigate without kind of like the Russia situation or whatever, Jake, where it's like if you have something that's at the border that is potentially like this disastrous thing, you have two methods of dealing with it if it's out of your control. One is to like freak out and get totally like I don't know, like, and then there's the more positive route of just like, you know what, screw it, like I'm just going to do the best I can do with what I've got. And for me, with the vaccine thing, at least the way I'm going to be viewing it is like, I'm trying to get to this point where even if the person's extremely close to me, if they've chosen to not do that and they don't have like a really good reason, like they're immunocompromised or something like that, then you know what, like if they end up in the emergency room with like a oxygen tube down their throat and they die a really painful death, that's on them, much like, hey,
it sounds, I can understand where it comes from.
Yeah, I mean, I choose to smoke, right? And so if I end up with like smoking, I mean, vape, I guess, because I've cut out smoking. But if I end up with emergency complications of that, that's kind of on me. I made a really bad decision.
Yeah, everybody's making a bad decision in their life, but
yeah,
it's the degree of responsibility that you have to feel for yourself versus the degree of responsibility that you want to influence others. And there seems to be a lot of like that will to control what other people's decisions are. In particular, with the back situation that has been heavily contested with for the last couple years. And the way I saw it, like from the get-go, was that everyone is doing their own decisions, but they shouldn't feel pressure to make others commit the same decision they did.
Yeah, I'm mixed on it. I think like everybody should have a free choice in society, but I do think there's societal responsibility that you can't kind of ignore, like much like
even still, when somebody has done their boosters or whatever, they still make up dumb decisions, like going out and being social and all that stuff to further either get it but suffered far less, or they will get it and still carry it as an asymptomatic.
Yeah.
Like, the virus is not over even if you have the shot or not.
Agreed.
Yeah.
It's just whether it'll, overload our emergency rooms and basically like kill more people. So
yeah, and even still, you like the conflation of having like this being the only virus that is out there to get you, or compromise you. No, there's plenty of other illnesses out there that will get you. Like, one of the most common thing that you will die from, at least in the old age, in the US, is from influenza, but not of the strain of corona. Other regular common colds and influenzas are likely to kill you.
Yeah, I agree with that.
There are other causes that will crop up.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there that can kill you. There's one thing out there that's taken out about, it's a ridiculous amount of people. Like, if you compare mortality rates currently, there's this insanely larger number of people dying, at least in the U.S., and than have ever died before. And so that's concerning. And I think pretty directly related to coronavirus. But, I think so. Anyhow, for myself, I'm starting to get to the point where, hey, okay, I still think it's really shitty to not get, because, there's people who can't, like, for instance, my friend Chris just had a newborn, right? And that newborn doesn't really get much of a choice into whether you decided to do something to help society get over this thing, or you decided to, like, for some conspiratorial reason, not get it. But as for me and mine, as selfish as that is, with people directly in my life who I can't convince to do it, I'm taking the approach of just like, well, like, when and if you get it, I hope it's not bad. And if it's really bad, that's on you. If you didn't take the steps that you need to take to not have it mortally kill you, then you're a big boy. You can handle it. I don't know if that makes sense, but it makes me mad for, like, I can understand, like, if I were, the only time I was able to feel that way was when my son was old enough to get it, when it was available. Before then, I was in, I had that fatherly, like, like, if you put my kid in danger, I don't really give a shit what your, theology or philosophies are. It's like, the second my son is in danger, you bring the parent out of me, where it's like, I really don't care about your freedoms or anything like that. If you're talking about my kids' health, like, yeah, no.
But it's natural. It's a natural impulse.
100%. But now that he's got his vaccines, my family, my immediate family is covered. We're good. So it's like, that's where I'm just like, yeah, okay, cool. Like, whatever people want to do, that's okay. Although it's a little heartbreaking, much like the, oh my goodness. Okay, we gotta, hold on a second. I'm gonna mute. Frank, change the topic.
I was trying to.
Now we're talking about vaccines. Well, you're free to. I have to mute myself because of the dogs.
All right. How's your comic going, Jake?
Currently just released 2, because I had to make up for not releasing one last week, because of some personal stuff. So I churned out 2. I'm not, like, proud of them really, but they were there, and although that I grew tired of them, I try to, like, think of it being like, it's better to have it out there now, because I've been I think going back to it and just, like, looking at a joke over and over and over again, it's just like, oh, here we go again. I have to sit with this, like, dumb thing that will probably just get an instantaneous reaction, never be revisited, and all that. But if it did sort of create any laughter, I'm kind of like okay with it. I'm not gonna like proclaim them being like the greatest things that I've done, but at least they're a part of the bone meal thing.
Yeah, and something that I've said before, that like not every joke will land. You just gotta.
Yeah, I totally agree. The ones that I've done, I felt like they're being like total duds.
Yeah, that's tough with humor in art. Like, you know, you guys are probably familiar. Like the thing I was known for on the internet, like at a Jeff Keen level for a little bit, which I didn't realize he was so known online. But the thing I was known for, I was a T-shirt designer, and I made a lot of really viral T-shirts that like were funny, you know. The tough thing, like that was like my living for like 15 years, and it was always hard to you know, I love humor, but it was always hard when I would find something really funny and I'd put it out and just it would just not land or pick up. I think we're being joined by Scott Cirkland of Cirkworks, who just reached 20,000 YouTube subscribers.
How about that?
Congratulations.
How's it going? What is your studio there?
Yeah, so right now I'm at my
Is
girlfriend's
that the
house.
new underground layer?
No. It will be much more underground Larry when I'm done with it. But yeah,
I'm sorry, I just thought of a character. This is a new character for our Captain Anarchy thing, Frank. It's Underground Larry. He's a Larry. His name is Larry, and he's always underground.
Oh, I thought he's always into things that are underground, like underground indie, underground rock, and
that would work. No, but I'm I figured I'd just work on some. I got these. I did all these like Star Wars fan art bounty hunter sketches.
Hold on.
So I'm just
Scott
coloring
just
them
to put my mask on.
That's the first cough I've had in a while. It kind of went away. Like I was happy because it just kept hanging on. But anyway, so I just kind of put up this makeshift little setup here to work on this stuff while I'm, you know, I figured I need some visuals for like when I do videos just to throw up there so people aren't just staring at my face all the time. So I was just going to color in some artwork, and I saw you guys are streaming. I don't think I've been on here with Jake before. How's it going, Jake?
Oh, I'm doing fine. Probably worse, but I can't complain. Really.
Yeah, I mean, I've listened to you guys a lot. Like some of those are, I try to listen to, but like some of them are a big time commitment. You do one that was like 8 hours, Josh?
Yeah, I've done streams that have gone really long. Like Jake was just commenting on this. We were kind of talking about it at the top, but apparently in one of the streams, like without being aware of it, got into like a heated back and forth with like a notorious Lolcow online. So yeah, these have
that was the one on Adam's channel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I heard some of it.
That's the one that went on for 11 hours, and there's one where like I need to get out of here because it's been so long. Like I need to go eat and stuff.
Yeah, I was a little concerned, Frank, about you because it's like, you know, you'd hang on my stream for like 8 hours and then you'd be on like an Adam stream for like 16, and I'd be like, oh my gosh, when is Frank not streaming? Like, I hope you're sleeping, you know? Yeah.
Well, there's days where I didn't sleep for 2 days. I think it was a little after that, and I didn't sleep yesterday until like last night. I just crashed for a couple hours. So that's why I just woke up like an hour ago, because I was gonna go to the post office, and I missed my time because they're only open for a certain hour on the weekend. So I was gonna mail something off to Anna for her upcoming birthday, but I'm gonna do it Monday.
That's sweet of you to mail. I feel like if you mixed just like a stream of like heavy metal music that's just nonstop, you're basically like almost like creating a torture situation for yourself there. The sleep depth, you just need like a little bit more of the other elements thrown in.
You know, the Abu Ghraib of comics.
But like the self-fulfilling one, you know, where it's like, yeah, the voluntary one. So, how are you doing, Scott? And what are you up to, buddy? Like, what are you up to right now?
I'm working on just some fan art sketches.
Nice.
I just have a bunch of these like bounty hunter sketches that I did, and
Nice.
I figured I just color them in. I don't know. I'm starting this big project, so I'm going to be doing a lot of other stuff. So I figured I'm just going to do some stuff fun for me.
Hell yeah! I finally caught up on Boba Fett last night.
Yeah, I'm drawing Cad Bane right now, so
I can understand why. That was a really exciting moment because I finally had gotten through like the majority of Clone Wars before, like because Corey had kept kind of talking about it. I was like, okay, I'm gonna revisit the Clone Wars, and you know, when you watch the Clone Wars and Rebels, it's like Cad Bane's such a cool and like ominous character. That was a real treat. There's a lot of real treats in there.
Is that the blue character from that
Yes.
almost looked like the guy from Oddworld?
Yes.
The video games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Boba Fett's been pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
I like where
I haven't
Disney's
seen
going
it,
with
but,
it.
Yeah.
You haven't seen it? There's a part that everybody I know hates. I wonder if Scott's there too.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's
Yeah.
I don't know that the show in general is really hit and miss for me.
Yeah.
There's some things I like, some things I didn't, but you know.
Overall, I dig it. I just don't know about space mopeds. Basically,
Yeah.
let me just say that.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing too. That look like Power Rangers.
It's like what's the director's name? Robert Rodriguez.
Yep.
My feeling on it is like you get a lot of taste of what Rodriguez has done, and like when it goes like Desperado, it's super fun because it's like that's the part of Robert Rodriguez that I love, and then when it turns to Spy Kids, it's not quite Star Wars, you know. Like you can kind of have like an El Mariachi in space for sure.
Yeah.
But Spy Kids in space
is ringing bells. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not really Spy Kids. I felt like a lot of Shark Boy and Lava Girl when I saw those mopeds.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that. But anyhow, I still felt
it's
like
weird to think that the guy who did Spy Kids did El Mariachi, and that was like his indie success. Because we saw that in school because this is like a Hispanic movie guy making something. So like it was shown in our school, and like wow, like. And, like they're showing this to kids, but like the kids like are.
I'm guessing Spy Kids wasn't out at the time.
No, there was when Mariachi was like first just got that hit, so I don't even. And I always wonder what happened to that guy. And then like I realized that the Desperado series fell in that world. They just changed it out with Antonio Banderas.
Yeah, and you have like From Dusk Till Dawn. Yeah. But
he
yeah,
really
like,
fell off the deep end, Rodriguez.
I'll give him credit though. Like again, like I'm kind of. I have to say, like it's been hit or miss. There, like the first two episodes, the second episode, I'd say.
Yeah, second was good, really good.
Hit like a mark where I was like that, like it's doing some of the coolest stuff I've seen in Star Wars. And then at the same time, it'll be like an episode later where I'm like, I can't even get into this at all. And then an episode later, I'll be like, okay, you have me again. Like, so I'd say overall, I would recommend it. I will say it's going to be hard for any TV series for me to hit those chords that like the Mandalorian hit, like where it's like I felt like the Mandalorian from like every episode, I just felt every time like this is Star Wars. This is like everything I love about Star Wars. Like it's formulaic, but it's like formulaic that I love. Like it's just it's so for me, it's going to be hard for anything to hit that note because really, of all the Star Wars stuff, I'd say Mandalorian's like probably my favorite new Star Wars thing. You know?
Yeah. And the Mandalorian episodes in this were, I think, the better episodes. But I don't know. I guess different people are looking for different things too. Because I heard a lot of people complaining about the flashbacks, but to me, those were the best parts.
I was going to say, like, I actually really loved the whole Lawrence of Arabia in space thing. I thought that was great. I don't know. I loved it. Is there like a chinchilla in the background?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, it's not a problem. I just was curious what it is.
It's a dog. It's one of the dogs. We got 4 dogs over here. I think pretty sure it's my dog. She's got a squeaky toy.
That's awesome.
My girlfriend's going to go grab it from.
No. Let your dog squeak it. That's okay.
Disney, come here. Take it outside.
I honestly don't mind.
Yeah, I thought it was a little dog too.
I was just envisioning, like it's there's maybe in your underground lair there's a. I just thought maybe
it's
maybe
one of
this
the
underground lair.
experiments.
You have a sidekick chinchilla like hiding in the background or something.
Scott, now that we brought that up and you've talked about trying to amp up the show a bit, like why don't you bring up your minions again?
The little robot
characters.
guys. I don't know exactly how I would do that. I mean, I've never really had. I mean, I've had them just as like a visual element, but I've never really had like a character or anything. Yeah, I don't know.
Like like my minion just brought me this.
You mean just talk about it? You mean just talk about it? Yeah.
You don't even have to mention it. Unless it becomes like this lore, like, what's the minion? What's the minion? And then show up.
Yeah, and like originally, when I first started doing videos, I really wanted to have like puppets, like 3 puppets, like a robot puppet, a zombie puppet, and an alien puppet that would kind of come in and but it's just it's a lot of work to produce something on that level for something that honestly doesn't make any money. I mean, it's the YouTube thing. There's other benefits to it, at least for me, but I don't. It doesn't make money. I mean, I guess it's led to things for me, and it's put me out there. So it's definitely helpful, and I just enjoy doing it. But I don't know. It's I'd love to do something if I got to the point where the channel was earning money or sponsorships or things like that, and I could afford to do extra stuff like that. I think that would be really fun.
Yeah, I still love the vision that you painted a while back, where you were talking about how your original idea was to have it be like kind of like Pee-wee's Playhouse's intro, where it was going to have like claymation.
I created a volcano. It's still in my garage, and I was going to I wanted to have like an intro where it kind of zoomed into the volcano and you go inside, and that's where the lair was. But the problem with YouTube, people don't want to sit through an intro, like even the intro that I have right now, which is just me. I'll say what it is, what the video is going to be about real quick. And then I'll just go to a quick like animated swipe, which is seconds. And I'm even thinking of maybe having to drop that because,
Yeah.
Have people complained about that?
No one's complained, but I just have a feeling that I'm watching I want to start watching some other successful like art YouTubers and things and kind of see what they're doing. Because they a lot of them used to do that kind of thing where they'll talk about the topic and then they'll have like a little quick intro. I'm just curious how many people are still doing that, because everything changes.
Yeah.
What's that?
What's your demographic?
It's a lot of people kind of my age. So like like I've got a lot of 40, 40s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and but I do have the younger crowd starting. I don't think you have anyone under 20. I mean, forget that. But I've got some. I have to look at it again. It's been a while, but I've got some, some people in their 20s. Mostly, I would say, kind of around 30s, and the biggest demographic is kind of my age group. It's for a while it skewed heavily male, which it still does, but I've got a decent like female following.
Yeah.
More than
that's
before.
That's a general
anyway.
problem with YouTube in general, like with most shows on YouTube.
Yeah.
Have you tried to consider other alternatives? I don't really follow your channel, but have you like expanded to Odyssey?
Odyssey? I don't even know what Odyssey is.
It's sort of like a blockchain YouTube.
Oh no, I might have to look into that. The only thing is like I'm really bad. Like I keep pretty consistent on YouTube, but like I don't do a whole lot on like either Facebook or Instagram or TikTok or anything, just because I just the bandwidth, to keep on top of all that stuff. So
how about YouTube Shorts? Have you?
I have thought of that. I was thinking even taking some of my. I did a series called Making Comics 101, which is like a huge basically a course on how to create comics, and I was thinking of taking that and kind of cutting it up and making shorts or videos on Instagram and things like that.
I kind of think, Scott, I think this is something that I've been thinking about where, like with live streams like this, there have been these moments that are really awesome. Like, and then, I mean, but it's, because it's like, I mean, I'll have like a 9-hour stream and there's these like moments in that stream that are like gold, like kind of amazing interactions or amazing insights or just like funny as hell.
Yeah.
And I really do think both for art casters as well as for the live streams, I think that if I had the time or the wherewithal, that would be what I would do to try to kind of improve attendance and buy-in for the streams and for even art casters, because I do think that might be kind of the way to go, because then you give people this little taste of like what they'd be getting by like going through the streams and hanging out and stuff, and they'd want to be a part of it more. In theory, that would work, but I'm kind of where Scott's at, like where it's like I also have 2 graphic novels I have to finish in a year or so.
Yeah,
so
I was doing that with the Turaco Creative Cast. I would take clips and I'll just call them Turaco Bites, but it is a time consuming part of it where I need to take down this hour-long video and find out like 1 or 2 segments and clip it and then make it. So like I'm spending more time on making videos for like little clips than I am on for my channel or even preparing things for the Turaco. So like if I had the finance for it, I would just hire someone to do that. Like, hey, can you just like grab this video?
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Hiring somebody to cut those up.
Yeah,
I have to think about that.
I'm free.
Jake's like, I'm down. Let's do this.
I could do some work right now.
Yeah, well, let me think about that. The problem is, last time I looked at it, I couldn't find like the unedited versions of some of those things. I must have moved the file, so it's like saying this file is missing, and now I don't know where that file is.
Yeah.
So I have to figure out. I have to find all those, native files, and they're also in a program that you might not have. I edited everything in Power Director, which not a lot of people use. But I guess, I don't know. I'd have to look into that. But I was gonna one thing I was gonna say as far as the live streaming. I mean, Frank knows this because he's a Patreon, but that's something I want to do more on my channel. I'm actually going to be moving. So it's going to kind of break kayfabe for a minute. For anyone who doesn't know, the studio that I shoot in is just a little walk-in closet. So I'm going to move it over to like a bedroom.
Nice.
So there's more room, and I'll be able to have, a lot of a bigger setup there because I can't. There's no computer in that closet or anything, so I can't like live stream from there. But if I do, with the art casters, it's one thing. But if I do like stuff on the regular content, I want to have the underground layer background and the lab coat and all that stuff.
Hey, we just got a comment from Jimmy in the chats. Welcome, Jimmy. And he said, I was 23 to 24 when I started watching you guys. So we are getting some youngsters out there.
Yeah, I do have, I have a decent amount of people in that age range. But what I'm saying, like below 20, forget about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like almost zero.
Hey, I'm curious. I just want to throw this out there. Jimmy, are you the dude I met at I met a guy named Jimmy at LA Comic-Con who was a listener of Artcasters, and I'm wondering if you're the same Jimmy. If not, no worries. But it was a cool moment because he had come and there was a guy named Jimmy who brought like a copy of 2 stories. And then actually said, like, I was a little worried when you had a character named Jimmy in this that he'd be like an asshole. And so it was just like a little insight. Okay, so it is Jimmy. Okay, cool. Well, welcome, dude. That actually was like a real highlight to the LA Comic-Con thing. So it's fun to hear from you. So I was glad I remembered that it's that exchange, but it was very meaningful to me because I was like, just the fact that you had said that about the book indicated to me that you had read it, like it wasn't like one of those, oh, I really like your book. It's like a very specific thing, so anyhow, sorry.
Yeah.
Calling that out.
And Ronnie,
so you're going to be doing live streams,
Scott,
go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. Ronnie is asking Scott if he wants to be a character in his comic, and you may or may not get killed. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Ronnie tends to kill his.
Of course, yeah. Sure.
I've been killed. I was the first one of his characters, of his real life characters.
Yeah, I'm all for being featured in a comic book.
I'm absolutely.
Which I don't know if you know this, Scott, because I don't know if you've been following it. But like the comic that I'm working on is kind of it's based in the Captain Goggles world, but there's people in this one that it's Artcasters people. So the main guy is Corey, but I call him CK. And he gets in a motorcycle accident. There's this doctor named Dr. Kemble, and he's the one that delivers the news. And
is that the Met Corey?
Yeah. So it's leading up to that. So right now, Corey just went into a building with this guy, Dr. Cirque. So I'm trying to draw
That's true.
your likeness a little bit.
That's
it's just coming out like a little kid, so I might have to just like put some sunglasses on you or something.
Yeah, apparently
it's a few people in there.
Apparently I'm an amputating doctor in this story, Scott, so be careful.
Okay. All right.
You're not a bad doctor, Joshua. It's just that you had to deliver the news, and you're a doctor, you're a surgeon, so you had to everything.
It's a lot of fun. It's like being the nurse in Dogman, like every Dogman story starts with like, this cop and this dog that are dying. And it's like this dog's body is dying. This cop's, it's that the dog's body is dying and the cop's head is dying. And so I think I got it reversed. But anyhow, so they're like, oh, we'll just cut off the cop's head and replace it with the dog. Good solution, nurse. I'm that in Frank's comic. I'm like the nurse lady in Frank's comic, which I'm excited about.
Like, where are you gonna have to amputate this?
I have to say, being in other people's comics is one of the funnest things in the world. Like, who doesn't like that,
Yeah.
So how's the weather right now? I hate to go to the weather, but we're all in kind of various locations, and I figure we might as well take advantage of that.
That's nice here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just outside not too long ago. It's very nice.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. Like Arizona weather right now must be like in that like peak, where it's like this would be the time.
It's like open your door, let the sun shine in, and just a nice, a little bit of a breeze there.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's perfect. If it could be this way all year round, that'd be nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say it just kind of sounds like California all the time. How about Frank? How's it in Texas?
It's fine. Actually, I haven't been outside, so I didn't. But it's better than what it was like a few weeks ago, where we had that cold. And I'm just glad that it didn't wipe out the city like last year.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that was chaos, man.
But I was without power on my phone connection for a day, but that was the worst of it.
Right.
I had power. It's just like I just couldn't connect. I couldn't really talk to anyone online or send out messages.
Jake, what's the weather like in your?
Absolutely pissing down. I mean, I could bring out my shampoo and I could take probably a outdoor shower. Other than that, it's been overcast for the most part, but I can't complain. There's been a lot of sunny days now as of late, so
Nice.
I appreciate that at least.
That sounds a little bit like when Jim hopped on, where Jim was saying he was going to shower and go to the park, and the way he had presented it, it sounded like he was saying his wife and him were going to go to the park and take a public shower.
Yeah, but unlike Jim, I could actually do it.
That's true. That's true. You could make that a reality. That vision could come to life. That's cool. So, I'm really excited. Like today is like a catch-up day for me. What about you guys? Like, Scott, I'm imagining you've got like a crap load of stuff on your to-do list.
Yeah, actually, I'm getting to the point. After I had COVID and everything, I was so behind with everything. But I think for the most part, like I think I wrapped up the comic course for kids. There's still a few things. I get to do a live stream with them in another couple of weeks, and I already delivered the files, but they also need a version of them without the special effects and stuff. So I get to do that. But besides that course should be done. That was a big project. And then I've just got a couple other smaller projects, but I got my taxes that are almost totally done, which usually I've never had them almost done this early.
Yeah, I'm jealous, man.
Yeah.
My wife and I are at that point of like every weekend being like, this is the weekend where we're going to do taxes. And then we're somehow missing something where we can't.
And what sucks is and that's just what I have to do before I give it to a CPA to do all the other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Me to go through like all my deductions and all that kind of stuff. And just, it's like 2 days worth of work just so I can give it to somebody else and pay them, $350 or whatever to do the rest,
Yep. Same here. Like I need to get so we were going to do them this weekend, but like we usually get like a packet that we have to fill out for our CPA. I don't know if he's called a CPA. He's I've always just called him our tax guy or accountant or whatever. I don't know, but I don't know what
I
CPA
always called
is.
him friend.
I will recommend that though. Like if anybody's out there and you're like starting your career in illustration, it does not hurt to like get somebody to do your taxes early on, because when it comes to write-offs and contract work,
you'll save whatever money you pay. Trust
it
me.
is so easy to get it wrong and then get audited and owe a shitload of money. So like you want to find an honest tax guy who's going to make you pay your taxes, who's going to help you write off what you can write off, who's not going to write off stuff you shouldn't write off, because again, your whole goal here is to pay what you owe and not get audited. So yeah, I recommend that. I avoided that for like the first 2 years. And then the second we got a tax guy, like Scott was saying, you save so much money. Hold on a second.
At least it's not only my dog making all the noise.
Yeah, I would say, that's Scott's dogs. I mean, no, that's Josh's dogs. I don't have dogs, so I don't have that.
I'm gonna step out for a hot minute. I just need to get some cake.
Oh, that's a good reason to step out.
I want cake.
So yeah, well, you watched the video, right, that I put up on Patreon, Frank?
Yeah.
So
I
yeah,
haven't watched them yet. I have like 3. You posted like 3 Patreon videos, man, and I have yet to watch any of them. I need to.
That's the one thing I was saying is that
Yeah,
I was trying to figure out what to do because, like, I mean, I don't know, maybe it was Frank that gave me the 1 view on the last Patreon video I did, but.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, so I'm going to actually be, if anyone's interested and they want to join my Patreon, one of the things that I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be chronicling just my ideas for this new studio that I'm going to be creating and just show what, the space and what it looks like now, what I plan to do with it, and just, just turn on the camera and kind of show that process. I don't know how long it'll take for me to do all that, but I figure it'd be cool. That'd be something that I would like to do. So even if no one's watching it, I still, it'll be fun for me. So.
I think you guys should be a part of Scott's Patreon. Like, even though I haven't watched those videos, they're on my queue. So it's like, it's very exciting. You get access to videos that Scott isn't posting on his main channel, and it's super fun. And it's like a look behind the curtain for
And
I
that's
think you need to
actually
call
the
it
first video.
You need to call it the Chronicles of the Underground Lair or something.
Yeah, and I was telling, one of the things I mentioned in that video is that the comic I did it. So for the comic course that I did for kids, I created a mini comic. So I'm going to be sending that out to my patrons too, as long as they hit me up with their address, which Frank already did. I mean, I had Frank's address, but I just made it sort of a prerequisite that you had to let me know just so I knew you're interested.
Yeah, I went to the message and like the last message I
the last message
sending you my address. Like I was sending it again.
I saw that too.
Oh man, I gotta hop on watching those videos then. I want some mini comics.
Yeah, all you have to do is let me know. I know your address, but like I said, it's a prerequisite, Josh. You gotta.
I gotta fill out the form.
Yeah.
Gotta do
if
the
you want
protocol.
it, you gotta go ask for it.
Yeah, that's true. I love it. Yeah, it's like this is one of the downsides. And Scott, you're going to be live streaming more and more, I think, too, from what you were expressing.
Yeah, once I get the new studio, and one of the things that I want to do is so that you've seen pictures of the room that has the superhero mural.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's sort of my spare bedroom now, which is going to turn into that studio. But I don't want to paint over that mural. So I'm going to create some like panels that I can. Let me turn off this camera so I'm not just talking and not drawing anything. I'm going to put up. I want to put up these panels that I can kind of move around because the way that mural is, there's a border that goes around it, like a black comic book border, and I'm going to put like this sort of like a groove thing there where I can just like put. It kind of slots in like this, so I can just move these panels around, so I don't have to paint over the mural. But I want to put like a desk sort of in the center. And I want to have it so whatever computer setup I have there, I can turn around like if it's on like a Lazy Susan. So when I'm doing like, if I do like Artcasters, I can switch it around so you can see that mural. Nice. Or if I'm doing the underground layer, I can switch it around the other way. So I don't know, those are just some thoughts I have right now. So
I love it. I think the downside of streaming that I've found is quite often, like my goal is to try to stream whenever I'm working on comics. The downside of that is usually when I catch up on YouTube videos is whenever I'm working on comics, or when I listen to audiobooks and stuff like that. So the downside of my streaming is you guys might notice that my intelligence level is just gonna dissipate as I do this. Like as I'm doing this, my awareness of the outer world, all sorts of stuff is gonna just start disappearing if I don't balance it right. But there's gonna be content, you guys. Just throwing that out there. But I love that idea, Scott. That sounds like a badass studio too. Yeah, and I think it's good too because I feel like these streams are really cool and they do create engagement. And oh my gosh, my wife just showed me that she picked up smoke Gouda. Let me show this.
Oh, I got like a gift basket with some of that stuff. I got
Boom.
some. Oh, you know what's really good? If you like brie, you like brie?
I do.
Brie Larson?
You take.
I like both. I'll say that. I like both breeds. Yes.
But if you take like what's really good is you take those crescent rolls, those Pillsbury crescent rolls, and you take 2 squares. You put one flat, and then you put the brie on top of it, and then you cut up some apples, and you kind of put them on the top of the brie. Sprinkle it with brown sugar. Put the other crescent roll on top of it, and then kind of fold it together, and then brush it with butter. Or no, egg. Put egg on top, and then bake it. Man, it is so good. Like crackers, that baked brie with that. I've done that a number of times. It's not hard to make, and it's like really good, like appetizers. Like if we ever get out of COVID and you want to have friends over.
That sounds delicious, dude.
There's a recipe that I used to do when I was still married. My ex would do it. It's kind of like some of that same technique. It's the I think it's called a chicken reef. So you take these Pillsbury crescent rolls, you fold them out like triangles, and you put in like minced meat, chicken or whatever, and bell peppers, the vegetables that you like. You wrap them overlapping, and you make this reef. And with you also put cream of chicken or like
the soup.
I forget if it's on the inside or on the outside, but you also put like some egg white on top to kind of like glaze it, and you put it in the oven. It's this big delicious chicken reef, and I haven't had that since I left. So I've been wanting to make it, but I want to make it just for me because it's like a big thing.
I love that. Welcome to Joshua Kemble's live stream. For anybody who's just hopping in, we're joined by Scott, Frank, and Jake Tvister, and we're just going to have a little cooking show right
we're talking recipes now.
Exactly. So
cooking with the Artcasters,
sharing recipes, delicious
top
recipes.
favorite recipes.
Oh my gosh! And my sister-in-law got me like a coffee Coca-Cola, which I have never tried.
How is that?
I've never had that. I've never had that.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like Jake's a fan.
Jake, it sounds
this is
like
a good mix, but I might try it.
Yeah, Jake, you gotta express where's the oh no coming from? I want to know.
It's the aftertaste. It's that disgusting aftertaste. Oh,
it might be up my alley because I like that. For me, I like stouts. I like smoking. I like a lot of things that are kind of in that dark, bland kind of.
Yeah, me too. But
flavor.
this thing, nah.
Interesting.
I can't get behind this. I can't get behind this Japanese idea of mixing Coca-Cola and coffee.
All right, this is the first thing we're going to debate today.
It's just an American thing wanting to mix everything.
No. This has been in Japan for years. But I
think I have heard of that. It might have been you that told me about it.
It sounds delicious to me. I'm excited. I'm just excited about anything with coffee that I haven't tried before.
Have you had the Monster coffee? I think they call it Java Monster.
That is so good. But I look at the calorie. I used to get those all. Those are so good.
Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen,
they're not cheap either. They're like sometimes they're like $3 a can. But
I have to interrupt our cooking show to introduce our new sushi chef guest, Gary Hodges. Creator of Dinosaurs vs. Marsbots.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Gary.
Call me Seafood Gary.
I like it.
Oh, he's on the show. He's in the chats.
How did the cooking courses go?
It was great. I can say this here, out of earshot of all the other people that were in the class. My girlfriend and I felt like we were 100% the most skilled people in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, it was really amazing. And like any of you guys who cook, like, you can appreciate this. Like, at one point we had to, remove the pit from an avocado. and it was painful to watch. To watch, like where it's like this should not, like you don't appreciate how much cooking you've done until you see someone struggle with very simple tasks like that.
Yeah, it took me a while to figure out the easy way to do that.
Yeah.
But
I took it for granted. Like we were both sitting there kind of like giving each other, you know, the meme of like that monkey puppet that's kind of like giving a side eye to somebody. Like that's my girlfriend and I were like that when we were watching people struggle with the avocados. We're like,
So it was kind of equivalent to when you have those hipster friends who are like, we're going to do art class and drinking.
Yeah.
And then you like sit there and you watch these people who don't know how to mix paint, like doing paint by numbers.
Yeah. So it was a little bit like that, but it was a lot of fun. That was actually a Christmas present for her. Cause we've taken there's a place here in town where they do little like cooking classes. They're like 2 hours long. They pick a menu and you learn how to like do it all. And it's a group. You're usually in like, sometimes it's a couples thing. Sometimes there's like 4 people in a group or whatever. We had done it once before. We had a lot of fun and we had always talked about doing it again. So that was like a Christmas present to her. And this was just the first time it was like a menu we were interested in. A free evening where we both could make it, like that sort of thing. So
nice.
Yeah, Gary, I was, my girlfriend and I, we've been talking about her moving in and everything. And like, she's got a lot better furniture than I have. Like, but all her stuff is very mid-century modern.
Oh yeah.
And I was looking on Pinterest to get ideas and all this stuff just seems so staged. And I'm like, I want to see actual photos from that period, not just people replicating it. And they all look the same. And I'm like, I think Gary posted something of his living room, and I was showing her that picture from back in Christmas when you guys first moved in your house. I said, that's cool. That's kind of what I'm looking for.
I appreciate that. We're really happy with that room. Actually, we had ordered a couch, a month or 2 ago, and it's one of those things you pick the fabric and everything, so it takes a while, and now there's a material shortage on everything. So we were like, well, we'll get it someday. Like, who knows when. We finally just the other day got an email saying like it's going to ship in the next 2 weeks. So we're going to have a cool, there'll certainly be pictures of our cool MCM couch. And
cool, yeah, because that's the one thing. She's got a really nice, very mid-century modern leather couch, but it's small. I mean, I think we need like a sectional, so it's not. I mean, it's not the most comfortable thing. Yeah. So I think we need something, if we want to sit down and watch TV, where we can sprawl out on. And I'm just trying to find something that works with that look.
Yeah, that was kind of we went back and forth between just a normal straight. This is, oh my God, I just feel like this is the horrible privileged white person conversation. Yeah. But like my last thought on it, we went back and forth between, do we just want the straight one or one with like a chaise? And she was big on a chaise because she was like, I want to be able to lay down when we're watching movies.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Wait. Would you say like you guys are lounging on the Chaise lounge? Is that?
That's where on the Chaise long. Yeah.
Okay, nice. All day long or just?
I love.
All right. What is the song reference that I'm not familiar with?
Okay, so I don't there's a band. There's
the most amazing band I've encountered in forever.
But. They're really amazing. Yes. They're called Wet Leg, and they have a song called the Chaise Lounge or Long.
Chaise Long. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you hear it, it'll be stuck in your head for like 10 weeks.
And I finally infected my girlfriend with Wet Leg, which sounds like a totally different conversation. But yeah. But like I played that one for her back in the day. But
Harry, talked about this.
I know. She's gonna be so embarrassed that I'm like. I hope her mom isn't watching. But I played another one of theirs, which is called Wet Dream for her.
Yeah.
And just like a few days ago, she was like, "That has been stuck in my head. Like I still find myself humming it to myself." They have the most catchy.
Yeah.
They're so great. I was on a podcast a few months ago, and I was telling everybody because we were doing best of, and it was like best. Like your favorite record from 2021.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I don't have a record because they haven't put it out yet. But I'm telling you, get on wet leg right now. So
Yeah.
you can do the hipster move in 2022 about how you were into them before they blew up, because they're going to blow up. They're going to,
I don't want to say discover because they've been out for a while, but I just found out about this band called St. Paul and the Broken Bones. You heard of them?
That's a great name.
They are so good. It's this like soul group. Most of them are, most of them are like white guys, and the lead singer is this white guy. And he's like this really kind of slubby, like you wouldn't think like rock star type guy. But man, he's got this. At first, I'm like, this guy sounds like the white CeeLo Green. But then I listened to more of their stuff, and this guy's range was way more than because he was singing like a falsetto the first song I heard, but then they did this Otis Redding cover, and I mean, they're so good.
Okay.
I'll check them out. That sounds
great. If they're in that Otis territory, it will probably be like right up my my alley, because that's a whole genre that I absolutely adore. I also wanted to follow up with people, so my awesome sister-in-law literally poured the coffee, vanilla coffee Coca-Cola in a glass with ice, and I am sipping it. And I will say, Jake, I don't agree with you about the aftertaste. This is delicious.
Well, it might hit you later.
Wait,
though.
vanilla? Okay, that's a different thing
this
altogether.
Is very strange. Hopefully this doesn't get
straight Coca-Cola and coffee. If it's with vanilla, I got a different opinion from that.
Yeah, so I'm kind of enjoying this rich, great Coca-Cola taste blended with rich, luxurious coffee. What's that Coke? Oh, thank you for the money. Okay, thank you. No, I'm just kidding. That would be funny.
I was going to say, there's a link to our sponsor in the description below, the Coca-Cola.com. It's quite refreshing. Back to you, Josh.
Full disclosure, I do own a very, very small bit of stock in Coca-Cola, so I shouldn't be promoting. Like, I probably should have mentioned that, but it's not like a absurd amount.
There's
it's like
conflict of interest.
Tenth of a. I think I might have like a tenth of a stock.
Right. It's like owning a 15th of a Bitcoin. Or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I just realized, like, because I this is the first year where I've actually like owned some stocks, like micro stocks and stuff, and I realized, like, oh yeah, if I ever talk about anything I have stocks in, I think you like have some kind of, you actually have to disclose.
I don't know. I mean,
Bye, baby.
Bye, babe. I think at that amount, I think you're okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm rolling in part of why I even got that was like my dad was one of those guys who collected Coca-Cola stuff.
Stocks? Oh, okay.
I
had a friend that collected like a whole bunch of Coca-Cola stuff.
Yeah, he had like an old school like 10-cent
build.
Yeah. He had like the old school 10-cent machine and like the old mirrors and stuff from like the Victorian era, back when it was like they weren't just promoting a soft drink. Anyhow. So Gary, how is Dinosaurs versus Marsbots coming along?
Well, today was the official beginning of drawing.
Who's asking for Squatch?
Yeah. So Squatch, I'm actually working as we speak. It's going well. I'm shot out of a cannon. I've been dying to get here because it's been tons and tons and tons of prep, and I've just been wanting to start drawing. Like, I'm pretty prepared. I have there's a couple more reference things I want. As a matter of fact, Scott, I got to try and grab some time for some photos. I got some photos of Corey. I got some photos of Jim. There's a lot of cameos in this one. A lot of indie creator cameos.
I'll send you my portfolio, Gary.
Frank, you like Josh. I kind of am. I
like Josh
for the next one. Because the next one, and this doesn't spoil anything. If you watch my videos, you've heard me talk about it. The next one is about like basically a SEAL Team 6 type, like a bunch of soldiers. So I can sort of picture you as a soldier type. I can sort of picture Josh as a soldier type. So like there's a few that I'm keeping a mental list of like who's going to be my team.
I just only ask that if I'm in a comic that I get murdered in it. That's all. That's like my big stipulation.
Well,
I like being murdered in comics.
I mean, if anyone has read D versus M, they know that odds are good. That you're not going to make it out. So that's just part of the deal.
totally up to you, Gary. But if you do kill me, if it's by a dinosaur, that would be.
I don't want to say anything.
Are we rewriting your story?
But that
You'd
also
have to be
good
a Mars
on,
bot to
Frank.
get killed
Good
by a
on.
dinosaur, wouldn't you?
You guys, I hate to give a spoiler about
That's
Gary's
true.
comics, but there are
True
dinosaurs
stories.
and they fight Mars bots.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Gary, for
Can
dropping
we go
that.
back and can we cut that out? Can we?
Yeah.
That? I wouldn't.
No, I gotta get that hot goss to get
Oh,
more
shit.
views.
Oh, no. Right.
Get them
Well,
driving clicks.
yeah. So, but yeah, it's going good. I've got,
that we're a gossip channel.
Yeah, exactly.
We're,
my hope.
we do exposes.
This was
Mm-hmm.
another thing I've been talking about with Jim Lujan. Jim is a big proponent of me seeing if I can bump up my page rate.
Yeah, Jim does that. Yes. Jim does that. Yes.
Yeah, he does, and I think there's something to it. Like the short version of this is in the past. So my rate has always been a page a week for every D versus M I've done so far.
Yeah.
And initially, I think that was very, very important to keep me on track and to feel like I always had a deadline. Always needed to be starting a new page Saturday morning. That was the routine. And it kept me regular. But as I got more and more comfortable and confident, every once in a while there'd be like, a Wednesday or Thursday or Friday where I was finishing a page and I would just take a few days off until that next Saturday morning. And Jim was sort of like, why not just start that next page, a few days early? And why not, it's gotten to the point where a page a week was kind of helping you be productive. And now it's slowing down your productivity.
That's a really good point.
So this is with D versus M 1979. This is the first time I'm going to just try and I'm giving myself a page a week maximum limit. Like that's the longest I'll spend on a page. But if I can get a page done in 3 or 4 days, then I just start the next page. So.
Yeah.
There's different flavors too.
That's crazy.
One of the pages that I was working on, it took me a while to finish it because I would send it to some people and say, like, what do you think? And I just wanted to know, like, does it make sense? And so I'm glad I did that the first time because, like, people were saying, no, it doesn't. Like, I can't follow this. So like okay, well, I'll fix it. But now since then, I sent to different people, like, oh, it looks good. Like, I understand it and everything, but I have a suggestion. But like 5 different people were giving me different suggestions. So like, there's some I had to take. Like, I thought they would improve it, and there's some like I can't. I'm not like I can't do that without going into spoilers and other part of the Captain Goggles story. Because like, well, no, like it's not gonna make sense. So I do it here. Like, so. And then I just stopped doing that. I was like, I'm just gonna show people, look, it's done. What do you think? And if they like it and if they understand it, great. Anything where I have to like redraw things, like I'm not taking those suggestions right now. I just want to know if it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think let's see. Adam's in the chats, and he said his symptoms got worse for a few days, but he's feeling decent today, which is good news. And he also said, I drink cola and coffee at the same time frequently, but never mix them together. Yes, I will say this is pretty delicious. It's got like a very, I don't know, like, yeah, it's just very tasty. And then also he said he may be mostly recovered at this point. So it's not bad. You should try it, man.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, hopefully you won't have it like with me. There's just like I had that cough and that fatigue that just hung on for so long.
Yeah,
everyone I've talked to that's had it has had. It doesn't seem like, I mean, there's like 5 or 6 symptoms, but I don't think everyone's had every one of them, and I don't think everyone's had the same degree of each symptoms.
Yeah, most friends I've had have that. I mean, a lot of them call it fog or COVID fog, but it is like this weird lingering fatigue, right? I don't know. So I actually think that like what Gary was talking about makes a lot of sense to me because basically like I've definitely had that where I've had like self goals and at first they work to motivate me to do something and then like maybe later on they end up becoming an excuse to be less productive. Have you guys ever had that? Like
I have that too, and I think it's been talked about this before with the 100 Days of Making Comics, like the 30 minutes. It became more of a like that's what you had to do, and that's all I'm gonna do. So like people would just kind of hang on that part, and not work anymore. So like I think it could become a handicap, or not a handicap, a crutch.
Yeah, right. Like, cause like for instance, like 30 minutes a day is a really good goal, but let's say like all you have to do is comics. And I'm not saying any of us are in that scenario, but I'm just saying if that's where you're at, like maybe 30 minutes isn't enough, you know? I don't know. I think it's to each person to like modify, but or like adapt as they go. But yeah, it's interesting to me how like what can be a positive can kind of become a negative later on.
Sorry, there's
Like,
noodles for this one.
I think if you dedicate a block a day, like a 30-minute block or an hour block, where you just purely draw, is enough. It doesn't have to like meet a certain level of quantity, but as long as you get that page out or a panel out or whatever, then you're good. Because you're never like setting yourself up like goals is like long term or short term. I think with short term, as long as you have the quality, not quality, but as long as you keep within a certain time restriction every day, it doesn't matter what kind of output you get as long as you do them. But for long term, you better hit your quota. That's where like the quantity and all that stuff should be taken into consideration. Like if you have 15 pages you have to be done within a month, then you do 50 pages, no matter what. You want to reach that quota. But it's hard at the beginning because you start like getting to a routine. And so having like a concrete goal or whatever shouldn't be the one thing that you should strive for. You should strive for getting amount of hours or at least the amount of minutes of the day in, so that you get that proactive.
Sorry. Mute this.
I think like anytime you're.
I'm glad I came back just in time for the dogs. There they go.
Yeah. All right. So anytime you're starting a goal, I think the important part is to give yourself that leeway, but as long as you're getting something done, and then as you keep going, that's when you can add on. Okay, now I can work on this. I can do this more. I don't have to stick to this like one little thing, or like, well, I did like 10 minutes a day, and that's my goal, and that's it. Like, you're gonna need more of that. So it's only that I try to do if I'm not specifically like working on like drawing pages. Like I'll take a break because like I'm just drawing that like I need to do something else, step away from the comic. I'll physically make a comic because I have still like a bunch of the little mini comics for Captain Courage, the Armor of God. So yesterday I did some of that. I was just like putting them together, cutting and folding. I did some coloring on this because like I said earlier, Anna's birthday is coming up, so I drew this masked woman. So that's what I was doing, and I printed out the card, so I was coloring on that. So like I was still working on stuff, art related and comics related, but I wasn't worrying about the page. So like I can do that tomorrow. Right now, I'm just gonna take a little break and still do something creative.
Yeah, I think the way I look at it is like with it's kind of like I always make comparisons to like working out because it's the same dynamics where you're trying to do something positive and it requires a certain amount of self-discipline to like do, especially early on.
Yeah.
And there is a thing that happens with working out too, where it's like, yeah, exactly. You start with like something really basic and simple, like a goal, like, okay, I'm going to work out for 15 minutes a day. Right. And then you start kind of showing up and you work out for 15 minutes a day. But there are points where you like, once you've built that habit, like the whole goal wasn't just to be like, I'm going to lift 5 pounds every day for like, for 15 minutes. The goal was to build a regimented schedule so that you can start getting healthier.
Yeah.
And so like, once you're working out or something, if you're hitting a point where you can easily lift something, like you're not necessarily benefiting to the level you could. And I think that's kind of what we're talking about, where it's like, Gary, I think that's a good point, where it's like, you know, if you hit that maximum, that was working for a while, but now, you know, maybe it's like the page has almost become an excuse to like, or a self-excuse to like limit.
I mean, exercise is a great example because it would be like, look, every day I'm going to do 30 minutes on the bike or whatever. And you might get to a point where 30 minutes is like, you're not even breaking a sweat. And you're like, well, I did my 30 minutes. Well, it's not, like maybe it's time to push. Yeah.
And even doing those 30 minutes, like you're still doing something
31
positive.
minutes.
And, you know, if you can maintain that, that's good. But it's like, you can always up it a little bit so that it's a little bit better, you know, which I think is kind of rad. So that's cool. I hope you're able to, I'll be interested in hearing like what happens from that, you know?
Well, looking at my thumbnails, my page plans, you know, I think it's going to be a mixed bag. I think, especially these first few, just by like the nature of the panels I have planned out for the first few pages, it'll be real easy. Like I'm hoping by next Saturday morning to be already on, like I started page 1 this morning. I'm hoping to already be like on page maybe 3, maybe even 4 next weekend. So like, I think I'll be able to burn these first few real fast. There's going to be other pages where I know I'm going to need 100% of a week. Like they're going to be a monster, and they're, you know, like the big splashy full page or like the 2-page spread ones, things like that, you know, where it's like, I know that I'm not going to be getting ahead on time.
Oh, Ronnie said he wants to hop on. You guys, I would imagine everybody will be cool with that. Let me
100%.
Yeah.
Let me get, the more the merrier at this point. We're having like a full panel. Awesome. We need to debate something, you guys.
Oh, okay.
Well, whatever you do, don't bring facts. I don't like facts.
I still have a little bit of PTSD from listening to a little bit of the you and Adam Lore conversation about. Yeah.
Which one?
Yeah. I don't even know if I want to tread on that, because we hit that topic for a very long period of time. I don't know if I.
Yeah, no, I'm believe me, I'm not bringing it up to re-raise the issue. I'm just saying.
Bring it up, re-raise the issue.
You want to mediate?
I think my maximum debate level today would be Boba Fett, and that's about it. That's where.
I don't know if I have a dog in that fight, because I have a feeling we'd all be agreeing on Boba Fett. That's my guess.
I haven't seen it.
No, honestly, I have to sit this one out. I'm not a Star Wars guy, so yeah.
Oh well.
What's up, everybody?
Then basically, it's going to be let's dogpile on Jake for not being a Star Wars guy. No, I'm just kidding.
Bring it on.
No.
Oh, and for the record, I'm not a Star Trek guy either. So.
Nerd.
Oh snap!
Wow, you got him.
Yeah, Frank has been like rocking the schoolyard bully like intros where he's like, "What's up, nerds?" It's awesome. I like
nerds.
I love it. How's it going?
Hey, you geeks! What you up to? Drawing again?
We're now joined by Ronnie Gunter, Crimson Owl Comics, and also of Comics de la Muerte, a really good show about horror comics. How's it going?
It's going well. Going well.
Nice. All right.
Yesterday's episode was pretty good. Had a husband and wife duo, Team Manicore. They make horror comics, plushies, and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah.
Should check that episode out. They're really cool people.
Yeah, they're great. I think I met them through Dan Ikas's stuff, like his.
And they make and I believe, from what I remember, he's in the process of making a short film as well. So,
cool. Nice. That's rad, dude. It's interesting, the husband and wife teams of artists. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Kind of like oh my gosh, now I'm blanking out. Scott, you'll remember this. The crew from, I think they're local, like they're close to you.
Oh,
we had
Steam
them on.
Crow. Yeah,
Steam Crow.
Yeah.
They're rocking that.
Yeah,
husband
I remember
and
seeing
wife
that.
duo
That's what I was
stuff.
thinking about right now.
They're great too.
Yeah. I feel like my wife and I could collaborate on something in the future, but I don't know when that will happen. But at some point, it would be fun to work on a project together. Since we both draw and write and all
3
that stuff.
stories.
Yeah.
Is that a proposal?
That's
Actually, seeing some of the events of 2 stories from her point of view, from her telling, would be sort of intriguing.
I have totally thought of that for future autobio stuff. Like, I think if I do a book beyond book 2, that's another autobio book. I actually think it would be really
Beyond
interesting.
2 stories.
I think it would be an interesting perspective to tell an autobio story, but actually interview people from their perspectives and then tell their stories within it. I think that would be like a level up if possible. I don't know if it'll serve this story, but I think that would be a really noble and interesting approach to like autobio comics.
Yeah. It could even be something that could help mental health. People going with mental health, that like you're seeing it from the side of the different people looking at the same thing. Like you kind of get different perspectives. Is it just going to be your wife saying, "What a jerk Josh was when this happened"?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, man. It's like even writing those parts was like a very interesting thing. I feel like autobio is a very strange territory to write in that comes with its own like unique challenges and stuff, There's a reason I think a lot of people don't do like super confessional autobio stuff all the time.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever thought of doing autobio?
Yes. Very, very much so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll be in
A little bit.
I'll make
So
a
what-
little bit like of myself and my stories. So, but I haven't done like a full one. Oh, no, actually, that's not true. I did those little mini comics, the Texas Freeze.
Yeah, you did the Texas story, for sure. Because like,
which I need to work on it because I have all the pages, but I didn't write the text up. I was like, oh, I'll do that next week, and I don't know what happened. I was like, okay, so that's something I want to finish in this month or like right after this one. Because it's just typing everything out.
Yeah, that's a good story to write because it's like it's like I was telling Frank to kind of do that when Texas had like the big power out because it's like it's just an interesting story to tell, What topic do you think you guys would do if you were to do autobio? Like Scott, have you ever wanted to do autobio stuff?
I don't know. I'd have to find something in my life was interesting enough to talk about. I used to do, when I was a kid, I used to do a lot of stuff about like me and my friends, or like just recap crazy stories, things that went on, you know. Like I had a friend growing up, and he was just a big troublemaker, and then at one point I made like the adventures of, and it was basically all the stuff he got into, and you know, and of course me and my little brother, we factored into that, you know, that comic strip and everything. But I haven't thought about it too much lately.
Huh. What about like Ronnie was saying, oh yeah, to that. So I'm kind of curious, Ronnie, what would you do a autobio strip about if you were to do it?
Oh man, just some crazy adventures that I had with my college friends and stuff like that.
That's pretty awesome. So you'd have
Ronnie did that
road trip.
That comic. What was that?
Well, yeah, I did kind of do,
Dystonia.
Dystonia. Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
Dystonia.
That was actually very helpful. Because I had never heard of that before reading that.
Yeah,
and it was helpful.
Pretty soon, the two different medications, that helps, but now it's at that point where I need a little bit more stuff, so I'm going to start getting Botox shots in my left neck and left shoulder.
Oh wow!
Oh wow,
man!
But you look fantastic, Ronnie. Just put a little bit here and here.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Ronnie had, because I had him on the show back when it was I Can't Believe It's Not the Artcasters, and we talked about dystonia. And I think in that conversation, I started talking about my battle with epilepsy, and I think, was it you, Ronnie, that, or maybe it was Anna that suggested I do a comic on it?
Yeah, I believe it was the both of us.
So that was something that I was starting at the time to do it, but then like that's when we're like doing like all the 9-volt stuff. It was like, you know, it's like oh, I gotta finish this, and then like, so I kind of put it aside. So that's something I want to revisit, doing a little comic on how I dealt with how I went through like epilepsy and what it felt for me, and what helped me. But you know,
yeah, I think that's a great topic and not talked about a lot either. I have a friend who is still working on an autobio that I knew in Portland who had really severe epilepsy. And he was telling the story from it's really interesting because he's telling a lot of childhood stories, you know, like playground kind of stories. Mm-hmm. But he would actually, I'm forgetting what it's called when you're having an epileptic fit and you sort of start seeing like
seizure.
Yeah, but you actually start seeing things like colors get all kind of crazy and stuff.
Okay.
Anyhow, so he actually made the comic in that way, where like the colors start distorting and like sort of having some of the I'm just blanking on it. I guess mirages that sort of happen during an epileptic fit. And I thought that was really, I don't know, interesting. Okay. So
that would be interesting.
But yeah, I think that would be a really rife topic.
Well, that might be one that I start this year, in a few months.
Yeah, it's also informative, right? Because I had a friend in high school too, and like at that day and age, I don't know if it's still the same case, but like you were supposed to I can't remember, but there was like something where we were told to do something that now is like you don't do if somebody's having a seizure.
Stick a wallet in their mouth.
Yeah, it was the wallet. So that was kind of the era where you were supposed to kind of do the wallet thing, and apparently that's not, you know, obviously good advice and stuff. So it could also be informative in that case too, where it could talk about sort of more current versions.
I've had it where I've been talking with friends when I would get epilepsy a little bit more often. So it's be something I talk about, and they be asking questions like, "Oh, what should we do?" And one thing I told them, like, you really can't do anything except just kind of like make sure that there's nothing in the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
and I was actually having like a very minor epileptic attack at I think it was like McDonald's or something. And a friend of mine was like patting me on the back, and after I told him like that did nothing, that was just making it worse for me because you're putting extra pressure.
Yeah, it's also
like,
tough.
I'm sorry, you're like, yeah, like
It's also tough too because you can
Yeah.
introduce new factors that just make it horrific. Like
Yeah.
yeah, that's oh man, that would be a
Yeah.
really good topic. I'd love to read a comic about that.
Yeah, and I think they stopped doing that wallet thing because so many people were faking seizures. So people put their wallet in their mouth and they just chomp down on it and run off with it.
Wow.
Really?
Is that a joke or is that real? What is that?
That would make a great comic,
Okay,
actually. That's
Yeah.
I want to read a comic about that guy who fakes
Mhm.
seizures to steal
Yeah.
wallets.
I want it to be. I want it
And
to
when
be
people are like, I don't have
telling-
one, I don't have
The
one. It's
thief-
like, try your purse strap.
So the whole thing
Try-
starts like a Tarantino
try-
flick at a
Try
diner.
$100 bill.
Yeah.
and it's Frank telling
not
his
thick enough.
biography. Like you're like, I just have all these like issues. Like whenever I've had a fit like that, and like everybody's really sympathetic around the table in the diner, and then you fall down, the fit's happening. They put the wallet in, and then you run off, like flipping them off, like "See you later, suckers."
Yeah.
So that's it. That's
The
it.
real issue wasn't the
Yeah.
epilepsy, but the kleptomania.
I accept PayPal.
Oh, it's the epileptic pickpocket
Oh man.
or mugger.
Yeah, we know you didn't really have epilepsy, Frank. You were just stealing
Yeah.
wallets.
I was just stealing wallets.
You had a good run. You fooled us for a while.
Yeah, Frank,
Right.
I'd like my ID back, please.
Oh, okay, I'll send it to you, Josh.
Thank you, because it's been really hard. Like I'm paranoid driving now because I don't have my driver's license anymore because the wallet. So that's Anyhow,
But I lost those hundreds of dollars of bills. So
that's okay. That's okay, Frank. I love it though. What Jake? If you were to do autobiographical stuff, what would you do?
It will be the most unconventional autobiography. Try to picture it as sort of like a one page, and visualize there'll be like some sort of like house, but the house will be stranger and stranger the further back in time you go. So like it has to be based upon the memory of the house that you can like precisely recall.
Mhm.
And the sharper it gets, the closer it is to the age of that you are in present. But as like years go by, it will not be like as detailed, or it will be like fuzzy details. So you will probably imagine like the house being so vivid and so large when you're when you're a baby or something. Because I've lived in a lot of houses. I've lived probably around 30, 35 different houses. Up in my ears. Like since I was born, I've been always moving constantly, and so like to recount that, recount those places where I lived, and sort of like trying to piece some kind of like memory out of how it looked like, but like of memory, not trying to like being accurate about it, but also try to fill in some kind of like event. You know how like Seth draws his comics?
Yeah.
Sort of like do small like comic strip doodles underneath, like eventful moments or like memories or stuff that you remember from that time, but not like it will be like non sequiturs of sorts, but it will be like small glimpses into that place and what memory it holds, sort of.
Awesome. I see now. I want to just see you guys all do autobio comics. Did Gary say what he would do? Like, what was the story you would tell, Gary?
You know, I don't know. I think it would be between a couple things. I don't know. You know, it's funny. I think I would have when I've played with the idea in the past. It's been more a little more specific about specific little points in my life. But after reading yours, I kind of like the idea of trying to do like this sort of grand, like weave it all together thing. So I don't know. But I like the idea. I've just never gotten very far down that path.
Yeah. Whereas I think
Would
I'm
it
like
be-
far
Would it
enough
be
down that
called
path where
before
everything else sounds
BDSM, the Gary Hodges story?
It's true.
Well, probably.
That one would be called
Gary, would it be called
BDSM.
before
Yeah, the
BDSM? Just what leads up to.
Am I hearing something?
Are you gonna do that BDSM comic though?
Oh, that's already done. It's just for me though.
No, that's in the bag.
It's
Okay.
it's scrawled in a very serial killer-esque way in a spiral notebook that's under my mattress. I can tell you it's fantastic.
That's in the underground cons you go to.
Yeah.
Check this out.
Yeah, I spread it. I just open it up on the conference table.
That's the one you only find in like the very
You
strange.
set them out like
deep
Chick tracks
back bin
in little places.
Yeah.
You guys, we've reached the 3-hour mark. I'm gonna disappear for a second,
Wow.
as I do at the hour every time. Feel free to. Usually, I'll just have people take advantage of my absence and plug your stuff.
Make
So
fun of
maybe
you.
starting with Scott, because Scott has definitely he definitely doesn't have all of the same
I'm
subscribers.
the biggest shillmeister, so yeah.
So Scott definitely needs his channel plugged. I'm joking because Scott, for anybody who's unfamiliar, Scott just reached 20,000 YouTube subscribers, which is a huge accomplishment. But anyhow, where can everybody check out your YouTube? And then we'll go from Scott to like Jake to Ronnie to Gary to Frank. At least that's what my screen looks like. So.
Yeah, you can find my YouTube channel at CircWorks on YouTube or CircWorks Art Labs. I don't one or the other or both. I don't know. But yeah, the main thing on there that I always push people to, if you are a comic book artist or aspiring comic book artist, no matter what skill level or what you already know, I'm sure there's something in it for everyone, or even if it's like a refresher course. But I've got a series called Making Comics 101. And it basically tells you everything you need to know about creating comics. It's probably the most comprehensive course like that for free anywhere that I've seen. And it's all on my YouTube channel. It'll show you how to everything from coming up with your idea all the way to printing, publishing, and every step in between. So definitely check that out.
Hell yeah. And continue to subscribe to Scott's stuff because like we want to keep that number growing.
Yeah,
Jake, where can everybody check out your stuff?
You can find my night. Sorry, tongue twister here. Jake Tongue Twister. You can find my works and my nightmares at. Dang it! You can find it at.
What are you doing?
Frank is being Captain Derail.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not only Captain Derail.
Jake, where can everybody check out your brilliant comic?
Can someone mute Frank, please?
No, I'm fine. You can find my nightmares and my works at JTwister if you're hanging around the Bird Place Twitter, or you can find them on Newgrounds, where I upload my free weekly strip Bone Meal every Friday at 3 p.m. CT. And I just released 2 free strips because I didn't do my work last week, so I had to compensate.
Nice. And Jake, I don't mind if you want to have me as a guest character in your comic who dies. I'm just going to be throwing this seed of idea out to people. Kill me off in your comic.
Why?
He wants to be the most killed off character in comic books history.
Darn right. I want people to Google Joshua Kemble, and like the first result is like two stories in Jacob's apartment.
Wants to be the next like Kenny from South Park.
Yeah, exactly. The second is like this mysterious character who just appears dead in comics.
No, actually, anyone could project themselves into the comic if they want to. Like there is no characters in Bone Meal, so feel free to think of yourself being either mutilated or as something of like an aftermath.
That is true. I could have guessed it in Jake's strips because they are, basically humans to the bone. All right, that's awesome. Check that out on Newgrounds. Bone Meal. Check out Jake Twister. Very good stuff. All right, Ronnie, where can everybody check out your Comics de la Muerte and also your comics?
Yeah, my name is Ronnie Gunter, Crimson Owl Comics. You could find me under that name with all social media platforms. Every Thursday on my YouTube channel, me and my co-host Jason Alexander, Frogbaker Studios, we review horror comics, talking about the artwork, the writing, and then once in a while, we try to talk about horror-related topics, like either writing horror, trying to create a jump scare in a comic and stuff like that. And then you could read my latest episode, The Great Escape for a Vengeful Heart, on Tapas. And any of my art friends out there, the episode I'm working on now is going to have a different types of monsters that are, some are good, some are bad. So like with Corey Kerr, I turned him into a troll. And yeah, I got some great ideas for what I have for Josh and Scott when they send me the pics. So
I love it. I'm excited. And I have that on my to-do list today. That's actually one thing that
what kind of pics do you need?
Yeah.
I'll send you a example of like different facial expressions, like shouting, laughing, stuff like that.
Oh, cool.
I love that. All right, and then Gary, where can everybody check out your stuff and catch up on the out of print Dinosaurs versus Marsbots?
Out of print. Reorder the end of this month. So if you want to know as soon as comics are viable, you can follow me on my Instagram. It's Dinosaur. It's you can see it right in my label right here, Dinosaurs vs Marsbots. You can also follow me on YouTube. New videos coming soon now that I'm kind of out of production or prep mode and just getting into drawing mode. It'll be way easier just to do some streams, some live chat. Nerds. I'm hoping to have some heated political debates with Josh Kemble on my stream. Hoping that we want to just tear each other to pieces and never speak again. But that's my YouTube channel is under my name, Gary Hodges, and you'll know you found me because the profile picture is a little cartoony dinosaur eating an alien.
I love it, and I do actually not for like crazy political debates, but I do think that like one thing I'm excited about with more of us getting involved in like streaming is creating more like crossed streams, and not in like the Spaceballs kind of way.
Yeah.
All right, so check out Gary's stuff, and then Frank, where can everybody check out your work? Oh wait, you're snacking. I feel bad now. Well, where can everybody find your work?
No, it's well, you can find me on Salazar Art Nation on YouTube and on Instagram. If you go to any of my videos, there is links in the description. But if you just look up on Etsy Salazar Nation Comics, you can find some of my mini comics up for sale. I am going to be putting up the third issue of Captain Goggles and Maskell Man. I did it in Ashcan size. So there's going to be ending out that little storyline, but we are rebooting the story, and that's what I'm working on with this little mini comic on the side. So you can go check that out and subscribe to my channel if you're not subscribed. I post videos almost weekly, but I try to post something up and keep people in the loop of what I'm doing, and then just talk about different things. And check out Anna Rob's Instagram at Dream Hatching Studio and give her a follow.
I love it.
That's
Okay, cool. So we've done the rounds. Let everybody know where. I try to do that, like especially if it's like been going a while, just in case somebody new is hopping in, so they can check out your guys' stuff. So yeah.
I'll be back, guys.
Yes.
I'll be listening.
I love it. And just so everybody knows too, when you're on stream here, it's just like a hangout. So if you guys disappear or need to like pick up food or anything like that, you are not under any obligation to like hang out and stay, you know. But I appreciate the company whilst I work on my own stuff. It's fun. But I do think the idea of like cross-platform stuff is cool, because I do like the idea of us building kind of even more of like an active like YouTube community, and I like the idea of that. Like, you know, we can be like hopping on each other's streams when we're working on stuff. You know.
Yeah.
It's also just that like low.
I think everyone here has been on the Turaco.
Yeah. Has Jake been on Turaco?
Yeah, I was.
Oh, you were.
He was on when it was. I can't believe it's not the Orchestras.
Yeah.
Okay.
We do need to have him back on. Sometimes it's just like working out on our schedules, because we all have different time zones.
Yeah, some of us like more drastic of a different time zone. Like Jake, what time is it where you're at, by the way?
Currently it's 10:40.
10:40 p.m.
No.
Oh, okay.
Wait.
AM?
Yes. Sorry.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, so that is a drastic time difference. So for you, it's funny because like Jake is known, at least on my stream, to people as like kind of like the king of the night gang, and when it's night gang for us, the big secret with Jake is it's actually kind of morning for him.
It's morning gang.
No, it's actually midday.
It's midday. Midday gang. I love it. Oh my goodness. I think Ben might have. How's it going?
That's a villager.
What's up, dude?
I heard.
Benjamin didn't come home. That's a villager.
Okay. We have a villager in the house, not Benjamin. He's really into Minecraft. I don't know if you guys are aware of this.
Yeah. I figured.
Okay.
I went way down the Minecraft path a few years ago. It's been a while now, actually. God, that game's been out forever now that I think about it. It was probably
Yeah,
it has.
2011, 2012 or something like that.
Full release 2011, I think it was. But
I think
beta since 2009, 2008.
So my previous job, I worked at I was at a stationery company, and the busy season was around holidays. And during the busy season, which was basically like early November to mid-December, you were doing like 6 days a week, 12-hour days, like 16-hour days. Sometimes it was just like madness. And I was really having lower back problems at the time, probably mostly stress related, but then also kind of ergonomic, like sitting at a desk that long.
Yeah.
And so my lower back was all tweaked, all jacked up. And I would come home from work, and what made it feel better was just laying on the floor. So I would lay on the floor in front of the TV, and I was recreating the original Nintendo Legend of Zelda Hyrule in Minecraft to unwind. And it's funny because even though that was sort of a miserable experience, I was exhausted, the hours were terrible, my back hurt. I have these weird nostalgic memories. And it was really fun, like making the Zelda map in Minecraft when I was near handicapped on the floor. But then after I got like through that holiday, it's like it was almost a bad association. Like Minecraft was the game I played when I was physically uncomfortable, so I never wanted to go back to it.
14th Valentine's Day. Don't forget.
Sorry, my
Fuck
wife
you,
was
this
trying to give a
Valentine's Day.
public service announcement that the 14th is Valentine's Day.
It
Just so
is.
you guys,
It is.
I thought I was
indeed.
For
hearing
any-
voices again. I
yeah,
was like,
yeah.
Valentine's Day, Valentine's Day.
yeah. That was my wife trying to help out the boys that might be listening to this stream.
It's good to know. It's good to remember.
Yes.
But we have to
Single,
remember-
so it doesn't-
This is a stream that caters to artists, and we're all very sensitive to that sort of thing. So
I think so.
we're,
I would like to think so.
we're very in tune with our
Yeah, for sure.
emotions. Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say, so we're all single. I was like, where's this going, Josh?
We all as indie comic creators here know that that's irrelevant information.
Hmm.
Yeah. That doesn't
Agreed.
always apply.
February 15th. Good candy sale day.
Oh yeah. My wife just pointed out a very good thing for those who are single. February 15th is a good day to go to the stores to get some really cheap candy.
That's true.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, that's right. I would do that.
Which
too.
I have to say, I'm a little bummed it's not Easter, because the day after Easter is my favorite time to go candy shopping.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's these like Cadbury eggs,
Yeah,
not
I was
like
gonna
the
say,
not the
like,
big ones, the little ones like
the
that are
little
like an
cream
M&M.
ones.
Yeah, I'm like,
I love them.
The
They're
I
really
remember the commercials all
the
the time. I have
chocolate-
to admit, I don't think I've ever had one. Oh my gosh.
the holiday chocolate that I like, and it's only like at certain times. It might even be at stores now. But the chocolate oranges, and they start doing the chocolate strawberries. So I like those.
oh, are you talking about the
Smash
like?
it.
Because you're
Is
talking
that
about the ones
Christmas?
you break, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Christmas, and it's definitely harder to find those like in the U.S., like in the States, like.
Well, I
Because
find
that's
it
like
weird,
a-
chocolate.
but, like,
It's a chocolate orange. It's like you hit it on the table and it breaks it apart, and it's
Yeah, it
it's a
comes like
really
little
common thing
slices.
in like England, but in the U.S. it's available, but it's just harder to get a hold of than like
You know,
like
if
if
it's
you're in the UK.
like white chocolate or no?
yeah, you don't see it as often. It's usually in Christmas, and it's like if you see one, you gotta grab it. 'Cause you probably won't
It's
see
like
it.
yeah, and it's got like an orange flavor to it, so it's
Yeah.
like,
That type, I love those. They come in already sliced forms
Mhm.
here, but I can't really stress how good that is. The ones that they produce here, at least.
Oh,
'Cause,
man.
well, at least until the palm oil got removed, I think. But besides that, it's just in the fill of like orange. It's just like orange and chocolate is my Achilles heel.
I can understand that. I'm a little surprised that
combination.
Coca-Cola and coffee was such a successful combo that I've tried here. Yeah, what's your Gary? What's your favorite holiday flavored chocolate or candy?
Candy.
It's not really exciting,
your
but I
business.
just can't beat like dark chocolate peppermint. Like it's
Oh,
it's all
okay.
about.
That's all right.
Yeah, I mean, it's very classic. I like I said, it's nothing fancy. It's not gonna, Though here in the Southwest, I'm as a novelty. Like if I had to only pick one thing, it'd be like a dark chocolate peppermint thing. But as a novelty, once in a while, I'm enjoying like the Chipotle dark chocolate you can get, or at least in this part of the world, where it's a little spicy, a little smoky. Yeah,
Ooh, I don't know if
I
we
haven't
have
heard about
Chipotle
that.
dark chocolate.
seek it out.
That makes me excited.
Actually,
And
my-
again, welcome to the cooking channel stream.
yeah,
Which
my girlfriend for Christmas got me a bag of I think it's like ancho chili hot chocolate mix. So it's smoky and spicy and pretty great. Spice and chocolate go together well.
nice. I was worried that conversation might end up in a different territory when you started. So my girlfriend for Christmas
Yeah.
got me a bag of. I was like,
Yeah,
oh
I
boy,
was
this
like-
could go in a lot of
Yeah.
directions.
Of dirty playing cards to help with my BDSM journey.
So,
How
what
is
I-
Barry?
Frank, just stop. Just stop right there.
So, what do you guys like wish non-artist friends would know about your journey as an artist? Do you have any like things like if you could make like a public service announcement to like non-art friends, what would it be, if anything?
That's interesting.
Huh.
I don't know.
Take
If I have,
it.
Yeah,
I think I know
there's
something.
a few things I don't know how to articulate without coming up as a rant, but
That's what I'm trying to get a rant.
that's what you
there.
want. You want rants?
Yes.
You're trying. This is what I hate. This is my pet peeves of non-artists. I think if understand that it may not be the type of job you do, but it's the type of job we do. So like not believing it, like oh all you do is draw or you do what? But I don't know. That might be more of a me thing.
No,
I think
that's-
you guys are more professionals. So
You're right.
So I don't like always make money. So it's something that I get more often. That I'm just wasting my time.
I have now. That made me think of one. Like I had a friend once who was a mechanic, and I forgot what we were talking about, but he's like the biggest drag about it is everyone. If they have something going on with their car, not only do they ask you about it, they're hoping that maybe you'll just fix it, for free.
Yeah.
And I think there's like definitely an art equivalent to that. Like
Oh yeah.
and I don't want to make anybody feel bad who might be watching, who's like asked me to draw something for them for free or as a favor or any kind of weird thing like that. But it's the equivalent of that. It's the equivalent of like, and I see it also. I work in a law office, and there's like these lawyers I work with. They're like people just come up to them and be like, "Hey, so you're a lawyer? Can you take a look at this contract?" Just like asking them basically to work for free. And
Yeah.
I don't think people appreciate like how, to put it mildly, how uncomfortable a situation that is to put you in. To come to somebody and say like, "Hey, I need a business
Can you
card.
do this?
And you can do that, right? Could you do that for me?"
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
understand that.
I do find that too, and also like when it's not clear, what I'm thinking like, oh, like they'll probably pay me something, and they're
Right.
like, oh, you're not gonna do this for free,
Right.
like oh, I'm gonna go with something else, and like you could have told me before I spent all this.
There
all
was
this on-
recently, I'm assuming this person won't be watching, but I'm going to be careful anyway. Someone
Call
came
them
to me-
out, Gary. Call them
I'm
out.
going to call them out. So here's their handle. Go blast them. No, this person came in and they're like, "Hey, I need this graphic design task." It would have been very simple. It would have been very straightforward, but I'm in comic drawing mode right now, and that's where all my off the clock creative time goes. So I wave away every freelance offer when I'm drawing a comic. So I said that I was like, "No, I can't right now. I'm sorry. I can refer you to other designers that I know are taking jobs right now, but I'm not available." And when he got back to me, he was like, "It's cool. I found someone on Fiverr," which told me like,
Oh
okay,
my
I'm not
gosh.
sure this is worth it anyway. I'm so like,
Yeah.
and I'm glad I didn't point him at anybody, because that would have been wasting the time of any designer I would have referred him to, where it's like, "Well, what's your budget?" And they say, "I don't know, $15-20. It's like, you know what? I mean, just the hair on the back of my neck. This is actually all of it right now. This is back of my neck hair from having these conversations.
When you tell somebody, you can't do a project, you say, I just can't afford to do it at that price. It's just not,
Well,
and then they want to know if do you know somebody else can do it? Like, I'm not going to refer you to somebody else, and
No, not in that
most of
rate.
the people I know,
Yeah.
that are going to do this are going to be at a decent enough level. I'm not going to recommend somebody that
Yeah.
can deliver.
Everybody
that's not
I know
professional.
knows their worth.
Yeah.
So no, I'm not going to do that. Yeah.
It's kind of equivalent to if you're talking to somebody and they're like, yeah, so I run a shop and we employ child labor and we do all this stuff. Is that somewhere you're interested in working? And you're like, no. Can you refer a friend? You're like, no. Like
I could refer an enemy.
You know, I need children that need jobs.
I'm not gonna
I like that response, Gary. I think I might borrow that. I can refer an enemy.
No, I'm not going to do this to a friend. Where the competition is between, let's see, I could have Scott do it or Fiverr. You know, like, I mean, it's like, no, I'm not going to put anybody in that situation. But that also, and I also, maybe this is a tip to anyone out there who might be wanting to hire an illustrator for something. If in your original initial pitch, you're not mentioning, I've got money at any time, like I'm like, my spider sense is tingling. You know, like I need to hear in that opening, like message, you know, like, and I'm willing to pay. You know, I need to hear something like that. Otherwise, I'm reading it as this is a favor. You're fishing for a favor.
First question should be, what's your budget? You know. That's
yeah. Well, I think you should say, if you're approaching me, you should say like, and you know, I've got money for this. I intend to pay you. Then my reply would be like, sounds interesting. What's your budget? You know, like, let's get right to brass tacks, because I'm not going to go back and forth with you and then find out, you know, 18 messages in, like, I can, you know, I got $50. You know, I don't know.
Yeah. I could second that. I've had people message me on Instagram saying, hey, you know, if you draw an image for our like jewelry company or stuff like that, we'll give you like 50% off or 30% off of our jewelry. I'm like, no, I want money. I don't want jewelry. I'm sorry. Especially, you know, with my health, sometimes I am able to draw, sometimes I'm not, depending on how the movement disorder acts up. The last thing I want to do is waste my time on something that's not going to benefit me, especially when I'm trying to create my individual work and I don't know how I'm going to feel from day to day. So
yeah, that's true. Yeah. I mean, time is valuable, and I think the thing that's the most offensive thing about it is like, okay, I'm going to choose to do this art for free, as opposed to like maybe make something for like my mom that she'd dig, or for my sisters or immediate family. Like, it's also just that assumption of like as if I don't have people in my life that if I had the time to do free work, much like if you were a plumber, like, you know, if you're a plumber, you might help out like your immediate family members with like plumbing problems.
Right. Yeah.
You know, or you're a mechanic.
Father, if his house is flooding, it's like, no, I'll help you out. Don't pay a plumber.
Yeah. Like if you're a mechanic, you might help out like a really close friend with their car on exchange for like beer or something, you know? Like,
right.
I have people like that in my life that I'll do art for, you know, but it's like, I just hate the assumption that like I'm going to put those people aside and my own personal projects aside and then paid projects aside. I think that's where it gets kind of, but I also kind of wonder if that's specific to art or if that's just like specific to trades of all kind, you know? Because I think
it's all like my mechanic friend, or like I said, the attorneys I know, or anybody. Yeah. If you're a doctor, I'm sure people are coming to you saying like, "Hey, could you look at this like weird bump?" You know, like they're all doing that.
Yeah.
And it's terrible. Like it's not terrible. It's not always bad, but I think it's overdone. Yeah. And especially if you're calling up somebody that you worked with 8 years ago and you've had no contact with since, and you're kind of like, hey, I need someone to like go through my septic tank. Like, go to hell, man. Like,
Steve.
Like, that's
no, I'm just kidding. I was just making up the name Steve just to like sound like we were putting somebody on notice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm talking about you, Bob.
That's right, Bob. Make a greeting card about that. Go ahead, Frank.
I had a friend reach out to me on Instagram. This was a couple of years ago. I tried my hand at doing like some graphic design or logo design. So I made like a little ad and put it on Instagram, and my friend saw it like, oh, hey, like, hey, I need you to do a logo. So like we got in contact, And he's like sending me this stuff. He sent me like clip art, like he wanted me to use clip art. So like I reluctantly used it because that's what he kept like going by. But I still tried to change it a bit. And in the buy, let him know like, yeah, like I can do like a couple of revisions. This is how much I charge. And he's like, okay, yeah. And then after I already did a lot of work and sent him the logos, I'm like, yeah, just pay me when you can, man. Oh, you're charging me, like. And this is like days of work doing this stuff. I wasn't even charging that much because I was barely like starting out. So like I was just charging like $40, and I did like days and weeks worth of work and concept drawings and going back and forth. And never mind that I foolishly had already sent him the files because I thought it was in good faith that he would pay because I worked with him before and I know that he knows the importance of paying your employees.
That's right, Gary.
Yeah, that's right. I have to admit, when I was starting out freelancing, it had been beaten into my brain, like get a contract, even if it's very basic, like just something, just to lay out like the broad strokes of what's going to be expected and how much it's going to cost. And like, how many revisions and like you set some sort of an end goal so it's not this eternal project, like just basic things.
Yeah.
And I knew that made perfect sense. And I was still sheepish about doing it because it just felt weird to bring it up with someone like, hey, we've talked about it, we understand each other, but I'm going to send you this kind of legal sounding thing. I want you to sign it. Like, I don't know. I felt like it would be like a buzzkill or
like awkward. A betrayal or something.
Yeah, betrayal or like it would ruin the mood, man. It would just like, there'd be something, it would be a weird faux pas. They'd be offended or they'd be whatever.
Yeah. Like they're going to react like, what the heck, Gary, man?
Like,
we were just hanging out. And now you don't trust me.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
But what cures you of that is like what Frank's talking about, a few things like that where you're like, yeah, never again. Like I'm always, and you also realize like if someone's going to be turned off if you float a contract, like you didn't want that gig anyway. Like like that would have been more likely than not a mess. You need to say like, this is what you're asking for. This is how I understand it. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it by this date. This is how many revisions you get. Like you need to lay that stuff out. Because...
and it protects the client too. And and the catch is, this is the weird irony. The guys that rail on and on about exposure when they're trying to hire you have no exposure to offer.
No.
The real exposure comes from like clients that have enough of a budget because their company is a big deal, to where they're going to pay their artists. That's where real exposure comes from. The people who like harp on and on about exposure have nothing to pay you in, and including exposure, which is valuable if it's real. It's not valuable from the guys who are like, well, it'll be a big deal. It's like, no, it never is.
The people that can offer exposure can also offer money. So
yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's like if they're legit and they can offer exposure, then they've had success and they have money to pay you with. If they haven't had success or money, then like do your own gambles. Don't pay, like don't do a gamble for somebody else. Do DVSM or like Captain Goggles or whatever it is you're gonna do. Like do your thing because that's your gamble with your idea. And but yeah, it's also funny that the guys who are your best friend, those are and are like, hey, but we're best friends, we don't need to do a contract. That's the guy who you need the contract with the most. The ones that are the most trustworthy usually are the ones who come with the most legal stuff at first, where they're like, most legitimate clients will already have their own contract and be like, here's the terms of our agreement. And then you look through it and then you might be like, hey, I didn't like this part of it. And then they go, okay, we'll change that. Like, it's not a big crazy thing, but like the least trustworthy is the guy who's like, yeah, and I'm good for it. Like, I'm good for it should be like the biggest red flag to any cartoonist out there. But it is, I relate to that because I think every artist, like I almost feel like it's like you can warn people as much as you want, but like to a young artist, it's like they almost have to make that mistake to learn, you know, unless they're smart, unlike me. But I'm a person, I learn by mistakes.
Oh, I think, well, like everyone to some degree. Yeah. But I
don't know.
Well,
there, from example, I could attest to that. Even at, well, it's not me per se, but like I know a bunch of people, like collective, got absolutely played, like from a friend's perspective, where they had they had so much trust within that core group onto one person, and when it came out, like when that person got outed for having basically fudged away 20K, then it's just like, it's unbelievable. Here we have been spending like time and investment, not only with monetary, but also the friendship, the connections, and the networks for years, literally years, to get boosted away like 20K and a whole like shipment of comics that never went anywhere, just stored in the warehouse.
Wow,
it's crazy. Absolutely fucking baffling that you could master that you can muster this much energy and still think that you can like control the narrative and all that stuff. It's so upsetting. There was like at least 7 people involved, 8 people, close people. You would think that being in the business for about like 15, 20, 40 years would teach you something, but no. And all because of this fucking mistake of not having a contract.
Yeah.
From the get-go. No contract.
I am so unfamiliar with that scenario, but that sounds brutal.
Well, and I can tell you, and this sounds like an argument that like a contract doesn't matter, but if anything, it's more argument for one. I've had contracts, and that is the thing. Still a nightmare. You know, like my last major. It was I think it was just when I transitioned to a full-time job, and I was like, good, because I think I'm over freelancing. The last big client I had didn't pay like his last 2 invoices. And we had a contract, like I did everything right. And like, but if someone's not going to pay you, it's like you get stuck in the situation where it's like you can wave that contract around all day, but you're still looking at going to small claims or something, you know, and it's just a nightmare. Just a nightmare. Yeah. So like, which is even more reason why you want to protect yourself as much as you can. You know, it's
well, because like I have had to threaten legal action. I've never had to actually take legal action, but if you're gonna threaten legal action, like this is the dark area of that, is like, you know, the reality is like there's certain amounts of money that are owed that it is very much not even worth the lawsuit.
Can I cut in for one moment? It's speculated that this is just fraud. It's speculative fraud, the thing in the case, because it's still ongoing. So I'm not saying that there is a full-on like confirmation. Yeah, I'm just going to say it out there that is speculated.
Yes.
And from no, Frank, I'm going to be real here. It's speculated. And
well, yeah, that you say alleged to cover your butt. I'm being like very real right there. So I don't know what it is, but just to kind of cover your bases, you want to say?
Yeah, I'm going to just cover my. I was going to cover my ass on that, but taken from the account of everybody who was involved from that side, who were leveraging that whole narrative about it being like a big grift, is not meant as slander or as libel.
You know what's interesting?
It's still open to interpretation, and the other side has still yet to present their case.
Now I'm really curious because
and say that it's just fraud. It's suspected.
There's an ancillary community that is, I don't even know if ancillary is the right term, but there is a community that's not quite our community, but there's a slight overlap with some of that. And I'm suspicious and curious if this ties into that. I don't need confirmation on it. I'm guessing it does because I've had one involvement with that outer community that has some overlapping rings where it seemed like an overlapping scam.
I wonder if we're thinking of the same thing.
Yeah. So I'm kind of thinking that if that is the community that is being called out, to me, I wouldn't be really surprised by that because from my like one very small interaction with that community was like very quickly like, I don't think this is legitimate. But that would just be, yeah. I mean, further speculation and curiosity. I don't know. Gary and I are both like now we're like the teenage girls in the gossip who are like, who's it about? But I don't want the name drop, you know.
No, of course not.
But I have to say, I'm instantly curious. Maybe when we're off air, Jake, we can talk about that. But I'm sorry to hear that. I don't like. I don't like, especially if people are artists. I don't like artists that take advantage of other artists.
No,
like, I just think that goes to a whole different low. Like, for instance, what we've been talking about with like not paying and stuff like that. That's like really low if it's like people who are non-artists. But I feel like if that's coming from artists, like that's extra. That's got like an extra level of like shitty, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah. And just to be clear, I wasn't making jokes. I was actually being helpful by saying you guys say alleged.
Oh yeah,
for
no,
a lot of these things because
Frank, I think we all got that loud and clear. It didn't sound like you were joking, you know.
And I'm an outside party of this whole ordeal too, so I can only go by what other people have told me.
Okay,
I'm not going to be held accountable for having said something that I can be convinced of, or
Jake,
introduce new elements to and still undergo process. It's just like, you know,
Jake, you've kept it obscure enough to where I think both Gary and I, who are kind of possibly outside of the thing, would have no idea, which is why Gary and I were like, I wonder if.
Yeah.
But
and I don't even know,
where I can't even connect dots.
Like I have a possible suspect.
I know. Now we've got to use deductive reasoning, Gary, to find out what is this hot goss we need to know.
Yeah.
But maybe off air would be better. But that does bum me out if whoever that would be involving, that seems don't screw other artists, especially as an artist. Not cool. Let's see. So, topic must change now from something that's potentially. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of something other than my insane curiosity. Of like,
didn't really get around like to like we didn't finish up or like wrap up the whole thing because it led into another topic. But we can wander around, sure.
I like it. So, non-artists, what's some other stuff you guys wish non-artists would know about artists? I'm going to say the obvious one, unless somebody else has something.
What's that? I want to hear.
I want to hear that too.
All right,
we don't have a crystal ball.
Oh, yeah.
I wish that more non-creatives would realize that the more they communicate about what they want, the more they will get what they want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that. Like, oh, just do your thing. I trust you. Like, I need
non-creative.
That makes me.
What is it that you want?
That's like trying to tell a barber.
What is it that you want me to do?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, do
That's
whatever you think's cool.
Yeah.
That's a great analogy, Ronnie. That's exactly kind of what it is.
Because what I think is cool and what you think is cool are two different things.
Yes. That's another thing you learn the hard way.
Also,
like,
you want
modes,
and
you're like, okay, and you do
flying
it.
a
And now you're
kite.
doing revisions like crazy.
Yeah, totally. All it takes is like one or two clients that are like, yeah, we love what you do. You do what you do because we don't want to inhibit your creativity. And you're like, I'm going to go wild. Okay, cool. And then they're like, we hate this. We wanted something that looks like this. And you're like, well, why didn't you say that?
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Good to know. Yeah.
So yeah, like not treating creatives like they are psychics is
yeah, I think I got one. Even though that the work looks like it could have been done, like even though that you see the output of it, keep in mind that it takes forever, almost, it seems, to actually execute it.
Ooh,
and not come and say like, oh, this is only like this is for $10. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you gotta think of it too in the process of like, it's not only the art that we're selling, but we're also trying to run a business.
Right.
On top of this.
Scott had brought this up when Corey and I and Scott were talking about our infamous NFT conversation, which I don't want to rehash, but I think it was a really good point, which was, I think, a broader point, which is, and I wonder if Scott maybe can bring this up, but it's like, I'm going to phrase it wrong. You had said it so well, where you said everyone, like basically everyone's cool with people making money till it's artists. And I thought that was such a good, in general observation, where it's so true.
Yeah, I was going to do a video about just why people hate artists or why people disrespect artists or something. But my thing is like, and I think Corey's the one that brought it up, that people have been using blockchain and buying Teslas or whatever with that, but it wasn't until an artist came around and made a lot of money that's when people really like, this isn't, I mean, they shouldn't be making this kind of artist, what art's not, there's no value there. People shouldn't be making money off of art like this, people or whatever. I mean, it's like, because I can guarantee you that, say if it was like a sports, sports players that had, instead of crypto art, let's say it was digital football cards, like trading cards, digital. No one would have had a problem, because people expect, artists are, I mean, people expect sports figures. Yeah, they can make millions of dollars. That's fine. But if it's an artist, then it's like, then all of a sudden it's like, this is crazy. There's something wrong. And not that, I mean, there's definitely a lot of, there's a lot wrong with NFTs. I'm not going to say there isn't, but I don't think anyone really cared prior to when it was artists making money. Then people are just like, that's when they started flipping out. Like, definitely couldn't understand how an artist could make millions of dollars,
Right.
The whole like football thing, they already do that with EA games.
I'm sure they do, but did they do that first before it was artists that started, No,
I was leading on to like the whole loot box bullshit. The practice there that EA has been monetizing since like every iteration, and just releasing a bunch of like trading cards, digital trading cards. They're basically NFTs. But yeah, as soon as like the artist gets their hand on it, no.
Yeah, I've seen that with literature too, where like, for some reason it's okay for a book to do something, but the second it's in comics, it's like, this is the most offensive, disgusting thing in the planet. And it's like, but like Lord of the Flies, like, is a pretty brutal book. But like, if you were to do everything, all the content that's in Lord of the Flies, right, and it were a visual art book, everybody would flip out and lose their minds and be like, "Oh my gosh, this is the most offensive thing. We need to get rid of."
Here's the thing, though. The visual
especially
aspect
with the
of
kids.
it. Yeah. It's only the visual aspect, that it's not imagined visualization, but it's actually visualized within the pictorial realm of it, and that's why people are like more generally upset about content that features inside of a comic book. Because it's robbing them the ability to like censor inside their head most of the things.
Yeah, I like that explanation, but I do feel like comics for art, like when it gets to art, when it gets to drawing, it's like the standards change. So I've definitely experienced that.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think it's it goes way before NFTs. Like we can all think of examples in our lifetime, no matter how far you go, where they're reporting on some piece of art that went for X number of $1 million.
Yeah.
And it's held up as this example of like, do you see how ridiculous the art world is? Because it's like this thing that, like a lot of people can easily react to and say like, well, that's not good, or that's not worth $1 million or whatever. It's kind of the same phenomenon, I guess. Like it's this look, you're showing the public something and they're saying like, well, I don't get it. So I don't know why it should be that much. So therefore, like the whole thing is screwed up. But
I think like the difference there is that now with the NFTs is a decentralized method, while also it's quote unquote curated onto marketplaces. While as for the arts that are selling in the gazillions in art auctions and all that stuff, they're filtered out. They're filtered through like a money funneling system. So there's different operations of economics involved, but the perception is still the same. Like that a bad JPEG that is drawn on Paint could sell for I don't know 2-3 Ethereum is almost reaching like that same judgment call that they do when they probably see like a I don't know. Think of any abstract art piece that you can think
like a block or something,
sold, like a block of blue, a shade of like a navy blue, and it's called something like XX number 55.
Yeah, like a Rothko or something.
A Rothko, yeah. I was just thinking that, yeah. Which I really went through a phase of loving. I
used to hate. This is just when I was a younger artist. Maybe this will lead somewhere interesting. Who knows? But I used to hate Pollock. Like I used to think that the splatter form paintings were just an insult to art, and it was this disgusting parody, and the art world was stupid, and the commercial art world was so much more superior. Yeah. And I used to have this long, I would go on this litany of just hate for Pollock. And then something weird happened where I realized I actually like Pollock. I like what he's doing. I like splatter form. I actually think it's really rad. And I think it led to a lot of really cool stuff in commercial art. It was just like this night and day switch that flipped in my brain. So I wonder if if my initial instinct was correct and I've just gotten so absorbed in the art world that I've started buying the BS.
You bought into it.
Yeah.
No, for me, the turning point was when I realized it wasn't necessarily with Pollock. It wasn't necessarily the finished piece. It was the action of doing the painting and what he was feeling and because it's so kinetic and it's just that's when I started to appreciate.
I think in some ways Pollock especially is kind of, and I don't mean this in a dismissive way at all, because I do enjoy looking at his stuff, but in a way it's kind of art for artists where they appreciate the idea, like that helps you appreciate the art, like the kind of the whole thought about the process, which a person who's not a creative like that might not be as important or as relevant. But
it's interesting to me because I I just realized I kind of first off, I think there's this tendency outside of art, and this goes for comics, commercial art, fine art, wherever, where I've seen this with Dogman, and I keep trying to say really positive things about Dogman on my streams because I've noticed this whole slew of people who don't want to acknowledge or recognize comics made for kids and the giant leaps that have happened in that. Mm-hmm. And I feel there's this tendency of a lot of people, especially younger artists or unseasoned artists, to look at something like Dogman or a Pollock painting. Not that they're the same, but it's the same critique where it's well, I could just do that. I can draw stick figures.
Right.
I can splat
Yeah,
paint. I can just splatter. Here, I made a Pollock. Like I was working on my car the other day and I had a Pollock painting under it, that kind of thing.
Right.
And I think that like it's easier said than done, because the truth is, okay, if you're working on your car and you just made a Pollock, go sell it to an art museum. Let's see how that goes down.
Right. No, I think that like I remember that growing up where like the grunge thing hit when I was just the right age and just the right kind of angry teenager to really dig it. And when it hit, you would hear that a lot. Like people would hear Nirvana or whatever, and they'd be like I could do that. The guy can't even sing, and it's like, oh, try it. Like, let's see how, like, it's real easy, especially if you're not a fan of it. And that's a thing. It's such like kind of an obvious, boring point, but I think as you get older, you begin to appreciate that just because you don't like something doesn't mean that it's bad.
Yeah.
And just because you like something doesn't mean that it's good.
Yeah.
And you have to start separating that. And I think that's the hazard when people are looking at something like a Pokemon. They're like, my kid could do that. It's like, I can tell you right now, like, you're clearly not the target audience,
Yeah. Oh, Chaise, I don't know how long ago this was. I think it's current to this, but she was saying building a support, or he was saying, building a support system and communicating regularly with other creatives is enormously important and should not be underestimated. Seek critiques and feedback of the work as often as possible. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that it's just way more complicated. It's like, I think in a world where people, like, I think part of why I used to hate Pollock, and I probably around that era, I probably would have looked at Dogman comics and been like, these are BS, and now it's like I have an appreciation for those things, and to an extent, like kind of a veneration of some of those things. It's that, like, it's the nuance of it, where it's like it looks like a stick figure, but it's not, or it looks like splattered paint, but it's more complicated than that. I think, or just like seeing the freedom, like. For me with Pollock, like what changed my mind a little bit about it was just seeing like even the impact on comics, where it's like you see in comics, like people using more splattering and looseness with their ink and like being less like rigid and like structural, or you see like Kandinsky, like that was riffing on like splatter form stuff and started bringing geometry to it and stuff. It's like you start seeing these things that like, that crazy guy who just, and I know like the history of it enough to know he wasn't the first to do splatter form, right? But it's like this crazy guy who just was like, I'm going to just like make like these giant sheets of paper and just like kind of get in a zone and like listen to Charlie Parker and like splat stuff and make some art. Like there's some kind of thing that unlocked in the dialogue that's, I think, important. And I feel like that, like with Dogman, it's like similar, like it's very naive drawing, but it that's just on the face surface level. If you go deeper, like what he's doing is harder than it looks. And if everybody could do it, we'd all be doing those comics and making millions of dollars. I mean, it would be nice.
I'm gonna have to go down and just like give something to somebody. But before I leave, I just want to like wrap that thing, like give my take. Thing is, like, you need artists like Pollock to enter the scene so that other artists can come and respond in kind afterwards.
Yes.
If you don't have that, they wouldn't be influenced, or at least trying to make a counter response by going in other movements or other directions.
Yes.
So that there are at least more fluidity in the creative field.
So good. So well said. All right, Jake. Well, before you take off,
no, I'm not going to leave. I'm just going to like mute the mic.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, like, because I definitely try to have people plug their stuff, but that's really well said, Jake. Very nice. Yeah, I think that might be it. The contribution, the dialogue. I don't know. Do you guys have that though? Like when you were younger artists, were you way more like like when you were first kind of getting into drawing and stuff, were you kind of way more cocky, like the kid who's like, well, I can play Smells Like Teen Spirit like within a day of playing guitar, you know?
Oh
that
yeah,
kid?
the most
Yeah.
embarrassing thing to admit or just say in hindsight was just how I just did not appreciate Kirby when he was first.
Oh, yeah.
When I first
Yeah.
discovered him. And I know so many artists who say the same thing. I mean, it's you know, I just didn't appreciate it at the time. And, you know, obviously now it's a whole different story. So
No.
Yeah, I understand that.
If you say
Kirby
anything
was
against Kirby, people would jump down your throat.
back then, not really, not when I was growing up.
Well, I'm saying now, like back then, like yeah, like but like now, like if you didn't say anything negative, like people, how dare you? You didn't understand it. Like, oh. I like Kirby though.
Oh yeah, I love it.
I'm one that it took me a while to like kind of like get like what he was actually doing, that he could actually draw, and it was just like his style.
Yeah, it's interesting with Kirby too, because I was equally like that as a kid when I first saw Kirby stuff, where it kind of looked like, I don't know, he draws figures all this way and stuff. And I think a lot of it just took really, honestly, it was really till I started comics that I grew an appreciation for Kirby, where it's like when you practice, it's like when you're trying to do what he does but better, you realize like how much he did it better than everyone.
Yeah.
You know. But I felt that a little bit. I'll be honest, this is a more embarrassing one. When I first saw Spiegelman's stuff, before I read it, when I saw it, I was like, "What's the big deal? Like, what's the big deal?" The guy's like drawing this stuff with like a felt tip marker kind of feeling. That was my initial reaction to like Spiegelman, and then you read Spiegelman and you see what he's doing, and you're like, "Holy crap!" Like I was a moron to have that initial, you know. I don't know. Chris Ware took me a while to unlock, and now he's my favorite artist. But initially I was like, okay, he's doing like this diagram thing. It's, you know, like it took me a while to like go layers deep. I think initially I thought when I first saw his stuff, I thought it was like vector.
Who's someone you have to admit like you still don't quite get, but you think maybe someday you'll, like you're open to someday coming around to?
Like in art or in comics?
In art, yeah.
Oof,
there's a lot of like even, whether it's art or music or whatever, that I definitely can see why the appeal, why other people like them, and I can appreciate that, but it's just not for me.
Yeah.
You know, but
name names, Scott.
Name names. Oh, let's see. I'm just thinking of some
Jeff
bands
Lafferty.
that I just don't care for. I mean, I don't care for like Depeche Mode. I don't care for like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Not a
Depeche Mode's a good one. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't agree with that one. Like, I love Depeche Mode, but I could
Yeah.
also understand where like, I think there are bands that like, I'll name one that's gonna maybe get me in hot water with people. Grateful Dead.
Yeah.
I don't get the Grateful
What?
Dead.
I'm
I
out of
get-
here.
I get their musicianship, like they're incredible musicians, but I just it's never unlocked for me. Like I've never had that great. I used to have that with Zeppelin too, and that did unlock where it was like, I think like when I hit 30, I just understood Zeppelin. In my 20s, I didn't. But yeah, Grateful Dead. I've never. Maybe when I hit 50, it'll just be like boom, Grateful Dead. It makes sense. Yeah.
Is that a band that you have to enjoy while being under the influence because they came out in that area, and that's mostly how it was associated with me? That's like, oh, they're
You know
a
what?
hippie band. So
Somebody brought up this the other day about Bob Marley, and it took me a while just to, because early I just thought, oh, Bob Marley's just for people who like to sit around and smoke pot until you actually listen. Like, okay, so I don't really partake, but I love Bob Marley and he's brilliant.
Yeah.
So sometimes you have to kind of get past that because I think it was more. It wasn't Bob Marley per se. It was his fans. It was like that's all when they talked about it. That's it's like the guy. It's like the guys that anytime somebody mentions, like if they're doing a concert and like in the lyrics of a song or something, they'll mention drugs and they're like, and they go nuts. It's like okay, just I mean, it's fine if that's your thing, but it's just annoying. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's like, to be honest, there's a lot of Dylan fans like that too. Or just like, man, if you like smoke a spliff and you listen to like this half of Freewheeling, and it's like, I still like Dylan, like sober or not. Like I like it. I think if you're saying there's art, you have to take drugs to understand. I feel like maybe that art's not so great, but but I've had that same experience with Fish. Like, I had a roommate who was a guitarist and he just like loves Fish. Like he's the guy who would like, I think for 1 year of his life, instead of getting a job, he followed Fish. And he wasn't a druggie. He just went to all their tour and stuff. And we had a lot of overlapping bands that we liked, but I just never understood. Yeah, that's another one. What about you guys? Like, I also agree, by the way, with Scott on that. Like,
are you talking about Alien band now?
Just what's an artist that you know is probably good, or maybe it'll unlock someday, but you just don't understand or quite like the Pollock now, you know, because I was using Pollock as like an artist I used to hate, and then it just unlocked, and now I kind of like. You know, is there one that you feel is still locked, but you feel at some point will be accessible, right?
There's not that I can think of. No.
Okay.
I have sort of a silly one, but I think about a lot, and I may never come around, but Bill Keane for Family Circus.
Okay.
I just don't get. I need
to leave because Gary just
sorry.
Was that your favorite? Was that your uncle?
So when I was a kid, I liked Family Circus, and then later on, it was like, yeah, that's not good.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, what's funny is I could probably think more examples of stuff I was into and I lost interest in.
Yeah. I can see that. Yeah, I definitely understand that.
Another one would be since it's comic channel, Todd McFarlane. I never and this is where again you have to separate like your taste from whether it's good or not. I don't want it to say like I'm not saying he's not good, but my gut reaction is like I'm holding myself back. I want to say like I just hate his drawing. You know, like I just don't like how it looks.
Go ahead.
But you know, but that's just it. Like I think that's safe to say. I don't like how it looks. You know?
Yeah.
But that whole 90s era of comics I wasn't into. Like, you know, there was that kind of, I don't know, like that was always the fashion, and you saw a lot of that kind of look. And it's where I checked out, because I kind of liked the generation just before that. But.
Yeah, which is interesting because that's a definite case of I was way into those because it was like the right age range. It was like right at the time where I was like at that age where I wanted to see like Spider-Man comics, but I wanted to see Spider-Man rip people's heads off, you know? Yeah. So it was like, that was Image. It was basically like, we're going to cookie cutter make all the main characters, and we're going to do it in this new style where everything's a pinup or whatever.
Right.
I really enjoyed that. And I was into McFarlane's run on Spider-Man, and that like unlocked a lot of indie comics for me too, even Spawn, right? Like it introduced me to Dave Sim. It introduced me to a lot of things. But in retrospect, and now I don't think McFarlane, this is where it will get kind of contentious, but it's like, if somebody now worships McFarlane and thinks he's on the level of like a Kirby, I can't put him there. Whereas before, like if you talked to me in 7th grade, I would have been like, McFarlane is the best artist in comics.
Right.
And now it's like, it's one of those scenarios where it's like, yeah, I've learned more about guitar playing, so I'm no longer going to make the claim that guitarist was the best, you know,
Right.
because I'm not really a McFarlane fan anymore, you know, as style. Although out of that crew, I'd say I really do still like Sam Keith. I still admire and hold up pretty high for cartoonists.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think as much as there's also an artist journey, there's also a consumer journey.
Yeah.
And you never know really what's going to like unlock or just like you can conceive of being like, oh, I'm actually into this stuff. I had a lot of like comics that were like that for me, both artistically and story wise. But as time has gone onward and not thinking just like in the realm as an artist, I've come to respect and appreciate more minimalist works or very mixed media type of works. Just the other day, I discovered this guy called Ashley. I don't remember his name right now at the top of my head, but
okay.
he's an Australian mixed media illustrator and comic book artist. And he worked on this book called Mechanica Kafka, I think, or Automatica Kafka.
Oh, wow. Sounds kind of cool.
That book absolutely blew me away. It's like The Exterminator, that DC Vertigo book. I think it's a DC Vertigo Exterminator. But it definitely has that Vertigo vibe, which is just like insane. I never thought that I could get into that kind of work now, where I've been like very standoffish or like against it, repulsed by it, because it didn't like look sleek in my younger years. Whilst now I just don't give a shit anymore about like if a comic looks bad or looks good or anything like that. Anything could work as long as there's a good, compelling story and execution to it. And it doesn't matter if the craftsmanship is up there, because everyone evolves over time, you know, and not everybody has time to grow, you know, so they do what they can do.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I've gotten a lot better. I think there were a lot of really, really great comics I passed up because I didn't immediately respond to the artwork. Like that was always the thing. Like if I didn't like it, like if I like picked it up and flipped through it and didn't love how it looked, like I wouldn't even give it a chance. And I think I've gotten way better at that, where now it's kind of the opposite. Like I'll read anything, you know, even if it's not drawn particularly well or it's not drawn in a style I like, if there's something interesting in there, you know, like in the writing or the story or the way they're doing it, like I which is better, way better. Because like I said, I know there's a lot of great comics I probably haven't read because I just, you know, like I don't know, maybe it's an Amazing Spawn.
Have you read my stuff, Gary?
What's that?
Have you read
What
my
did you
stuff,
say, Frank?
Gary?
I talked over.
Have you read my stuff?
I've read all your entire collection.
I think it's just like a graduation that you go through over and over again. And
Yeah.
they just find out that, hey, all these preconceived notions and all the comfort zones that I erected because I thought like this is how like a comic or how the medium should be, like for everything. Not extending that parameter and just like go hog wild and just like dip your toes everywhere just like to risk yourself. I know if it's of course more riskier when you put money into it, of course. But wouldn't you think of it being more rarer for you to have uniquely experienced it, contrast to all of that glitzy glamoring thing that has been like seen upon with other eyes like a million times?
So Alan in the chat said, "Thank you for this conversation."
Yeah.
Thank you, Alan. And I'm gonna just be a total terrible capitalist right now and say, like, if you're out there and you're appreciating this conversation, we do take super chats. Boom. Frank with the thing. So I will say, if you want to show
Yeah,
your
I was saying we
appreciation-
need to work out a system because I see the comments, but I don't want to interrupt people to address them. So I'm just gonna write
Yes.
notes and let you
I
know
love
if
it.
there's people in the chats.
I love it. And I will say, why don't we, Frank, if you want to read through some of those chats, I do have to disappear for like 2 seconds.
All
I'm
right.
trying to
Let me go
also,
check the chats.
I'm trying to figure out what are your guys' thoughts on just like, because I still have to work on this panel. I'm going to probably end up streaming again or just eating during my stream. How do you guys feel about people eating during their streams? Or would you guys be cool with kind of continuing the conversation as people hop in and out?
I'm fine.
what are
I'm
your
fine
thoughts
with
on
it. I mean, I was eating a little while ago.
Yeah,
that's I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, well, I'm
I don't have a
gonna
problem
read
at
all.
some of the chats and then we can get back to.
Oh, you have to go, Ronnie?
I'm here to stay.
Okay.
cool. So I'm figuring like people can just hop in and out, like, and we'll keep it kind of casual, including myself, because I might disappear for like a second to get some food. But
Yeah,
I also-
I'm gonna do the same.
I feel like
I've got
this
about
is
20,
awesome.
30 more minutes where I have
Yeah.
to bail, but yeah.
Cool. All right. So that's good. I'm glad people are comfortable with that. I'm gonna probably grab some food real quick, but I want you guys to feel free to continue the conversation. And as long as it's safe for work, talk about whatever you want.
Well, I have no ideas now.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
gonna read the
dropped
chat
that
and then we can
gauntlet
get
there.
back to it because we've been ignoring the chat, so I want to address just read some of them.
Cool.
So
cool.
Adam says, Ian, this is an earlier one. He says, "Thank you guys. I think I may be mostly recovered at this point." And Chaise already said that. Alan says, "Thanks for this conversation." And Adam is back in the chats. And that is all. Now we can go back to our topics. And we take super chats.
Let me keep doing this stream while I finish this panel up.
And 4 hours and 15 minutes, not bad. Usually take longer. I completed a whole comic page. Yay! Doing this whole stream. Ah!
I'll show you what I did. Let's see. I colored these guys. There's a Cad Bane, a Forlorn.
That's a nice one.
No, that's Zuckus. Sorry, that's Forlorn. And then I forgot what the Princess Leia bounty hunter that she disguised as.
Oh, that was boy.
Boosh or something like that. I don't know.
I
How
thought
to
it was
pronounce
yeah. Gosh, that's a good trivia question for Star Wars geeks, and I don't remember.
Was that an actual bounty hunter that she just kind of like impersonated? Or
I don't know. Yeah, I'm guessing that story's probably been told in some form, so that might be the case. But yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
I think
That's something I always wondered because I
according
never
to-
looked into the other books, so I don't know.
What is this called?
Sorry, Gary.
Well, I think that was probably the case, at least, before they reset all the continuity.
Yeah.
That seems like something EU would have done. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to
So-
have backstory on every single thing there is.
Every single thing needs a whole comic or novel or whatever. Yeah.
Since we have a bit of a cooking channel, I just wanted to share that like my wife and mother-in-law made somen, which is really yummy. It's like a cold noodle. So that's what I'm going to be engaging in while I listen to you guys chat.
Yeah.
Nice. And I can show what I've been working on. I don't think I caught your likeness, Scott, but
That's pretty good.
that's what I got.
Yeah.
Frank, when am I making a cameo? As someone who's read your entire collection, when am I making a cameo?
That's true, Frank. We gotta do what we did to
Somewhere
Frank.
I plan on putting. Well, okay. I'm going to talk about something that's becoming. I need to address it. I will put people that in my comics, but it's become a thing where people think that, and this is not you. This is just something that I've gone before
Mikey,
that.
come here.
This is reference the comic book. That it's just gonna be a lot of in references, but I am trying to tell a story. So I try to find if I'm gonna make a character like this one is specifically a secret tribute to the Artcaster. So I do want to find a way to put you in there, but I don't have a lot of background people because there are some people I want to put in there, but it needs to make sense for the story. But I do plan on having like a Gary Hodges character somewhere in there or an allusion to it.
So what you're saying
And
is
also Jim Luhan. Well, what I want people thinking is that this is.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah, that I don't want people thinking that this is my life story as Captain Goggles because there's stories we want to tell that we don't want people thinking, oh, Frank went through this or Anna went through it or this is what Anna like. No, like these like ourselves are just like a base, but we're gonna build up on things. So like Josh isn't a doctor, but I made him a doctor. So I do want to put in there a Gary Hodges reference. I'm not sure how to do that, but not for this one. But
so Frank
maybe
is
in another one.
Frank is basically saying he has a milkshake that is bringing boys to the yard, but and it is he's I mean damn
Anymore,
right
I
it is better than yours. But he can teach you, but he has to charge. That's basically what Frank is saying.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
Well, I wanted to address it because it is something that
are you getting a lot of requests?
Anna, yeah, and just what people are thinking what it's gonna be. So I get people throwing out these goofy characters because like the two main characters have like kind of goofy names. But like no, like it's not gonna be like, oh, this is this is Professor Suspenders because he wears suspenders. Like no, like I don't want to make like goofy names just for the sake of goofy names.
Frank, the problem is you bring up gold mines though, like Professor Suspenders.
I know, Josh. Let me
what are you doing
before we get that route.
Now we need a hashtag campaign for.
I know. That's how Captain Anarchy came along, and that's going to be a separate comic. And you know what, Gary?
Is that
probably
okay,
could be
is
a
that
comic.
Really a thing?
I can put,
like, is there really going to be a Captain Anarchy, or is this like a joke?
No, there is going to be. That's actually something we were been talking about in I don't know how many streams ago. A way to do it because it's going to take up time. And I think I'm going to start off with one page, and if I want to go back to it, I can. But if someone else wants to pick it up and add on to it, they can. But I think that would be where there could be a hipster or somewhere in the background with a beanie and a beard and a goatee.
Did Frank just call me a hipster? Let me just recap. In this conversation, Frank has asked about my girlfriend by name and called me a hipster. Like, what is happening?
And called you a nerd.
That's right, and a nerd. Yeah.
What's the end game?
How's your girlfriend?
What is the end game? Where is this going? I tell you where it's going. It's going to go to fisticuffs. That's where.
Fisticuffs? What did I miss? Did I miss a hot goss fight?
We're getting blood sports back.
Oh my gosh, we got to bring him back.
Frank is
Frank's Gary a hipster.
Careful, Frank. I mean, he's got the weights, like sitting there. He's just been prepping for this fight all week.
All his life.
Actually, I do have him here.
Adam, we get
so Gary.
I feel like I broke into something really really valuable there in like the streamer verse where I had my first on stream lunch, which I feel I don't know if that's leveling up or leveling down.
So this is a hallmark moment, the first on stream lunch.
It's either, I mean, this might be the start to the end where I might just be getting really heavily into it. What do you guys do about this when you're inking?
Oh, there it is.
Do about I don't know. I got
Scott,
Oh, sorry.
how do you handle this when you're inking?
I don't get that bad,
No,
but I always
I've never
wonder how
seen
you don't
anything
get it
like
all over your page.
Yeah, how are
just-
you not ruining your page?
Yeah.
Your page is so clean, but well, I see that, but still, I mean, it's your hand, your whole hand isn't on there. I mean, it's on your fingertips. It's everywhere. I don't ink as much as you, so I mean, as crazy as you or as often as you, but I was kind of curious how you don't get it, how you don't smudge everything, but
Smear page, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Because
very
I've done that
careful,
with just
even though
sketch
I'm
cards.
sloppy.
Like I'll get little smudges on it, and
I mean, there are occasional smudges. Like you'll see one here. You know, a lot of them erase out, and then I'll use very mild amounts of like whiteout. But in general, it's just that trick, the blank page underneath it to kind of keep it clean. I'm surprised that doesn't happen with you guys. I mean, Gary, you do digital, right?
Yeah, I'm
For
working
your-
digital, but even when I work traditional, like that's an impressive amount of ink on your hand, man. I don't know how you're doing it, and like Scott and I said, I don't know how you're not getting it all over your page. You know, you're making it work, but I'm aghast.
Yeah.
When I work with ink, I work with a dishwasher glove.
That's actually not a bad call. The only thing, my question naturally will be, if you're working with a dishwasher glove, how do you avoid that like claustrophobic feeling of like having a dishwasher glove on?
I don't think about it. It depends. Are you using like a regular where you feel the rubber inside, or is it like a felt inside of it?
Even with a felt inside, like I have this problem with socks too. I'm a weird person where I like being sockless. You know, when like at the end of the day, I'm not a person who likes wearing socks a lot. Or I can't. I have trouble sleeping.
I'm not wearing socks right now.
So good on you.
Let's see.
I'm not going to tell you what I'm not wearing right now.
And so I haven't gotten up.
I don't know. Like, I think it is a personality thing though, because it's like my wife like loves like sleeping with socks on and stuff. I like for me, it's like I can't. I don't know. It feels like claustrophobic. Like,
if you sleep with your sock on and block your circulation, please exit the building. No.
Don't
usually
sock shame. Jake, that's her business.
Foot shaming? No. With the in the summers, I rarely go with socks.
Just good on you. You're of the logical, rational crowd. But I get the same thing with gloves. Like I can't. I just if I have gloves on my hand, it feels very like restrictive. It's weird. I don't know. Anyhow.
I don't know.
Is that like a goatee or
how's it's not a goatee? It goes all the way around. Is this for my? Are you drawing me right now?
Yeah, because I found a way where I could actually put you in there. Because right now it's in the scene that I'm doing. Dr. Cirque is giving CK a tour, so that I can easily draw a window with a Gary Hodges fellow that in his office working on something. So like,
I feel like I could pull off fellow. I think that's within my ability.
I like this.
Like
I like this, Gary. Our evil plot to be in everybody's comic books is coming to fruition.
Yeah. Getting closer and closer.
Well, Gary's already got a role in my comic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Pretty excited.
Yeah, like if you want to be in my comics, just let me know, and I'll find one where I can fit you in. But,
yeah.
As long as it doesn't like take away from, as long as you're not telling me how to do the story. It's pretty much like.
Although
in it, but these are my demands. These are my notes. I need script approval
Mhm.
Script
I need to be
approval.
at least 3/4 of the page. Like it starts getting like the Hollywood movie poster conundrum.
I need to be promoting Dinosaurs vs. Mars Bots
Yeah.
1979 coming to a virtual store near you.
Yeah. And if I appear on the same page as Gary, I want to be at least like twice as large as Gary. That's
That
all
was,
I ask.
speaking of that, so I as you guys know, I've been collecting like some reference images for little cameos in D vs. M 1979 because there's a lot more people in it than in past installments, and I'm trying to feature a lot of indies. A lot of indies will be appearing, and I did some pictures of Jim Lujan, who will be cameoing as Science Bro #3, and I mentioned to him I needed him like looking like he's having a conversation with somebody else, and I needed him to be looking up a little bit. And Jim's a tall guy. So he's like, well, how tall are you making me? And I was like, well, you're not going to be as tall as Scott's character. Scott's character is going to be the tallest.
I'm not
and he was
necessarily a
outraged.
tall guy, though.
Well, Jim was totally outraged. Totally, he's like, well, and for compensation, I had to give him like very late 70s mutton chop sideburns and stuff. Like he had some input on the appearance. But then when I took pictures of Corey, I was telling Corey about this, and he was like, you know what would be great is if you make me taller than Jim. And I was like, no problem, absolutely. So Corey's character will be the tallest of all the characters in the story. And Jim will be officially, in D vs. M canon, shorter than Corey.
I like that.
I can't wait to see mine.
I feel like
we gotta do your pictures sometime soon.
I feel like this is going to lead to some physical conflicts that will all be streamed on my channel. So if you guys aren't subscribed yet,
yes,
to Joshua Kemble,
is this going to be like the image fights, but just like everything is just going to be public?
Exactly. It's going to be like this is going to be like the early onset of Image Comics, where you have these like verbal throwdowns between a young Jim Lee and a very business savvy Todd McFarlane. It's like that without the millions of dollars and wild readership, I think. It is crazy to think the numbers
without
they
the
were
interest,
pushing.
without the public interest.
Yeah, basically, it's like really interesting, except not. But
well,
make sure you
some
guys are
cool stuff
subscribed.
has come from these streams. So.
What's up?
I said some cool stuff has come out of these streams, but I guess it just depends on if you're on panel or in the chats. Because I mean, I am gonna be doing a Captain Anarchy comic sometime.
And I think in that comic, Frank, not to tell you what to write, but I'm going to totally tell you what to write. Captain Professor Suspenders. I'm sorry, that was a one-off.
Yeah.
But I'm in love with that character already. I'm like,
I purposely checked. I almost said Captain Suspenders, and I don't want to get stuck doing another Captain character.
Yeah.
Because this is how I'm doing Captain Anarchy. So like, I'm gonna change it because if it's something I could probably do. As long as if it's not in the Captain Goggles world, I don't care. I mean, I can do whatever.
So in Captain Anarchy, right, there is a teacher, right, with the desk. Could that teacher not be Professor Suspenders?
Could be, yeah. Because I wasn't really gonna show it that much, but it could be.
Yeah, and maybe
there's two different ways that I kind of want to do that because I like the origin we were coming up with the desk.
Yeah,
and I feel like that has to be its own separate comic and it just spins off to Captain Anarchy.
Hold on a sec. I think my son is yelling at his cousin, so I'll be right back. Yeah, they're talking, but I think it's going to Dad needs to step in. I'll be right back.
Fisticuffs.
See?
Put up your nukes.
Oh, okay. Next page.
Okay.
Yeah, how much of that did you catch, Gary? The Captain Anarchy and stuff, because they got that went over like on Adam's stream and on Josh's a couple
Just
of times.
little bits and pieces to have questions like that. Just not enough to really know anything.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Which thing? What are we talking about?
The Captain Anarchy and how much he knows and.
Okay, we should fill you in on Captain Anarchy thus far, unless other people like Jake. Are you okay with us going through Captain Anarchy? I think we got Adam joining just in time to kind of fill people in on Captain Anarchy as well.
I actually have to get going.
Okay, have a good one, Ron.
That's a harsh vote on Captain Anarchy's interests.
But you all have a great day, evening. Hope to jump up in the hang out again.
Soon, man.
Later, Ronnie.
Sure.
Have a good one, Ronnie. I can't wait to see all these cameos appear, and I'll get you the pictures and stuff as soon as possible.
Cool.
Yeah,
Later.
All right.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye. Wow, this is a crazy rotating panel. Adam Laurie is joining us as well. And I just
switching
Laurie
in and out.
instead of Lore.
Yeah.
I realized why I have that hang up in my brain, because I think not that you sound or look anything like him. If you did, I'd be completely geeked out about it. But I think of Peter Laurie, right? When I read, so because I was trying to figure out what is it that's causing me to want to call that Laurie instead of Lore. Anyhow, so Adam, why don't you let everybody know where they can find your stuff before we kind of get deep dive into Captain Anarchy?
I have still just a little bit of a cough, so I apologize.
That's fine.
Yeah, recovering from COVID, guys.
But I'm pretty much recovered other than that.
Nice.
Yeah, you guys can see my stuff. Hey, everybody, by the way. Hey, Scott, Gary, Jake. Nice full house today. Frank. I'm on YouTube. It's just my name, Adam Lore, as one word altogether. And you can get my comic, Toad Road Comics #1 at indieplanet.com. So check it out.
Sweet. Okay, so Captain Anarchy, Gary is unfamiliar, and so we were going to run him through a little bit of the Captain Anarchy lore. The brief concept, if I miss any of this, just hop in, Frank, let me know. But the general concept,
do you want to start off with how it came to be? Because that is like, just like Professor Suspenders, that was pretty much the birth of Captain
that was a
Anarchy.
good example of how it came to be. It was like something that we just kind of riffed on, and then it's developed the whole lore and story.
Yeah.
And I think that Adam and Frank have been doing like concept art on it, which is kind of awesome. So who knows? This thing might actually happen. So it started as a riff where Frank was bringing up somebody had jokingly said something like Captain Anarchy. Maybe he would be like the polar opposite of Captain Goggles.
I think it was we were talking about politics in comics, and it was just like a casual conversation, and I said something like, well, it's not like I'm gonna do a comic called Captain Anarchy and the whole comic is about anarchy, and Josh is like, well, why not?
And Josh was like, that sounds fantastic.
I think when he said that, we just both like, both Adam and myself were like, that's a really awesome name for a character. Like, I would want to read.
So it was just like Captain Suspenders or whatever.
Yes,
it was the same.
Yes.
Yeah. It's just like...
So we were riffing on it, and we decided that like Captain Anarchy is going to be this, the frightening thing, and the power and terror of Captain Anarchy is he's basically like a junior high kid who just learned how to draw the anarchy symbol.
Yeah.
But with like godlike powers to do terrible junior high stuff.
How exciting.
And then we realized like if it's a kid in junior high and they're like, I mean, clearly going to be carving this and the cool S on like their desks, when they're like, I don't know, in detention or something, then like, how is he going to achieve his powers? And then we realized, wait a minute, it's the desk. The desk is going to give people powers because it's made of like this evil wood that has existed. And I think that Frank ended up positing that it would be the wood of the tree that Judas hung himself on. And then we've gone further, and we're gonna have the lore of the tree go through like all of history. So it's like gonna be like, what should we make this horse that we're gonna invade Troy with? Okay, we'll make it out of this wood. And then it's like it just
part
ends
of
up
the
in
Trojan horse
it turns out it was like maybe like those like wood those wood horse things you sit on like in a life drawing class.
Yeah.
So it's that, but like for Hitler in when he was in art school, it's like his little art desk thing. And then eventually, like, it'll pan to like this guy who's like an old craftsman who's got to make like 20 desks for the local school. And he's like, I'd usually use this really nice wood, but I'm going to buy this discount wood. And then it's like going to have that Evil Dead moment of like, don't use the wood, like, don't use the thing. And then he crafts the desk, and thus the birth of Captain Anarchy and his sort of like rival and peer, the Cool S, who's his friend who's going to carve a Cool S and get the powers of the Cool S. So that's the long lore. And Gary, it's an open source lore that has kind of developed between mine and Adam's stream. So you are free to contribute any ideas to it whatsoever.
Wow.
So,
well, that is tempting.
And you can see why, Gary, I've been hesitant, because there's stuff I do want to get into, and but I also have like comics I need to work on. I have my own.
Right, exactly. It's like a shame I'm hard at work on D versus M 1979 right now. Otherwise, I would be totally into it.
Yeah, and that's kind of the bit of it is it's sort of just a fun riff that has developed over many streams. But like, it's like I don't know if I can put the 2 graphic novels that I'm working on currently on hold. Although the sad part is, the sad part is I kind of like the idea though, and I like it more and more the more we talk about it. Where I'm like, I actually kind of want to do it even though I can't.
Oh, Josh, did you mention what the Cool S kid's superpower is?
Adam, why don't you take it? You
So, I think that was what Frank was going with, right? The Cool S kid, Frank. Anyways,
like cool. I think we're a Cool S guy, but a Cool S kid might be a little bit better.
I like that.
One idea I had was that the Cool S is so cool that like people just won't attack him because he's too cool. Like, oh, I would like totally shoot this guy right in the face, but he's so cool, like.
Yeah, I think from that somehow we riffed the idea that like he would be the first to discover his powers because he would disappear from school because he's just too cool for school.
Wow.
Yeah, and then also he'd have like kind of catchphrases. He appears when other heroes are like when there's about a fight's about to go down, he'll kind of appear and just be like, "Hey guys, be cool," right?
And they're all like,
"He de-escalates because it's cool."
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So there's our lore so far. What do you think? We were also joking that sadly, if we actually made this comic, it would probably outsell everything any of us will ever do in our life.
That's the funny thing is you never know. That could be the thing that just ignites for whatever reason. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So any thoughts on that? Any contributions that you can think of from any plot holes you're seeing here?
Plot hole in the deep and well thought out lore, you mean?
Yes, exactly.
No, it seems pretty airtight right now. I say run with it. I say set everything aside and just do that.
Well, I do want to do 1 page, and that'll be me starting it, but if I want to continue it, I can. If someone else wants to add on to it, that's one thing that we're talking about. Having be like someone works on something and submits it, and we can eventually, if it ever becomes something, put it out there.
When I am
But I would say anything that I put in mine, I will kind of make my own adjustments.
I tell you what, when I am
Go
done
ahead,
drawing
Gary. When you're finished.
Beaver's Son 1979, if this is still going, if like people are just doing a page of Captain Anarchy, like just a kind of an improv session, yes and,
Yes.
I will be happy
Yeah.
to do a page of Captain Anarchy if this is still happening.
I love it. We have thought about, and this is just spitballing and nothing secure right now, although I do take super chats and am more than appreciative if anybody wants to pop one in. But we're also thinking about potentially like monetizing it so that it's justified. So like it could be an ongoing, this is in theory, but on future streams, this could be an ongoing thing that could be on multiple people's streams where we have like a bar, like a tank, like a fuel tank. And the more super chats we receive, the closer it gets to like the tank being full and then being like, okay, we have to do a page.
Right.
But it would have to be an amount that's kind of like relatively large so that it would be enough to justify where like any of us with our own side projects and stuff would be like, yeah, I can afford to like spend a couple hours knocking out this Captain Anarchy page. So yeah, that's where we're at on the crazy lore. But it is a fun little improv exercise in story writing, I think.
You know, this sounds like one of the old Underground Comics jams. We have we rotate the page to another.
Yeah,
totally. Yeah, like an Exquisite Corpse or something. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So now I want to figure out how we include. We have a Luhan. I'm a little leery about adding him to stream because he was talking about publicly showering.
Well, is he looking for bail? Is this his one phone call from jail? Or
yeah,
that's true.
You guys, that's super racist to say that about me, and I think you all owe me an apology, each one of you.
That's true. Should we make the rounds and do an apology each?
Is that what kind of show this is now? Look who's
an
with
apology
me.
show.
Hi guys.
A girl.
Oh my gosh.
A real girl.
A girl. I'm shocked. I am shocked. I am beyond shocked.
So here's a little testimony for hello everybody, by the way.
Just the other night, Jim and I were talking about what hard asses we were, and she was laughing at us.
There's a lag on my end.
Yeah, that was not the reaction we were looking for.
No.
But it was true. Truth.
Maybe she was laughing at. Maybe it was one of those fear laughs. You know, like when you just you're so overwhelmed with terror, you just kind of find yourself laughing. Yeah.
Like that. Well, you guys, the analogy that I can think of that would explain the toughness is if you look at this bicep right here, right, and you know it's like at first it's just kind of there, but then you're like you got to kind of feel the bicep, just virtually kind of feel it, and then you know it's just like that kind of strength. You know what I mean? Like that strength right there. Right. That's how tough we are. It's kind of like a bicep where at first it's just kind of prone, and then you got to just feel that strength of muscle because we're all really tough. This is actually like we're a serious gang here. We call ourselves the Night Gang.
Did Josh just take us to the gun show?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yes. I wanted to show off these seps.
That's right.
Yeah.
Cap gun show.
That's a very fair point. Yes.
Hey,
they actually invert. They like the unique thing about my arms is as I add tension to my muscles, they actually compress rather than extend. They retract.
This is actually going to turn out to be an ad for the iPad because I wanted to show you guys what can happen in your life when you get an iPad, because you can work on your animation in the park.
Nice.
That is kind of amazing.
Without shoes, and and you can get outside and see grass and trees and homeless people and all kinds of stuff. So
all the things you need to be inspired.
Yeah.
Hey, I can't. Is Corey on the stream? I can't tell.
No, Corey has not joined at this point. Although if he does, he might be on a kayak.
If we get 2 more people, we can be the Brady Bunch, and I can be Alice.
You could be Alice.
Who does that make me?
I forgot. I think you're
Gary,
Mr.
can you
Brady.
see my screen?
Am I?
That makes Scott.
Or
Sam.
are you Mrs. Brady?
No, he. If you're Alice, Scott, Sam. So for sure.
Because the kids are on the sides, right?
The kids are on the side, so you might be Florence Henderson.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mm.
You might be. It's,
You know who my favorite Brady is? I like Tom Brady, and who else?
Well, Alice is in the middle.
That's true. That's true. Hey, so this is actually true, Josh. I was right now pulling my phone out because I was going to call you to ask about a
Gary, can you see my screen?
To ask about a
hold on,
top
let me
secret
show you.
trip that you're taking, Josh.
Oh yes, yes.
Yes,
but I wanted to. I need to talk to Corey about this top secret trip because I want to see if you guys want to include me in a portion of this top secret trip. And now that I've said it publicly, you have to. So
I'm 100% down, and we will work it out because I don't see why not. You know.
all right.
Yeah. Are you guys interested in top secret trips to Cambria kind of?
Yeah.
locations?
We actually go up
Let's
there
go.
all the. Well, not quite up there. We go to Santa Barbara all the time. Like we take
Nice.
day trips to Santa Barbara because I don't know if you know this, but we're very affluent.
That's true.
Affluent. We're very affluent and very sophisticated, and that's just how we roll down here.
So the sophistication and affluence, it's like I can't think of a better. Okay, so I'm gonna just mention like my arm, like the bicep. That was actually a bit that like a friend and I had in art school where it was like I want somebody to riff on this, but it's like it was the art teacher who's like the workout freak. So they're like, you're too tight with your drawing. Just feel my arm. Feel my arm. You feel that really tight? Okay, you need to like loosen it up. It's not tight like this, right? It's just like loose, and like everything that is done in the art class just ties into an analogy that's just people feeling his muscles. That's basically the art teacher.
Yeah, when I first met you, Josh, that's the first thing I thought. I was like, this dude's ripped.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, speaking of Josh, you actually played the ripped pastor, the shredded pastor.
That is true. If you want to
Pleasure
see my voice with a shredded, cool pastor body, you should definitely check out Pleasure Beast. Also, if you want a song stuck in your head for a good month and a half, check out Pleasure Beast.
Keeping secrets.
So, Josh,
is there a recording? Is there a full recording of that online somewhere?
Yes, on Josh's one of his streams that you did, right, Josh? Didn't you like live stream it, or am I imagining that?
Live stream the whole song?
No, the recording of your lines. I thought we like live streamed it or something.
Yeah, I think we did. I think we live streamed a little bit of that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that was good.
Okay.
Yeah, and Corey, I think we did that with Corey's wife. I always want to say Melania, but that's not her name, is it?
No.
Anyways, it's close, but she's super cool. By the way, super talented. She great voice artist, actress, the whole bit.
Yeah.
She did when I did that thing, the Unchained Aggression with Corey. We had her do the voice of one of the girls, and Corey live streamed the whole thing, the recording session. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. She's a really good sport. She's really good. But we did that. We did, Josh. We did live stream you, I think.
Yeah. I think now the Pleasure Beast song though, is that accessible for somebody? Like
Yes, you can go. Actually, the whole sound. This is an infomercial, a gym commercial, if you will. You could get it all on Spotify. It's and YouTube and all that stuff. The whole soundtrack is up.
Is it available on vinyl?
Yes. If you
great.
burn a copy and press
a vinyl copy.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're like basic. Yeah, I love it. You're like, see what you first have to do is like take the digital audio and bring it to have it pressed on a single wax cylinder. And then from there, you use that as the master to press the entire vinyl.
It's not currently available on vinyl, but it is on pleather. So,
yeah.
if you guys would like to get that, but I feel like this is the morning after for my conversation with Gary, because we talked less than 24 hours ago.
What about Naugahyde?
Yeah,
you're coming on a little strong, Jim. Coming on a little strong.
The only difference is when I was talking with Gary, I was laying on my bed and my feet were in the air, and I was like this. So, but the same.
I need
Tell me more, Gary.
Phonograph.
What was that?
I need a collection in phonograph.
A phonograph. Got it.
So tell me if this is true. I heard that Frank being the mod, if somebody gets out of hand, he will actually fly to their house on a jetpack.
Yeah.
And beat them with a foam bat.
So some of that's true. Basically because Frank's the mod.
It's not foam. It's metal.
If you get out of line, Frank actually just starts singing Rod Stewart songs. But like early Rod Stewart before he was Rod Stewart, the solo artist, you know.
So when I lost all respect for Josh the other day. Again. But when Josh is my go-to for and Corey for knowledge.
For respect.
I'm like respect. But when you said, wasn't Rod Stewart in a group before? I'm like, you should know this. He was in the Faces.
Yeah,
I thought every music person kind of knows that. And and he was also a Teletubby. So
was Rod Stewart actually a Teletubby?
He was the Teletubby that was STD themed. So
do you guys remember when
Tinky
politics were so funny that people would just get mad about a Teletubby? I miss those times.
What was the thing about the Teletubbies? I don't remember. Oh wait, they had the one they thought was
the TV center.
It was the symbol on his head, right? Or something.
Okay.
I think they thought one was gay or something.
Yeah, the purple one. Yeah, the purple one. Because he wore a bag, and they're saying that it was a purse.
Yeah, Tipsy was giving off them homosexual.
Leanne, we're just while you were gone, we were just talking about gay Teletubbies.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah,
just, standard casual conversation.
I had to give, and then Josh and I had a conversation earlier, and I said, it just seems like every time I join the Artcasters, I end up talking about like jackass topics. Like it's never serious. It's always really dumb. And I think it's me. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's me. And I think I drive the conversation to that level.
Yeah. And I was telling that I basically told Jim that the next time he's on, we're going to have like a dark night of the existential soul conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So speaking of that, really, what do you feel about the gay Teletubbies? Just to kind of get us back on track to a more existentially heavy.
Didn't one of the Teletubbies have like an appendage on his head that was like a pointy thing, and the other one had like a circular one on his head?
That's true.
That's all I got to say.
Yeah.
I think that says it all, really.
Yeah, really.
Nothing else needs to be said about that. Yeah. So, anyways, we're just sitting here in the park enjoying your show, and I just wanted to chime in to be an attention whore. So now that I'm done, I'm gonna go take a cold shower in the park.
Wow.
So,
and there we have it. I will be shortly back. I'm gonna go wash my hands.
Hey, I gotta bail, guys.
No, I'm gonna go first. I'm gonna go first.
Yeah. Jim always has to go first.
Actually, I was gonna go. It was gonna be me.
I gotta go. I wanted to let Adam know I just ordered Toad Road, so I'm looking forward to getting that.
Oh, awesome! Thank you so much, Scott.
You're welcome.
I hope you enjoy it.
I'm looking forward to reading it.
I'll be right there.
All right, guys, take it easy.
Bye, guys.
You too.
Oh, Jim bailed. All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna check out too, guys.
Fair.
See you, Gary. Have a good one.
If you're still around later, I'll pop in.
Yes. Make sure you guys check out Gary's stuff, Dinosaurs versus Mars Bots. And I'm going to actually disappear for a second to get rid of my coal miner hands here. So I'll be I'll be back. Why don't you guys? We're like kind of at like, oh my gosh, like almost the 5-hour mark. So let everybody know where they can find your work and all that fun stuff.
All right, Adam, where can we get Toad Road Comics?
Well, if you want to be like Scott Circlin and order a copy of Toad Road Comics #1, you can go to indieplanet.com. It's INDY Planet, which is not how you actually spell Indie Planet. Sorry, that is how you spell the website, but it's they don't know how to spell the word indie.
You're gonna have to accept that that's how they spell it, Adam.
Yeah, well, I like to remind people that because I think it gives them something to think about. The misspelling is a very specific thing about the website, so you got them thinking about indieplanet.com, how it's spelled. You know, it's part of my marketing tactic. And you could also check out my YouTube channel, which most of my videos, or at least all the recent stuff, has a direct link to where you can get Toad Road Comics. And there is a kind of uncensored
I was gonna say, I see you have a red cover.
Go ahead.
I have a yellow cover. So why is mine yellow, Adam?
Well, there's two slightly different versions. One's a little bit more just uncensored, and the other one has some of the bad words and stuff taken out. So the yellow one is a bit more family friendly. It's more like a PG, maybe I would say, rating.
Yeah, right here.
And then the red one is a little more, I don't know if I'd say a full R, but it's somewhere in that territory.
It's definitely PG-13 or a little bit over that.
There you go, yeah.
Love it. So
if you're a prude like me, you want to get the yellow cover. If you're an edgelord, get the red cover. Get both.
Yeah, why not get both?
I was gonna throw out there that apparently, like, see, I didn't know of the guy I ended up in that debate with before that interaction, you know, except maybe from a couple of your streams. And I guess Jake was like really super familiar.
Right, yeah.
And he was, I don't know, commenting at the top of this about that.
Josh, I don't know if you remember, we had after one of the streams, you're like, this was before you had debated with Brett. You're like, oh, your friend Brett is really cool. And I was like, Josh, let me tell you something about Brett Keane. One, he's not my friend. No, he's not. Like, I don't know if you remember. That's the same person I was talking about.
Because I had overheard like maybe like 15 minutes of your conversation, and he seemed like really like interested in you. And of course, I've seen what he did with all that information later on, where I'm like, okay, this guy is a piece of
Adam before that. Say Brett seems cool, but I need to go. And he's like, oh, Brett is a piece of crap. And I told Josh to go full force on him. Like, oh, okay. And it was like the next day, me and I were talking. I think it was maybe behind the streams or on stream. I don't remember. But he was like, oh no, like he is well known. And I was like, oh,
that's
okay.
Brett's style. He's been doing that for 12 years.
But yeah, so I have since found out certain animal information regarding like manatees.
I saw that in the thumbnails of some people's videos.
And I've listened to a couple because I think the main thing is I had never listened to Drunken Peasants. And so I kind of went down a rabbit hole of that after seeing that edited video by him, where I was like, this is just the funniest thing I've ever seen. Like, it was sincerely funny, because it was just like, if you were like doing a parody of somebody completely misrepresenting a conversation, like the way that I see like people kind of say the fake news is or whatever, and they'll use the words like fake news in their wildest imagination. Would that be like sort of how the recap of a conversation would go? And that one like magically fit that bill, where I was like, wow, this is like the like, it's not just bad faith, it's like the worst faith. Where you're like, oh man, okay, interesting. but after that, yeah, I went down that rabbit hole and was like, oh, okay, this is like a character. But what
Yeah,
I
yeah.
also found funny was like the first video, that's most of what they were railing him for, where they're like, dude, we don't want you to just like read Wikipedia articles.
Oh, really?
And I was like, yeah, that was my biggest criticism, was like, I actually want to know what you think,
What do you think?
not
hilarious.
just like a list, you know, like a list is
Well, let me read you from my list here
Yeah.
why you're wrong, Josh.
Mhm.
So, list number 1.
Yes.
Well,
But
he
yeah,
also
so
wanted you to read the list at first. Like,
yeah, and I
while
was
you're
like,
drawing.
and I love that we even
Yeah,
explained that.
Conveniently leaves that part out of his little
Yeah.
video expose on us.
Yeah. Oh, and I even called him out on the straw man that then he proceeded to make a video saying was my point. Because like I literally like in the conversation caught that he was trying to make it what I was saying into a straw man, where he's like,
Yeah.
well, if you don't want facts and evidence, and I'm like, no, I just like I actually would just like it if you'd engage with one counterpoint. Like if you make a point and I make a counterpoint, the way a debate goes is you respond to the response. You don't just
Right.
go back to a list that has nothing to do with the exchange going on, you know?
Yeah.
Anyhow, so needless to say, I think Jake got a kick out of that.
Yeah.
That whole thing. Because I think it was
I was sitting crying at the Oscar moment.
Well, I'm
It was,
betting, Jake, you probably kind of anticipated some of those things, because those are Brett has these same patterns that he always
yeah,
does.
he's got all these fucking patterns down.
It was
to
very predictable
It
that
is.
was going to happen.
that a person can be this like loopy in their thinking pattern and in logic, and still manages to go through the whole thing even with strangers, and they can detect that there's a pattern here.
Yeah, it was interesting. I didn't even realize that I was like, I was mentioning that to Jake too. Like one of the reasons when I'm talking to people, I have questions if they're making a case for something I don't agree with. It's like the advantage of that is like a lot of the time you end up kind of honing in on things that are actually pretty common questions about whatever that is, you know?
Mhm.
And a lot of it just comes from just like following your natural curiosity, where you're like, well, wait a minute, there's this one thing that doesn't make sense, you know? But yeah, anyhow, needless to say, I thought that was funny that Jake was familiar.
Yeah. I was kind of surprised that not very many other people were as aware of Brett, actually.
Yeah.
I've been intimate. No, I'm not gonna say. No, I have been familiar with his antics.
I don't care about that as much. So I only look at stuff that interests me. So
No, but I'm also terminally online. So there are these little things, and like you know, degrees of separation that really like gives me the tingle.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I you know, I'm familiar with some online stuff, but I also am like a guy who I had a YouTube video up that got like thousands of views, and had I like realized that meant something, I would have been like actively building my YouTube channel. But at the time I was just using YouTube to host like an art process video that I could post on like the forums at Threadless, you know?
Mhm.
So it's like, I was that unaware of YouTube, like as its own kind of thing, you know?
It's his own ecosystem and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought of it like what's that photo site everybody used to use back in the day?
Funny Junk.
What's up?
Funny Junk.
Yeah, something like that, or like Photo Bucket or whatever, you know,
Yeah,
where it's like
Photobucket,
yeah, it's just one of those sites that you just like use to like host something you want to link in a forum, you know.
Mhm.
I didn't realize that like YouTube had its own thing. I really kind of wish I had, like, at the time, you know.
No, I don't think that you'll be sitting here like this if you came into the scene way earlier. Who knows? Really?
That's
Yeah,
true.
maybe you lucked out.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of like edgy stuff that happened early in YouTube
Yes.
that I luckily avoided.
Yeah, I
love
kind of wish I had avoided that time period of YouTube.
I loved it. Now it's all petered out or censored or stale.
Yeah. But I do like it's weird because it's like there's a part of me that likes drama and stuff, and I have to admit, like I can see the appeal because that one exchange with Brett, and then seeing his response that was just so cartoonishly off, was slightly fun, like in a weird way.
Oh,
And
it was really. I thought it was really fun.
Yeah, so I can see the appeal of like getting into it with some of those things. But also I really see a huge appeal to like one of the things I love about our community is like we don't kind of go in those like crazy like comics gate type territories where it's like we're making a ton of enemies and like I don't know. The one thing I like about our own art group is just like that we're relatively like diverse in viewpoint, and like we all kind of get along, and it's like everybody's just kind of supporting everybody else's stuff. It's like it really is like a nice. It actually seems like a healthy community, and
well, I always feel too in this community that even if there is a little bit of ruffled feathers, like we can easily get over it and make up, and move past it.
Yeah.
And there's not like a necessary need to create kayfabe nor trying to escalate things into being something that has to be talked about for content or for and it speaks to a level of I'm not gonna like invoke maturity, but the amount of like limit to what can be discussed about, without having to circling all back to one particular thing, and just like being open to more topics and more discussions about things, and then just go with it rather. Instead of having to be like locked concrete into this and this and this and this, like a systematic sort of discussion where everybody has to come to some kind of like consensus. That sort of like thing doesn't spring up organically unless you've taken some kind of like side. And when you look when you're in social circles, there's an amount of congregation where it has to be agreed upon as a norm or expected as given fact that you have to like engage in this way. That creates circles, and that creates the borders to where talk goes. But as far as like this kind of like unit is, it's more open to interpretation and also more open to just talking about interests or whatever random that we feel like getting into.
It would be a bummer if it became something where like every stream we had to like hit certain talking points that were expected within our community. Like I feel like the second you get there, you're like, I don't know, it's not quite community at that point. But
I mean, we do tend to like, for the record, we do tend to like skid into territories where we discuss things that have been like threaded on before. Thing is, there's variety to go even further with another like an angle to or an approach to that type of discussion or topic. So there's more layers to build upon. That's how normal conversation works, just off the bat.
And there's, I think, less of an expectation that everyone's going to like cross their I's and dot their T's on the same exact conclusion in order to be in the group, I don't know. I like that. But, I have to say that little taste of drama was kind of fun. So, and it did give me content, and it's not like I'm like farming the content. I thought it was hilarious. I've never experienced that on the internet to that extent. I have like back in the forum days, that was always a thing, but never in like the YouTube.
Just like in text.
Yeah. There's definitely been that, like, communities in general. Like I'm familiar with how an online community can become toxic or weird. But it's like, that was a new experience of like the YouTube-isms where I was like, oh my goodness, but also kind of got a kick out of it. So I can see the appeal. And I was just talking to like, Gary and Scott, they're going to be starting streaming too. And I really do think it's good if we start, I don't want to build a toxic community, but I think like the more we kind of start having pollination between the communities, the better. Oh, we got Frank. What happened, Frank?
Welcome back, Frank.
Welcome back.
Well, I went to go check something, but it kicks me out every time I do something off the phone. So
got it. Yeah, I can understand that. So I think like if we all start streaming, and being on each other's streams and stuff, I think that's more beneficial for like building a community and kind of creating like some cross stream platforms and conversations. I think is really good.
Yeah, definitely.
See, that's sort of like the thing, though. The ethos to that has to be sort of like that whole agreement of not wanted to, the ability to carry oneself has to like cross so that there is open opportunity and availability to like talk the way that we do here in other streams. Thing is, now that with one person controlling a certain platform, there will be inevitably some kind of like rule or dictation that will kind of alter the talk. Either because they want to like hit certain things.
That's expectable.
That is like up to one each their own, really. And I think
I agree.
There wouldn't be any like problem or quarrel. Sorry, not corral.
Some corrals would be interesting though, and I think like since Frank is in Texas, like he could bring some corrals into live streams. No, sorry, bad joke.
Not every part in Texas is a ranch.
It's not. I used to live there, and actually, there were a lot of ranches out there. I'm just saying.
Where did you live? I know you.
Outskirts of Fort Worth.
Okay, yeah, in that area, yes.
We were like on
we
the
do
outskirts.
Have in the outskirts, country. We do have more ranches. This is more of a centralized city area. But even there's like a couple of city right across where it turns into a ranch. There's an overlap.
But I was just joking because of the misspoke of corral. I apologize, Jake. I totally derailed you there.
No. It was me. I'm hungry actually, and I am a bit parched, so I should get something to drink.
Nice.
I do have a beer outside the door. Hold on.
A beer? Did he say a beer? Nice.
A beer.
Beard. A bear?
Beer sounds delicious. I will probably have to get some of that said beverage at some point later in the day.
There we go.
And since we're talking about streams, I will mention it again that there probably won't be a Taraku stream this Monday. But next week there will be. And we do streams a little bit different. Those are a little bit more like interviews. But sometimes we do have casual hangouts.
Yes, Taraku is much more kind of similar to like Artcasters, where there's usually a topic and a guest, or a guest like who's talking about work and stuff like that. Whereas like this live stream is just, this is just a hangout stream where we work on art, and that's kind of it. And then we talk about whatever the hell we want, as long as it's safe for work, basically. And sometimes we ride that line, which is okay too. Oh, my goodness, you guys. I got to disappear for 2 seconds again, but I'm starting to actually get more comfortable with, like, I don't know if I have to announce every time if I step away for a second. Because I do kind of feel like, we have a good flow of conversation, and I feel like sometimes when I say that, it might kind of be like putting a cork in a bottle of conversation where it's like, wait a minute, we had a flow, and then, so anyhow. I'll be right back.
Yep.
And Adam, I want to hear about that page when we get back too, because I'm curious. It looks awesome.
Okay. Yeah, this is just
you
a
got a lot
page.
of work on that.
Just putting
I
some
sent
color
you
in.
a whip of the one I'm working on, Adam.
Oh,
And
nice.
also
I
Josh
will check that out.
and Scott and Gary.
Nice.
Yeah, I still need to add like more stuff in there, like CK. Skins.
Okay, so I want to hear about that page. Is that the doctor page, or is this a different one?
Yeah, this is a doctor page.
I like that bit. It's funny.
I think it's one of my funnier bits, but this will not be in the family friendly version.
Yeah.
I don't think it's really censorable, but
no, it's. I don't think you have to censor that.
It's just a take on the old: is the glass half empty or half full? I think we could say.
Yeah, I like it, and I like the misdirect. I feel like the misdirect is what makes the joke, because it's you kind of I don't know. See, now I'm being unfunny because I'm analyzing one of your jokes. I'm gonna analyze it to where it's not funnier anymore.
It lends itself to analyzation, I think.
But I feel like, to me, if I look at that, I'm like, okay, that's pretty well written comedy, because, like, you know, one of the classic ways to do, especially off-color comedy, is you sort of establish a pattern.
Right.
And then you break the pattern in an unexpected way. And so I really like that, because it's got the rhythm and the cadence where you have, like, one ongoing joke that starts with, like, one really off thing, which is they're drinking midget piss, right?
Correct.
I can't
yes.
remember. Yeah.
Midget piss.
Because he's at the doctor's, right? And he's getting like his urine tested. And so it's like the doctor's
which you
office.
It was revealed at the end.
Oh, I apologize.
No, it's all right.
I just killed your
at first
bit.
you don't. It's okay, but at first you don't really necessarily know that it's like doctors having a conversation.
But it's all these people doing this taste test of urine.
Well, the thing that I think is funny is they're debating whether it's half empty or full, but they take little sips as they're talking about it.
So it's got a side bit.
It doesn't make any sense at all. Like, why would you do that?
Yeah, so it's got this side bit that's like the off-color bit that they're drinking it, which is kind of
and it's midget
color.
There's multiple layers to it.
And then it's got the, you know, the bit about like, is this half empty or half full, right? And then it has a very unexpected punchline that I don't necessarily want to give away, because I feel like people should just buy the comic when it's done. But
yeah, well, it's kind of hard to work on this without revealing it. But
okay, well, so tell them the final reveal after it goes through.
The main character is Ted, the one-legged armless midget. So it turns out it's his urine sample that they've been debating about. And Ted says, "So, what are the results of my urine test, Doc?" And the doctor says, "Delicious."
So it goes from I love it. That's so good.
It's kind of stupid too. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's sort of establishes the tone.
I got a question. If a dwarf pee, will it be a stout?
Oh, that's a fair point.
I don't know.
I
don't know enough about beer to answer that.
That's just like a thinking man's joke.
He was playing on the stout and stout.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Two meanings of stout. I like it. So what, Jake? What are you working on as we speak, or are you just kind of recovering from the tumble?
I've been working since we started. I've completed a page, and I'm on the second page. But I've been trying to like share the screen, but apparently you don't get the memo on your end.
Oh, I didn't.
Let me try one more time. See if the
you gotta let them know. Usually, it doesn't always pop up.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Oh yeah, we got it was this problem. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I hog up the whole like screen right now. Yeah.
Nice. That's cool though.
Okay.
Yeah, it's that's like one of the reasons that we'll like use like OBS or whatever when we're connecting to StreamYard, because it's like then you can put the art in the stream, but it like I wish that if StreamYard could bypass that, that would be really cool, you know?
Yeah.
But there's little workarounds we have to use with this streaming service or whatever. So anyhow, I like the idea of multiple art streamers in our community. I think that would be fun.
Definitely.
And even if it has like a little mild drama, I don't mind.
Sure, yeah. I don't know if you realized earlier, Alan Marcus. I don't know if he's still here, but he was in the chat. Do you remember who that is, Josh? From the
I believe that was the guy. Is that the guy I called the Edgelord? I don't think was
Edgelord, but
I called him a hacker or something.
I think he thought he was like a
the dark web.
He's a dark web hacker. But I think I have since learned that was like kind of equivalent to like back when like a congressman described the internet as a series of tubes, kind of disconnection from reality.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure what Alan's whole thing is because I don't know him well enough. But
okay.
I was just wondering if you recognize that that's who that was, because Alan also does live streaming and
nice.
He hosts art streams and stuff called the Flow State.
Oh, cool.
Nice. Or he'll have like a whole bunch of people on doing art all at once, and oftentimes it's like these really interesting topics, or someone's like reading from a book and things. So.
Oh, cool. I think you had mentioned that before. I need to check out. Is it under his name on YouTube? Or
it's called Weaving Spiders Welcome. And then so it's like they do a sort of more like a podcast called Weaving Spiders Welcome, and then it's like every other one is the Flow State like art streams.
Nice.
I believe every Wednesday they do it.
I feel like I'll enjoy that stream as long as I'm not a fly. No?
I can't remember what the reference is to. It's some really deep symbolic thing.
Well, I would guess it's not about catching flies. I would imagine it's about like people weaving their webs.
Sounds like some Greek myth stuff. I'm not sure.
I think it might be a reference to something. It's like a take on something else where they were like warning against. I can't remember. It was like an occult type thing or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Interesting. But he actually had some more seasoned experience where he was like, I eat when I'm on a live stream. I'll mute my audio and video and jump back in when I'm not chewing on something. It's great to have friends take the wheel and keep the ship sailing. Yeah, agreed. I think because I'm a relatively newer sailor, which I guess is weird to say because I'm like 90 streams in, but I'm still kind of figuring this whole thing out. And that's one thing I'm learning is to kind of like that I don't necessarily have to write or run the ship all the time. Another thing that I'm still adjusting to with streaming is like it's okay to have silence, and that's something I don't know. It's a weird thing because I definitely, if there's like a long moment of silence, even though like I think I've watched some of them back, and it's like what feels like a really incredibly awkward long moment of silence will be like 5 seconds. And when you're watching it, it doesn't feel like this incredibly long, awkward period of silence.
Yeah.
But so that's something I'm still adjusting to, is getting more comfortable with kind of allowing periods of silence, and then also being okay with like sort of like a new manager, right? Like when you're a new manager, you're usually very like micromanagey. This is like most new managers struggle with that. And then as you get more used to it, you start really learning how to delegate and trust your team to do what they're good at, what they were hired to do, and just kind of like set back and like let them kind of handle it a little more. I'm still learning that with streaming, strangely. You know?
This is what I did before I started on the other page.
Nice.
I love it. Ha! That's great. I love that.
So exclusive. Exclusive sneak peek. It
Oh
will be
my
out
gosh.
for 7 weeks.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jake Twister has given an exclusive to the Joshua Kemble live stream. Night Gang exclusive. Or I should call it Day Gang. What do we call these ones? We need a term.
Gang.
Gang. That's it. Gang exclusive. We're the gang. That would be a
gang.
Yeah.
Also, you were not wrong on that lounge song by Wet Leg.
Yeah.
It's in my head now.
Oh, you checked it out?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, isn't it great?
No.
What song?
Chaise Long by Wet Leg. It's
What the hell?
It's so good.
What the hell kind of song is that?
It's
what is it called?
It's I think one of the best songs of last year.
Oh, okay.
And then it's funny because Gary was talking casually about hanging out on a Chaise lawn. I'm always going to mispronounce that. But
I think you said it right the first time.
Yeah, and I made a joke about it that referenced that song, and then Gary was like, "Dude, I love that band," and we got in this long conversation about it. But yeah, the song will be stuck in your head for like 10 weeks, though.
I still got Jim Luhan's. Sorry, I still got the Sorry about that. I still got that Keeping Secret song stuck in my head.
Nice. The one that gets in my head from there is the "You think you know me, but you don't own me. Gonna be your pleasure beast." That song.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I love that song. It's wonderful.
It's all. I wanted to tell Jim. I don't know if Jim is watching, but I was going to praise how much, especially how much I appreciate it. I was so sick, and I was just laying there looking for stuff to watch, and I just watched so many of his old videos.
Yeah, Jim is a talent, to say the least.
Well, it makes you want to be way more productive. It's like, holy crap! Like,
yeah,
if Jim can do all this, like, why am I just like barely getting part of this page done right now?
That's one of the things I liked about the creative group we had going before all this COVID stuff hit, where you'd like meet with these guys, and like I think Dave Baker was in it, like a lot of these guys that are just like crazy productive, that like Jim knew. And you just like meet up like once a month or whatever and just talk about stuff. And just that conversation would just give you like rocket fuel,
Wow.
Where it's like you're surrounded by, like Ken Mora is one of the people in that group too. And like Ken's always putting out comics and always working on stuff and always hustling. It's like, I don't know. There is something to be said for like, I don't know. I've talked about it, but it's like there's that old saying, like you don't want to be the smartest guy in the room. There's something to be said for like surrounding yourself with people who are like just constantly putting out like awesome work. Makes you want to up your game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Jim is he's been one of those friends that's been an inspiration to me since we were just talking about it the other day. It's like weird, but we've known each other for over a decade now, which doesn't seem long when you've known somebody that long. But then when you do the math and you're like, holy moly, we've been like, yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, because I remember just like seeing Jim way back. I think you and I were talking about this the other day because I remember him all the way back from like, at least from like Jersey Dro's show.
Yeah.
And I just kind of was always at least like vaguely aware of Jim's stuff all the way. I can't remember how long ago he was doing that Comics Are Great show, but at least back to that.
Yeah, that's a guy I probably should try to touch base with at some time. I have not followed what Jersey's been up to.
I think he's doing a webcomic. Actually, I don't know if he's still doing that. He was doing like a polar bear webcomic at one point for a long time.
Nice.
Oh, Josh Dermans. You saw the page I sent you, the one with Dr. Kemble on it. There
Yes.
is a reference in one of the panels that I think you will like, and it has to do with a bear.
Wait a
But
second.
it's a background reference. You're gonna have to look at it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm gonna scope
I mean,
that
you
out.
have to look. You have to look at it now, but like, yeah, like you have to like keep an eye out, and it should be pretty visible.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use that as an incentive for me to finish the outlines, because once I'm done with that, before I go in and hatch, I'll peek at this for this missing surprise appearance. I'm kind of excited about that. So that's cool. I'm glad, Jake, that you're able to get some work done too. I feel like that's the biggest benefit of these streams. You know, I don't know, Adam, have you found that when you're doing streams? Like, I don't know. I just am always amazed by like how much gets done during them.
Yeah, it seems to like compound, like it's exponentially interacts with itself or something.
Yeah,
like the combination of working on your comics and streaming it at the same time, like something keeps you going and going and going.
I haven't been like working when I've been in these streams as much.
Yeah.
But that's because I had like a down period. But now after like this week, I picked up Steam again, and it does contribute to like a healthy output, I would say. And being done with like one page now feels way better than being like done with 2 pages that I've been stuck in for at least 2 months.
Yeah. I mean, that's huge, you know, like kind of breaking that, almost like that block or that whatever it is, you know. Yeah, I don't get in my own way as often, I think, if I'm on stream. That's weird, but weird way of explaining it, but that's how I feel about it.
And it's not like accountability, unlike some people have used streaming for.
Yeah.
Although that is a good thing, a good idea on to purposefully like checking in and all that stuff. But sometimes it's just good to have an aura of like a creative team around you that aren't working on the same thing that you do, and you could just like spitball.
Yeah. And I think just there's an energy to it, you know, when everybody's kind of making progress. If I stop and take a peek at, as I'm going to do right this minute, at what Frank was talking about, I can look and see everybody else making progress, and it makes me want to get back to my page, you know. Let's see. So let's check out what Frank was talking about. Frank sent a photo.
Yeah, that's just what I'm working on now, but I
think it's on the page prior.
Yeah.
Gary's going to be stoked about the latest page, though. I have to contact the... Is that what I think it is?
Is it the picture?
Yes.
Yes.
The artist rendering?
Yes. Oh no, that's from the panel before. That's what attacked CK, but it should be the panel. The first two panels below that row. So the fourth.
Oh, snap! Okay, now I see it. That's amazing. It's in the picture frame.
Yeah.
Like the doctor's office picture frame. That makes me really happy. Happier that's what I was hoping it was, and then I was like, oh, maybe it was something I wasn't, and then seeing that it's exactly what I was hoping.
Yeah.
If we're having a comic that's referencing Artcasters, and especially Corey, I feel like that that combination with a kayak is very important for our stream.
Yeah.
I still want to make T-shirts. At some point, I'm going to make T-shirts with the kayaking bear. That needs to happen. And it'll just have a bear in a kayak. It's not going to have any explanation to what it originates from, you know?
It's got to be a super insider reference type of deal. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, I'm going to be right back. Whew. Oh, jeez.
Teetering on returning to video games for a period, but now that I got my workflow back, I'm not so sure.
Do you guys ever have moments where you'll map out like a bigger panel and be like, this will be quicker because it will be one big panel. And then you end up getting into it and you go, this was not quicker.
Oh yeah.
Wouldn't
There's
that
been panels where, oh, I can knock this out. It's a simple page, and it takes me longer because I have to add on details.
Right?
You're gonna see it more.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of the conundrum I've found myself in here. Where I was like, I'm just gonna do one panel like I always do on stream, and then it's like thinking it would be a couple hours, and it's 5 hours later. I'm still rocking that panel, but I am making progress, and I am really very much appreciative of the company.
Do you clock your hours?
No, I should, but I have a feeling if I did, I would probably need to go to therapy.
Well, I mean, the streams sort of does that for you in a way, but it's not like all of the amount of time that you've spent on the comic itself, because I assume, work off the clock or off stream too.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, less and less so. My goal right now is to try to, like, I have freelance work I have to do today, and for that, I don't know how much of that I'll stream,
Mm-hmm.
But it's like I have like a couple illustrations that I need to get done after this panel. But my general goal right now is to try to live stream whenever I'm working on comics, except in the cases where, like, if people in my family are going to watch a movie or something and I'm going to work, I don't want to like live stream while there's a film in the background or something, But yeah, it's gotta be a long time, because I think that my page is definitely, I mean, if I think like one panel usually takes me about 3 or 4 hours, and most of my pages have more than 4 panels, so I'm definitely spending more than a work day just inking my pages,
Yeah, I don't get it how like the old guys did it in the bullpen days of Marvel, like Buscema, for instance. How he just chucked out like, I don't know how many pages, like probably 3 pages a day. It must have been like a whole other kind of like time, but also you look at, and when you compare the quality of it, the contrast to what you get today, and the technological developments and all that. So there's that to think about. Then you have like crazy guys like
deadlines.
what?
deadlines also like play a big role in that, and that's
Mhm.
part of why Kirby developed his style a little bit more simpler to be able to knock out pages.
Yeah, because it's weird because it seems mysterious and impossible, but then I also work all day in like a creative department where we'll have a day where between like 5 or 6 artists we'll do over 80 designs, you know. So it's like it's possible. There's a thing about collaborative work that unlocks a little more too. Like, you know, if you do the equation of you pencil 2 panels a day, and then you kind of pass them on, that speeds up the process a little bit. You know, there's a lot of different things that could speed up the process, but it still is mind-boggling and impressive and a little overwhelming to think of the quantity of work a lot of those guys were doing. The other thing is, like, the sad reality of the industry is a lot of those guys did not work 8-hour days, you know? So it's not like they went to work at 9 and clocked out at 5 and had 3 comic pages done. A lot of them were working for like slave wages, like for, you know, 16 plus hours a day. So it's, I don't know, it's kind of like animation nowadays too, you know, like a lot of animation companies like seem really appealing, you know, and I'm near LA where like a lot of the heart of that industry is, and it's like, yeah, I mean, like you go to like DreamWorks campus, it looks like a daydream. It's like you go there, there's like a cafeteria, but it's not like a cafeteria like you'd imagine at like a hospital or like a school. It's like this really cool, like almost like food court, you know, that's like just really nice and everything's nice. And they have like laundry sites on facility and stuff. And that's really cool because it's like, dude, can you imagine just like, you don't have to do laundry when you get home. You just do it while you're at work. And like, there's all sorts of really cool benefits and stuff. You go to the art directors, like studios there, and it's not even like a studio. It looks more like an apartment, you know, where there's like a bed there. But then you start realizing the reality of why they offer those incentives. And it's because like, if you're an art director there, you're not going home.
Yeah.
So you need a bed there because you're going to not make it home, driving home because you just worked 18 hours.
It's like that hospital kind of lounge thing, you know?
Yeah.
You got, like, emergency, or not emergency, but those working on shift, just like sleeping inside the hospital and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, when you see the darker reality to it, you're like, okay, I can see, like, it's really cool. There's a lot of energy. Like, yeah, you can get laundry done, but the reason they let you do laundry there is they want their employees to have clean clothes, and the employees working the hours that they're employing them would never have time to clean their clothes. Like, it's just like this weird, like, there's a darker side to like animation. And I think comics have definitely got that as well, where it's like a lot of the current guys too. It's like, I think a lot of these people are like working, you know, more than not working, like, you know.
Yeah.
So that's the other big trick. But then you also see some of those guys work and you're like, they are way quicker. Like, you know, even like Jim Lee on his Instagram, if you see him like working on stuff, he's very quick.
Yeah, his Twitch streams where he does most of like commission work or cover work or whatever. He's fairly quick.
Yeah,
takes 2 hours for him to like fully ink. And it's full figure as well.
But also, it's why people develop shorthands, you know? Like, I think, you know, if you have like a shorthand character that you just slightly alter, it's going to go a lot quicker than if you're doing like every character is very unique and customized.
Yeah, and it skids into that whole same face thing. The way that Katsuhiro Otomo. Wirt was basically doing small alterations with his characters. But if you look at it, most of his characters in Akira suffer from same face.
Yeah, actually, that's one of the best examples of the same face thing, where it's hard to even tell the female characters from the male character. Like they just all seem almost like the same exact character. Even from like style of clothes to like haircuts, it's like they all start. Yeah.
But his output was the thing though.
Oh yeah,
made him in a sense.
Oh yeah, and also, I mean, that's a small critique, but it's like I've rarely seen anyone do background art to the and tech design like to that extent since, you know.
Yeah, same thing applies to Sean Gordon Murphy. Although that I love his art, you can definitely tell that he works on this stock character design that he's just like altering the costumes for. You could definitely pick that apart when you read Tokyo Ghost, followed immediately up with Batman White Knight. I could also probably reference The Wake, but I don't know. No, actually, Punk Rock Jesus. That's where you like really cement his style and rarely deviates away from the things that he uses from Punk Rock Jesus. So although that he's like really great in the output and the way that he draws and all that stuff, he's definitely developed a figurative shorthand for the things that he draws.
Yeah, which a lot of people, you know, make a very good case is like sort of the basis of cartooning is like it is sort of figurative shorthand. So it makes sense. And the other comic I'm going to be working on this year is like definitely more going to be in that line where it's going to be very simplified, like subtle differences in characters, a little more open line. Definitely a heck of a lot less cross-hatching.
But that leads back to like that comment we had, I think it was earlier this week, about developing all these shorthands is channeling down to style.
Mm-hmm.
So it's good to remind oneself that although that they have great work and it comes off as a little bit samey, there's also an intention to it.
Yeah, 100%. And shorthand doesn't always mean bad, you know.
Yeah. Like if you pick up on it and you detect it and you don't like it, doesn't mean like the other person who detected as well will take that much into it, because it's all nice and smooth and.
Yeah, Corey and I were talking about this a couple days ago about I had been looking at Mo Willems' books and just had this very brief moment of just like burning envy.
Okay.
Just because I think Mo Willems is easily one of the best kids book artists alive right now and writers. But his style is so simple, like so simple, so loose, so open. It's enviable, you know. It's just you can see how he's able to have the output of books that he has, you know. And the writing is and the character acting and stuff is where like the genius, as well as the design, like is where the genius of his work comes in. But yeah, just because his style is simple doesn't mean he's not one of the best kids book artists alive. Like he just is, you know. It's like equally I could look at like Weisner, who's like does like Tuesday, and like each page he does looks like it would take like 5 months to execute. Both are some of the best kids book artists alive. It's just a weird thing, but it's when you're working more on the labor intensive stuff, you, at least I find, I'll look at like the really simplified stuff and be like, oh, I'm a little jealous. you know. How you hanging in there, Frank? Oh, Frank's on mute. Okay, never mind. How are you hanging in there, Adam?
Doing all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to add, I really am impressed with efficiency. Like when someone is really good at efficiency, it's just like one of the things that I'm most impressed by.
Yeah, I agree.
Like not just anyone that's efficient, but like if someone does it like masterfully well, like an Alex Toth or something, it's just like,
Oh yeah.
or like Wally Wood or something. It's like
Mhm.
it's just it's like beyond next level.
Yeah,
Well,
I feel
Wally's
like.
in.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, with Wally, he's very, very interesting because his admittance in the way that he like cheated and swiped and all that stuff shows that he was more straightforward with the techniques that he developed and worked with during his time, contrast to the other people. But then on the like on the opposite end, you have like Toth, who definitely worked down to to a T his own technique and style to churn out work quickly. So
Yeah.
different methods that just leads to different ways of communicating things, either minimalistically or with impressive details and all that stuff. It's just weird.
Yeah, I love a good economy of line too, where like if I look at like George Harriman and Crazy Cat, there are times where the way that he draws like Ignatz, it's like a scribble.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a quick shorthand scribble with a quill, and that scribble says more than like somebody's drawing that would take like 20 hours could say about action, about character, about movement, and also about his own expertise in drawing, you know, because like if you try to scribble out a character and have it come out as good as George Harriman's scribble, like and it does, I'd be really impressed, because that's a rare ability that like only a few people have, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
And also it just requires such a knowledge of your character, like to be able to just, you know, just knock it out.
Well, I feel like it's fun too. It's like in the spirit of cartooning to just
Yes.
kind of get it down and you're done and move on to the next thing, and just more like the faster you get it done seems like in the spirit of cartooning. But the paradox is if you want to try to make it look good, then you're going to spend more time on it.
Yeah, and it's weird because the guys who don't have to spend more time on it and it looks good,
Yeah,
those are the guys, like that's why I was bringing up Mo Willems, you know, where I'm like, I don't look at like a Mo Willems book and go, man, I wish he had really drawn this pigeon more efficiently and spent more time on it.
Oh no, it looks really good.
Yeah,
like,
I'm
I didn't even know who that was, and I just saw that. I saw one of those books at like a secondhand store or something, and I grabbed it just because it jumped out at me as being really well designed.
Yeah, and I'm just like, I love the pigeon. Like the pigeon would be boring if the pigeon was really, really excellently drawn. So it's like it's that weird conundrum where, yeah, I don't know. Somewhere there is like a magic carpet where everybody enjoys what they're doing. And the reason that's the location of the magic carpet where everybody enjoys what they're doing is because it's very far from what I'm working on right now. That's the only reason I say that. It's got to be someone else. Someone else is enjoying this thing.
For this page in particular, I try to just kind of really enjoy just draw kind of directly and fast, and don't worry too much about the artistry of it all. You know, that was one thing I was trying to do in this page, which made it a lot more fun to work on, actually. But I don't know. Other pages are really fun too if you just put in a lot of artistry into it too.
Yeah, I'm noticing though that like the more you work in this style, like the tighter your line art is getting, but like not tighter, like it's not loose. It's just you're getting better. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like I am noticing like your line control is just getting super sharp.
Huh.
Yeah. Anyhow, I've been noticing that. Feels like the newer pages you've been doing have been like your inks are getting more and more like refined. It's kind of cool.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
I disagree.
Yeah, disagree. Okay, I want you guys to debate it, and I want Adam to reach out to Brett, have him on. He can make a video that completely accurately represents the debate.
Drop a link to Brett.
We can call him up. He always gives out his phone number.
Oh, that's fucking true. He always does this. Always fucking do this. Oh, I forgot that he drops all of his info and still bitches about it. Oh, doy.
I'm so mystified by this.
He's got like, it's such a like. Sure, you can run around and do your show and all that stuff, but if you don't want people to come randomly at your at you with weird stuff, just don't post that info. I know it sounds weird, but I can't control myself whenever I hear that.
You should try, though.
I can't help it, bro.
You should try.
You're triggered.
No, it's not a trigger. It's just excitement. That's what it is.
You think I haven't held back from some of this conversation?
Hold me back. Hold me back. I need two. I need Josh. I need Josh's guns to hold me back right now. He's just like arm locking me. Like I have to go after him. Just sprawling my legs in the air.
I like it. What are we? Who are we holding back from?
Me going at Brett.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I'd actually be curious because Adam, you've known him a lot longer. My read on him, I wonder if it's correct. So I'm going to tell you my read, and then you tell me how off I am. I kind of think he's a guy who, like, I think there probably is some sincereness in him, and he doesn't seem like an idiot. And I think like. And I think that there are positions he takes that are idiotic, but he doesn't seem to strike me as like a complete moron.
Yeah.
And so to me, he seems like a guy who like almost like sabotages himself, where like he wants a certain exchange with people, and the cost of that exchange isn't something he's willing to pay. But he wants that exchange, and he kind of ends up in these positions where he's like, "Why have I alienated people?" I don't know. That's what I read from him is like someone who kind of, whether denounced to himself or not, seems to alienate himself from people, and then be like mystified as to how that happened. You know, I don't know. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Well, you're right on some parts and wrong on other parts.
Okay, so he is a complete moron. I'm wrong about that.
Yeah, he's extremely stupid. He's like this is the thing, as Brett collects phrases, he collects questions, he collects quotes and stuff. So he can get his text file out and read it. Yeah, he can he has a list of philosophical questions he's going to ask you, you know. But that developed over the course of 15 years of saving him up when he hears someone say something, or he watched, you know, a debate with Christopher Hitchens or something, and he kind of wrote down what he said.
Got it.
But yeah, he definitely self-sabotages, and it's like even if he has, whether he has the self-awareness of it or not, he just doesn't have the control to not do it. I think he immediately regretted making that video.
Yeah.
Has he reached out to you since then? Because I haven't seen him pop up on your streams or not.
No. But Brett is probably I would just say that he's probably a much, much worse person than you can imagine.
Yeah,
I don't know what information you've come across, but
not all of it.
I think that Brett is probably one of the worst people I've ever heard of, outside of serial killer documentaries and things like that.
No, Frank, don't. He is really shit person. On a few degrees that are just not okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's a great guy. I know nothing about this guy.
Well, the stuff that I did read about, there's some stuff it's funny. I had mentioned just because this is something I do, and you guys will probably know this about me, but I tend to be pretty civil in a discussion. But if somebody goes low, I'll fire back low. It's just a tendency of mine. And he went kind of low for a second in the conversation. And it was something he was trying to kind of cite the Bible as a reason that I shouldn't be critical of a president. And so I kind of just fired right back without thinking. And this might be a weakness in myself. I just can't control myself. If somebody does a low shot, I'm just going to counter back with a punch. And I did that. And I just cited Romans, where Paul talks about frauds, right? Instantly. Because it was you could say he is without sin cast the first stone, but also Paul talks about not associating with frauds, and how there are frauds who claim to be Christians. And
wait, did he pull Corinthian on you, or was it you that referenced it?
No, I think and then I did also counter with the fact that Donald Trump didn't even know how to pronounce a very well-known chapter in the Bible, because I think there was a point where he was reading the Bible and he said in 2 Corinthians, and it's anybody who's familiar with Christianity would know that's a real telltale sign somebody's not really invested in learning the Bible if they're calling it 2 Corinthians. Mm-hmm. But anyhow, but in that I also just mentioned how, because I had noticed the 1 or 2 times I'd heard him talk, he was always bringing up stuff that was it just seemed really anti-gay. Yeah. And I just brought up that in Romans it talks about fraud, as well as lifestyle choices and stuff. And it's for some reason, some commentators are obsessed with it. So I thought I was getting personal with that part, where I was just poking him on the fact that he says a lot of anti-gay statements for some reason, and it's a weird obsession that Brett Keane seems to have. Brett. That was my little personal counterattack. But after I've read a little more about him, I realized that was a double punch, because I was talking about frauds. And so because that's a thing that I've heard was a big deal on the internet with him, was defrauding people. And so that to me was an unbeknownst counter hit that I felt was not intended as a hit against him. That part was meant as a diss against Trump. And I realized from his standpoint, that might have just seemed like a 2-shot that was really quick. Because he, even in his follow-up video, he seemed to think I was an atheist who's really familiar with his work. And I'm dude, I've never heard of the guy until my friend Adam, Adam, who's in my art community, hangs out with him sometimes, So it was that was the extent before that conversation of my knowledge, Yeah. But anyhow, that was just an interesting little side story about a little double hit that I meant as just a single hit. And probably shouldn't have done anyway, but I think you guys know how it is. You kind of match people at their level, and sometimes it's if people go really low, it's easy to just, at least for me, to just instant fire back,
Oh yeah,
without thinking. But yeah, so I don't know if it gets worse. If it gets worse than that, I didn't really go too far down the rabbit hole. But if it gets worse than the fraud stuff, then yeah, I don't know. But to me, that's pretty low. That's, I don't know.
Oh yeah, it gets worse than the fraud. So
yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I typed it in the private room.
Ah.
Well, I used to have a very antagonistic.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So the lowest of the low. Got it.
It gets lower. It gets lower than that. But I used to have a pretty intense like feud with Brett Keane back in the day.
I hope I'm not helping fuel that again.
No, it's all right.
Okay.
Like that was just part of my decision to kind of interact with him. But for the most part, I just tried to. I have been kind of prior to this incident, trying to just kind of keep things mostly cool with Brett, just because in the past when he and I didn't get along like pretty strongly, it was just really, really intense. So that is kind of and I like Brett when I do like that side of Brett that we did see from time to time where he's like being kind of just like more kind of cool and having a conversation. Yeah. I actually do enjoy having those types of conversations with Brett when he's not being an asshole. But that was kind of the main reason why I was letting him come hang out and stuff, and hanging out was just to try to keep things at a truce and try to keep things cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a bad practice to occasionally like try to get along with people you may not get along with. Like I think that's, like I don't know, like loving your enemies kind of thing.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to do, but it was just, I don't know. It got to a point where I could see like it was really negatively affecting too many other people.
Yeah.
So then, but now it's like, what do I do to get out of this now? I don't know.
How do you put that in the bottle?
I knew that was coming. I knew the attack video was coming any minute. Like he already like got pissed off at me from another stream. I don't know if you saw that one. It was like the second time he was on my live stream.
Okay. I don't know if I watched the whole thing. That's the thing. I watched like parts of them,
Yeah.
And I felt like, I think, it was
so much good content, Adam. It's just hard to.
No, really, it really is. Like that was one of the really. Those streams.
No, like
really
I'm being serious. Like.
Yeah. Well, thank you, but I mean, like especially those streams are really interesting as a psychological document of just seeing Brett go from acting cool and pretending to be your friend to just like totally attacking you, and then the next day pretending to be cool and then attacking you again. It's just like it's really interesting to see it just all play out.
Yeah,
in real time.
Like a weird Pavlovian thing,
Yeah. But it's kind of a shame because it's like the impression I get, regardless of like how moral the guy is, he definitely seems like he builds a box that he then hates.
Oh,
and it's like, why am I in this box? And then that becomes his content. And it's like, but it's a self-made problem there, I guess we all kind of have a little bit of that. But
oh yeah,
we're all a little bit of Brett Keane.
I don't know about that.
No, I'm not.
I literally said that because I thought, Adam, your response would be, I don't know. I don't know if that's true.
I cannot attest to being a manatee. I've checked myself in the mirror.
But yeah, so that was interesting, man. That was
That's the other thing is I find it interesting. Like Brett has such a history that it is interesting to have Brett Keane on the show. It's just like, I don't know. It's kind of like having. Well, I'll maybe be careful about what I say, but like Howard Stern will just have certain. Well, I don't know if I want to mention the example I was going to, but like say like an interview with a serial killer or something. Like I kind of think of having Brett Keane on as being similar to doing like an interview with a serial killer or something.
Yeah, I could think of like there's a specific guy that I never want to give air to, particularly because I've avoided getting into like anything with this area of the comics community. I've already been really clear about my opinion of it. There's a certain figurehead of the entire community.
Sure, yeah.
That it would be tempting to have exchanges with.
That would be a blast. That would be a blast to see.
I mean, it would be tempting, but I've never really reached out or sought them out. But I feel like if that person approached me, it might be kind of similar. I may not come to the same conclusion of even having that person on my stream, but it's like I would definitely have thoughts of like how interesting and possibly entertaining and good of a discussion it would be, because
that's a perfect example, actually.
Vehemently disagree with that person. You know what I mean? And I like their brothers' amazing indie comics. If that gives people a better
Oh, we're talking about
Yeah. So, and it's kind of weird that they're in the same family, but whatever.
Not really.
Yeah, it really is.
I think it's really cool.
I agree.
That there's such like vast array of different talents and different intersections of comics that they work in.
Yeah, and I'd agree that I think that maybe the strength in that narrative would be their diversity. I'm just going to say that.
Well,
Oh, yeah, sorry. But yeah, so it's kind of, I think that would be like the way I can kind of get a window into why you'd want to talk to Brett, because it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
And I will say,
Brett and I did start out as friends originally.
Yeah.
Like a really long time. Like this is like 12 years ago or something. This is actually when he was still an atheist. It was before any of like his scams and stuff became known.
For a downward
spiral. So you've seen the whole kind of arc.
Oh yeah. I miss the early days. Brett Keane was like a very famous YouTube atheist. Like he was like a YouTube pioneer. Like he was
one of the first, actually.
Yeah, he started out as like a beloved figure in the atheist community and the most famous guy on YouTube. One of the most famous guys on YouTube in the early days.
Yeah. It's so strange.
And yet he hasn't still like let it up like his output or his like amount of like trying to reinvent himself and his figure. The only thing is that it always leads to further misery and more failure on his part. So it's sort of like you can see like a star going to a red star and then to a dwarf or something, and then suddenly it's a black hole, like a fucking incredible black hole.
I can see that. I can see the appeal because it's equivalent to like watching the evolution of Ted Nugent or something.
Yeah, or if you take like another example from Lolcow circle, we got Christian.
Oh yeah, okay,
that's a good comparison.
His
life is fascinating in that way. I'm just saying, like, it's a good comparison in the sense that people are sort of strangely fascinated by these like losers on the internet, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the bad people. Christian match, though. I mean, Brett is certainly documented, but not as documented.
Yeah, I think it sounds like maybe a smaller phenomenon, although an equally kind of mysterious and definitely meme-y phenomenon. Like there's.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I actually. Hey Keith. Keith says Heidi ho.
Heidi ho. How's it going, Keith?
Funny thing happened. I went to my local comic book shop, and the dude at the comic book store had a Brett Keane T-shirt.
No, what?
It was like the funniest thing in the world. I posed with a picture with him. I told him like that's so hilarious. Like it was a manatee. It was a mac and cheese.
Oh, it was the mac and cheese blue one.
So I went to the comic book store and I was like, this guy has a manatee mac and cheese T-shirt, and I was like, that's so funny. That makes me think of Brett Keane. And then I read his shirt, and it's like, oh, it's a fucking Brett Keane T-shirt. And like it was just the funniest thing. Like I told him, like I knew Brett Keane like way back in the day, and it was just like the funniest thing. But yeah, Brett Keane is like that.
It was the DP one that they had from way back.
I think so. I don't.
Is it terrible that there's a part of me that like really wishes there was more sincerity there, like on his part? Just like, I don't know. Like I always kind of hope the best for people, and I'm always horrified to find out that people's baser instincts, or like, I don't know. It's like it's probably a weakness of mine as a person.
Well, I think that Brett has that quality though too. Is like most people that are kind of that follow his stuff, it's like you're repulsed by him and he's disgusting and evil, but there's something, it's like there's something that lures you in, that keeps you kind of coming back somehow.
Yeah, you like kind of want to see him. You want to see him get out of the hole.
Yeah.
You know,
I think it's sort of like perverted. You know how people regularly just follow people out of their charisma because of their and like the content production is like vlogging and all that stuff. I think it's the same, but it is closer to real life because we can relate to the human nature of mistake.
Yes.
So when you have mistakes so openly put up out there in their actions and in their consequences and responses and all these other things, it becomes like an attraction. It might not be a healthy attraction, but an attraction nonetheless that you will feel. But it's a perverted or like an inverse to what you would regularly do to a regular vlogger or content creator.
Yeah, I think if he had traveled in the spheres that I've been interested in online, you know, like I know in the t-shirt game there was a whole community of itself. There was drama, there were like different characters and figures and stuff like that. And there was a lot of gossip and stuff like that. So, and memes and all kinds of stuff. So it's like I just, if I extrapolate that out, like had I been more involved in like the YouTube community, I think I would have been drawn into that because I do follow a little bit of like Twitch politics and stuff, and there's always inner. I mean, half the intrigue of it is like there's always like heavy drama, and like, you know, gauntlets being thrown down and people who were really cool like completely destroying their careers, and I don't know. Right. It's just like this really. It's like a toxic waste dump that's really fun to listen to and watch and observe.
Yeah.
But I'm not like to the point where I'm like posting on Reddit about those things, you know? Like there's some people who are like way involved in those communities, you know? Yeah. But I guess my point is like I can see the appeal of it, but it is like a strange anomaly.
Actually, some of the frequent guests in the comments of my streams are from sort of that community of the Lolcows, like streaming about certain people like that.
Okay, I could see that.
Like I don't remember if I think I was telling you I recently right before I started live streaming, I had gotten kind of like sort of against my own whether I liked it or not. Something had popped up that sort of forced me to address some previous drama. So some of that was like kind of popping back up into just people that I was interacting with and stuff. So
okay.
That plays partly into why Brett Keane has been around a little bit.
Got it. Okay.
But there was this guy, I'll say briefly, like there was this guy, this was a long time ago, there's this guy that was like stalking me basically.
Oh, wow.
And there was like this recording about it that popped up, and I wanted to address that recording, and it was interesting because I just like stumbled upon it myself. I didn't know that it was like making the rounds again, I guess.
Okay.
But it was like a really old drama thing that was peripherally related to Brett Keane, actually. But anyways, yeah, I kind of got like I like met some people through that community just through addressing that recording and stuff, and actually met some really cool people. And I had no idea like what to expect, if they were like hostile or nice or what, like, but then like some of the like cool people that have been coming on my streams and stuff have been from this like little community thing.
That's awesome. So it sounds like you and Jake have a lot of crossover, because it sounds like Jake was pretty fascinated with a lot of Lolcows stuff, and yeah, so that's interesting.
Well, I kind of got it in because it's sort of it was sort of like it was my browsing routine for a while. like get into all these kind of things, and it's just been one after another after another. It sounds like I'm talking about like a gateway, and then suddenly I get into the hardcore stuff. But really, it is a it is strange. But I'm not there to like to actively go at them, but I like to be the observer from afar.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, Adam.
Do you know who J-Dubs is?
Who?
J-Dubs.
J-Dubs? Yeah,
J-Dubs.
that sounds familiar.
Okay. I'm just curious. Like, it's interesting that you know, like, at least like some of these people, or you know of some.
And I think my familiarity will probably be contingent on, like I said, like the only kind of really toxic cesspool of the internet that I pay attention to anymore is like Twitch politics. And so if there's any crossover with that, I'll be pretty familiar. And then other than that, it would be like old t-shirt art meme stuff. But like, I don't know if I'd have like a ton of connection outside of those things. But that's why, like, for instance, like Chris Chan, of course, I know.
Right.
But yeah. But like, there's other memes that I'd be very unfamiliar with. But it's fun to discover. I have to admit that was the best way, in my opinion, to discover a lolcow kind of situation is like to end up in an argument with a lolcow when you don't even realize you're talking to a lolcow, and then you're like, holy crap, that was like kind of a cool experience.
Like that was one of the big ones.
Yeah. And then I had a little bit of a moment, because I'm not like a debater or anything, but I had a moment of like patting myself on the back for calling him on something that everyone calls him.
Yeah.
Quick question. Do you guys know any like cartoons from the 30s to at least the 50s where they feature like this these little like news headlines, you know, where you have like the newspaper show up and then you have like a print onto it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any like a go-to examples?
I can't think of any specific examples, but it seems like that's a really common thing.
Yeah, because I really need that one right now. Because
you're looking for like a newspaper headline, how it's being integrated into a comic strip.
Yeah.
I would look at
I would like the look of it like in like a 20s to 50s cartoon, you know.
Got it. I would look up World War II era Looney Tunes. There's one in particular. Yeah, there's one in particular that I literally can't say the name of, but I know for a fact that it, like, I would literally get demonetized if I said the name.
Drop it in the private chat if you can.
Sure, I will. Don't read it though. I mean, out loud.
No, I'm not gonna. I just need the reference thing.
But I think that might get you there.
Oh, Keith had a great suggestion. 1930s Fleischer Superman cartoons.
Thanks.
Oh, very good call.
That is good. That is a good one.
And then I don't know if you saw mine, but it's one of the ones that
I should have like thought of that.
Yeah.
I should have thought of it.
The Fleischer one is pretty good for that, actually, for sure. Because pretty sure that has like the Dick Tracy style. Like yeah, for sure. We have. Keith said, I've got a restraining order, Adam. I get it. 60 feet restraining.
Well, it definitely was not Keith, but I appreciate the humor on it.
I will be right back in about 2 seconds.
Keith also said, oh, thanks, Keith. I didn't realize you said glad Adam is feeling better. Yeah, thank you. Keith said, I was reading some of Kyle Baker's Cowboy Wally stuff earlier, and it reminded me of Adam's stuff. Let me look that up. It sounds vaguely familiar.
Keith also compared my stuff to some other guy, and I've been looking at his stuff. Mike Allred, creator of Mad Men.
Oh yeah.
So, and he recommended Ecstatics, which I was reading online, but I had to take a break from it.
I'm actually looking for an asymmetrical sort of style to the newspaper spread on the front page. I don't know if you know about that, Keith. I'm checking the Superman Flash comics, but no animations, but they're like shot straight forward. Well, I'm looking for like an asymmetrical tilt. It's very like specific the way that I want the image to be, but it will work even if I don't get the exact thing. But yeah. So thanks for that input.
So I'm wondering if those old newspaper headlines, those were pretty awesome. Like the way
there's
integrated
like
them.
ones that are burned into my mind. I can't remember the text, but I think I saw some in like Bugs Bunny or Donald Duck.
Yes.
Sometimes. But there's like this warm tone to it too. It was like crazy good.
Yeah, and they're usually, they'll have like a spiral in, spiral out kind of appearance.
Oh, the great
no,
the great Peggy Bank robbery is one I think that might have that.
I'll check that out. But the ones that MGM did,
like a Dick Tracy parody.
Yeah. The ones that MGM did in their animation department, they were like fade-ins.
Yeah.
Where they had like a static shot of the.
Yeah.
So they were like naturally integrated into the intro.
What I love about like watching like classic like Disney films or like Fleischer cartoons or like now I'm blanking out on his Chuck Jones, that kind of stuff. It's like you look at all the lettering and it's all hand done. I like absolutely adore that. I was seeing we were watching Snow White like a couple days ago with Ben, and like I was just like blown away by the credits.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the fact that it's a still shot being filmed of just this artboard, it's, I don't know, there's something really cool about that. Hot take of the day, you guys. Sometimes like classic movies had really cool hand lettering. That was it. That was my hot take. This is a bit I'm trying to do on here is if I say something really obvious, I'm just going to couch it by saying it's a hot take.
It's a hot bit. It's a hot take.
Yeah.
Just gotta like browse around. Now we're reference hunting. Oh yeah. Sky Captain and the World of Tomorrow did that. Totally.
I loved that movie visually.
That movie is rocking. I just saw it last summer. It still holds up for some reason.
Yeah. Nice. I remember enjoying it a lot. I mean, just visually it was fun.
It's like one of a kind movies that have gone on the radar. But if you're really into like 1930s sort of like Flash Gordon-esque adventure type of stories or whatever, they're a baller.
Yep.
Actually, I did find one from Superman now.
Oh, perfect.
More like a track shot, but I think it works.
I love those Superman cartoons. I remember stumbling on them in like some kind of rerun once, like when I was younger.
But the price, like the amount of money that went into that.
Oh yeah.
Per episode.
Yeah, I mean those must have been. Yeah, I mean they were doing something that I don't even think that anyone was ready for yet. But it's crazy because you can like compare those like shot for shot with like Batman the animated series, and it's like the quality level it might even be higher. It's just insane.
Wasn't that an influence for Batman the animated
A huge
series?
one? Yes, yeah.
But they also did the animations too in rotoscope. So there's that too. That whole technological influence.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, can you imagine at the time just seeing that compared to like, I don't know, like you like I love the Felix the Cat cartoons from around the same era, but it's like, you know, if you compare the two, it's just like, what is this? What is this technology that they're doing? You know, it's just crazy. I like the old Felix the Cat cartoons. Have you guys watched those? Like the classic black and white ones?
Yeah, I did.
Not recently. I've seen some.
For the reference hunting, when I was working pre-Bomeo.
Oh, nice.
That and Betty Boop. But I stuck to Betty Boop for the most part.
So, like, yeah, Felix the Cat was crazy, man. Those cartoons. There's one in particular that always stands out to me where it's like Felix like goes to a bar, he gets drunk, and then this officer starts chasing him, and he like evades the officer using his tail as like a cane, and like he's like singing "How Dry I Am." That's
Gets
it.
home and his
It's
wife is so mad.
This one.
Oh, nice.
He like gets home from being drunk and his wife is mad, and then he's just like, whatever, and like goes back to the bar. Like it's just the whole thing is like this horrible alcoholic cat just getting drunk, and then like the drinking and driving sequence is like this template for them to have like this fun animation where like the whole road starts distorting and like he ends up like wrapping his car around a telephone pole. It's like, what is this really? What that era was like for kids? It's like, hey kids,
no. See, like,
that does what every cat does. You know, it's like, really, this was just that common. Yeah,
but all the like animations back then were made for practically like general audience.
Yeah, that's true. Because I mean, Mickey Mouse, like back in like Plane Crazy.
Yeah.
I mean,
like, and that's sort of like weird to think of, and what has been like understated, I think, a lot of part with the adult, like the adult influence, or like the elements that were in like Looney Tunes and Disney animation during like the wartime.
Yeah,
they were pandering to adults as well as kids. So there was. I think it's like a post-war like thing that it had to exclusively go for like the demographic.
Yeah, I feel like if somebody doesn't believe that society's gotten a little better, watch Plane Crazy, and it's like Mickey Mouse is like he's this horrible little turd of a mouse. That's
Mickey Mouse used to be almost like a villain in some of those early cartoons.
Yeah, he's like pestering Minnie. Like he's like he
like tortures cats and like he's like basically molesting people and stuff.
He's like the date that won't take no for an answer from Minnie, and then along comes Pete, who's worse. Right. And so then she's like, well, I'm kind of outnumbered. There's these psycho guys who are all begging for a kiss. I guess I'll go for this guy who's less hostile. It's like
now that I think of it, Adam, you're right.
Cartoon.
Yeah, you're right, Adam. He by that time in that era, molesting in that sentence or like in that way of using was correct. That was proper molesting. Before the whole thing got changed over.
Yeah.
So they're doing it wrong now?
Yeah.
Bring molesting back again?
Bring molestation. No.
And we're going to clip that, send it to our friend Brett. No, I'm just kidding.
Sure, but I am the atheist, so...
Oh, that's true.
That's just he'll just bring facts then. Oh no.
Oh my goodness! You can't bring facts.
Adam, you too? Now everybody is eating on stream.
That's right.
Yeah.
We're a healthy
I was
lot.
eating a real while ago.
I hope people who are watching this or listening in are also eating. That's a healthy thing.
Hey,
to
Josh.
Demonetized.
I don't know if you remember last time we were talking. I mentioned how certain things like transport me to a certain time period.
Yeah.
And it feels so real.
Yeah.
Like it feels more real than the rest of reality.
Yeah.
There's
yeah, that was a really good conversation, and then we had to cut it short. So I love it. Let's get back into it.
There's certain Felix the Cat cartoons that are the strongest effect of that out of anything. Like just the sound of it, the visuals of it, like completely transports me to like a different reality. Like the it wasn't the early Fleischer stuff. It wasn't the early black and white ones. It was the later Van Buren ones. I think it is.
Nice.
But yeah, that is like that's like one of the best examples of like if I watch those cartoons and certain silly symphonies and stuff, it's like it just seems like all reality around me is so insufficient in comparison. Like it just seems inadequate by comparison. It's like I think it's like maybe I was talking about this before, where it's maybe like when you're younger, maybe you record your memories at a higher resolution or something. But it's just so much stronger. And I think it's like before language. It was like before I knew how to speak, probably.
Yeah.
So I had to like think of it without language, which is a different way of thinking, maybe. I think it has to do with a couple things like that. But yeah, there's like a Felix the Cat cartoon where he gets he's trying to find his pet goldfish, a friend or something.
Yeah.
You know which one I'm talking about? And he like goes under water and he's like attacked by all these swordfish and all this stuff. And then there's one, it's like the goose that laid the golden egg or something like that.
Yes.
Like those totally transport me like to a whole nother freaking universe.
I can kind of understand because I think I have a similar thing with like Mickey and the Beanstalk would be another one that kind of
nice.
That'll like warp my sense of time and make me feel like a kid. But it's like not even making me feel like a kid. I kind of get what you're saying, where like the memory is so like clear. Yeah, I can understand that. I still feel like that transportability, though, for me at least, changed a little bit when I had a kid. Like I still think that's done something really skewed and weird to my imagination. Not my imagination, but my memory and my sense of time. And I almost wonder if that's like nature's way. Like I noticed this too. Like, so anyone who's had a kid, it's like a brutally violent experience having a child. It's like probably the goriest, weirdest, like most just horrific thing you will ever see. And I know people like paint it as if it's this beautiful thing, but it's not. It's very brutal. And yet it's really magical, and what it makes is like this really cool thing. But the weird thing is, within like months of that experience, it's like everyone involved kind of forgets. Like it's like you have this like biological thing built in to just like forget like how brutal and terrifying and horrible and weird that experience was.
Compartmentalizing?
No, like I mean, like I think there's like an amnesia, especially for women who've gone through that experience, where they just don't remember any of the brutality of it.
Do you remember the gory heart part?
Yeah, and it's like I think it's probably like a survival thing or like a propagation of the species kind of thing. I don't know what it is. So I wonder if some of that's maybe with like, maybe we're all delusional. Like the people who have children, maybe we're like having like a weird nature drug that makes us think it's like the best experience ever, but we just don't remember. I don't know. Because like for me, I enjoy my life so much more with a kid than I did before. But also, ever since having a kid, I don't have a clear memory of who I was before. Like, I have memories of it, but I feel like a very different person than the person before. So I was just throwing out that there is a possibility it could be that, like, that kind of scenario, kind of like with a birth, where it's like maybe it's just nature screwing with you and making you not remember. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I forgot that we had started talking about some of this stuff, and then it was like it was time to go.
Yeah.
But Corey had talked about some trauma and stuff, and I don't want to get into details of it, but part of my memory and stuff like that I'm talking about, like being stuck in these certain time periods and stuff.
Yeah.
It definitely is trauma related.
Oh, okay, so it's tied in.
Like, I think that has a big impact on just the way it's like permanently ingrained in my brain in a certain way too.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Because I have an event that was traumatic that I remember that in a certain way. And I was actually on the street where it happened a few months ago, but I couldn't remember where it was because it didn't match up to my memory.
Isn't that insane? Like how that works? I mean, it's just, it's like a fascinating thing about context of memory and stuff. But I can understand that. Like, I definitely, after my experience in Long Beach of being kind of beaten the crud out of, like, I couldn't even walk or be near that neighborhood for years. And even to this day, if I like drive near that neighborhood, there's a weird feeling. I don't know. There's some strange things around that time, that are like definitely there still, even if I'm like, I've processed them or think I've processed them.
Yep.
But I could understand, like, like I have a closer connection to music that I listened to when I was in the thick of being bullied, like as a kid, than like some other stuff, like it's like a stronger connection because I think it was like a stronger escape at the time to like listen to. I don't know if that makes sense. But I don't know if that's tied in at all.
You may never know.
That's true. The only way I'm going to know is if I have like a second lifetime or something. All right, so I'm making progress here. I'm kind of excited about that. I hope you guys are making some good progress on your stuff.
Yeah. Make progress. No excuses.
Yeah. Damn right.
It's been a while since I worked on comics, actually. Been so damn sick.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Like, I know the last time we talked, you didn't understand why they were calling it like COVID fog. Are you having any sort of like fatigue like related to it, or?
Oh, I definitely had a lot of fatigue and brain fog, but I think when I was saying that at the time, I wasn't having brain fog yet, but it was like, I guess I was just trying to be specific about how it was like a blank, more like a blank mind more than a clouded mind.
Yeah.
But actually not too long after that, it started to just become really just cloudy and confused. Like still a little bit, I'm kind of getting back to normal. But yeah, but usually I don't have like brain fog. I just have like more like a
brain mist.
That's more like there's just like the file is missing or something,
Yeah. Have you guys ever seen Joe versus the Volcano?
Yes.
It's a really good movie.
It's one of my ex-wife's one of her favorite movies because she's into like disaster films.
Oh, okay.
But thanks for the memory, Josh.
I like that movie because it's like
I like that movie. It's good.
It's a very it's a very heavy-handed allegory type movie where it's like there's anyhow, but the character in it is constantly complaining about having a brain cloud.
Oh, okay.
He's going to like the doctor and trying to get diagnosed for his brain cloud. That's actually a pretty, I don't know. I think Adam, I think you'd like that movie, weirdly enough. It's like I think Tom Hanks was in it back when he was a comedian.
Yeah.
But it's
back when it was beloved by all.
It also has one of the best arguments against corporations visually made, I think. I don't know. It's interesting. But I cannot imagine like dealing with that because I always feel a little sleepy and a little not file deleted, just like file clouded in general, just from the general lack of sleep that I kind of run my life with. I can't imagine like mixing that in there, like what kind of cocktail would come out, you know?
Corrupted file.
Sorry, I had to step away for a minute, but I actually, for some reason, I cannot remember whether or not I have seen that movie.
Yeah.
That is a movie that, for some reason, I can never remember if I've seen it or not. I may have seen that movie like 40 times.
Yeah. You should scope it out. See if you've seen it.
It's a movie that I'm at least convinced that I mean, in my mind, I think that it's like, I don't even know. I can't tell you if I think I've seen it or not. I'm so confused by whether I've seen it or not. I don't know why.
I had that just yesterday because I was talking to Anna. We're talking about canceling the Monday's episode because she's not feeling well. And so she's just watching some.
This is exactly what the problem with cancel culture, Frank. Canceling your podcast. The canceling.
Well, I have.
Just
it's Valentine's Day. I have no choice.
Sorry, Frank.
Anyways, yeah, you totally derailed my thinking, Joe.
I did. You're saying you had one of those like
she was watching Miyazaki films, so she was telling me about one called Castle in the Sky, and it sounded familiar, but I couldn't remember if I seen it. And she showed me like some screenshots. And it seemed familiar, but I couldn't place it, so I started watching it on the site. And like I know I've seen this before, but I can't tell you what it's about. I can't recall it. I remember seeing this at this time. It's about this. I liked it or I didn't like it. I can't recall any of that. I just know I recognize some of the characters, but can't even remember what happened. So I started watching it, but I didn't finish it because I was working on other stuff.
You guys are making me worry about my memory because I can't remember anything like after a few months, like plot wise or narrative wise or something. I could probably recall tidbits if you're hitting me at it, but if it hasn't just seeped into my memory, I can't recall anything.
Yeah.
So I actively need to look up the thing because I need to remind myself, oh, this and this and this and this. So I worry that I have some kind of bad compartmental like long-term memory for things that are like in references. And I absolutely hate when people are doing references to shows or just play trivia or something because I can't remember dick.
I have this weird experience sometimes with trivia where I will remember something and call it out and then not even understand how I remembered it. But then I forget stuff all the time. like on a daily basis. But in trivia, I've had these moments where I've been playing it and I've been like, Humphrey Bogart, this movie, and like people are like, what? How did you know that? I'm like, I actually don't know where that came from, you know? It's like a weird storage space thing where it just unlocked at just for some reason, and then I can't access it again. Yeah, memory's weird, man. You know. What's your favorite Ghibli film?
Me?
Everyone.
I think it might also be because it's like the first one I remember seeing, knowing that it is a Ghibli film. So Totoro.
Oh, nice, good one.
My Neighbor Totoro. And there's also, I was telling Anna about this because now like a lot of people are like, oh yeah, My Neighbor Totoro, and there's memes and everything. But like I watched it years ago before it was even like mainstream. And I was like, I just discovered it in the video store. Like, oh, this is interesting. And I remember telling someone, maybe a few years later, they're telling me about anime. Like, oh, I like My Neighbor Totoro, and they're like, oh, I never heard of that. Anyways, I like stuff by this guy named Miyazaki. They're telling me, and now I know like, well, Miyazaki did Totoro. So how could you not know what Totoro was?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I always like that movie.
Nice. You were the hipster who liked it before it was cool, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. And there's like movies like now they're like, oh, this one and that one. Like, yeah, I saw this one with my niece. Like, yeah, those were we saw those years ago. Like now they're popular again. Okay.
Yeah, I've been there. Actually, specifically with those.
That might be when I saw Castle in the Sky. I just couldn't like place it specifically.
Yeah. What about you, Adam? What's your favorite like Ghibli?
I love like Spirited Away and My Neighbor Totoro.
I've never seen that one. But, yeah.
Spirited Away is rad. For animation, it's really like quite a accomplishment.
That's what I hear. I've never seen it, but I hear like really good things. I need to like block out a day and just watch it.
I guess it's a tie though. I like both of those. I like Totoro for just different reasons.
Yeah.
Nice.
I like a lot. I like a lot of the Miyazaki films. They're all really great. I mean, I love Nausicaa, or however you say it too. Like
Nausicaa. Yeah.
However you pronounce it, and the comics for that are amazing as well.
Yeah.
What about you, Jake?
It's hard to pick just one, but I definitely pick Spirited Away as just my favorite.
Nice.
Okay.
Jake, what about you?
See, the mainstream ones don't click for me. I'm not gonna shit on anyone's picks. But after having watched extensively the Ghibli movies, both from North and South Studio, I think I like the South's output more than North, because they're like two different studios working different things. So like Grave of the Fireflies and all, and Neighbor Totoro and all that stuff hasn't really jived with me. I think I like from North, Nausicaa, and what was it called? Yeah, I guess that's a little bit of a mainstream pick. The Kiki's Delivery Service.
Yeah, Kiki's is great.
So from South, the South. And The Wind Rises. That one was great too. But like from the South studio, Pompoko. What is it called again? I need to look up Ghibli now.
That's okay. We were just talking about memory too, so I
list real. That's the problem.
My favorite off the top while you're looking up that list.
Blisters of the Heart. That's the one. Oh yeah, that's one of the top like movies.
He's still my favorite. Yeah, that's my favorite.
Ariete,
Country Road.
Yeah.
Whisper of the Heart is my favorite Ghibli film.
So. Yeah, it's one of the greats. But Pompoko and Whispers of the Heart from the South. And Ariete is up there. And then there is...
see, I'm going to have to ask my wife because she's way more
Only
familiar.
Yesterday.
What's the one with the pig?
Porco Rosso?
Yeah. So
Porco Rosso.
Mm-hmm. I love that one. That one's great too. So. Porco Rosso or whatever.
Yeah,
I'm totally my wife's probably cringing at my mispronunciation here.
Red Pig.
Porco Rosso.
Porco Rosso.
Yeah.
Oh, I love the Fleischer tribute in that. Isn't that the one with like the black and white?
Yeah, the one with the camera. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, wait. Was that? No, that was in The Wind Rises. Sorry, that I cut you in there, Adam.
Oh, maybe he does it more than once. But I'm pretty sure in Porco Rosso there's like a short scene where it's like a tribute to early like black and white Fleischer cartoons.
Okay.
I thought that was in Porco Rosso. I can't remember.
And to think that most of these movies are also inspired by Western literature, it says a lot that they have wide inspiration and just married it together with their Japanese animism and mystic culture, and their sort of like brand of cultural export.
So you guys, I'm digging the topic. I'm digging the conversation. We're 7 hours in, and I'm going to call it. I have finished my panel. I appreciate you guys coming on. Before we kind of call it, why don't you let everybody know? First off, thanks to all of our guests today. We had Gary Hodges of Dinosaurs versus Mars Bots stop in. We had Jim Lujan periodically stop in, sometimes in different locales, like at a park, sometimes in a living room. Just who knows where Jim will pop up from next. And then, am I blanking out on anyone? Oh, yes. Wait, am I blanking out on? Oh, yeah, we have Ronnie Gunter. Yes. Ronnie Gunter, who stopped in as well. So you guys should be checking out Comics de la Muerte and Crimson Owl Comics. And then we had Scott Cirkland of Cirkworks, which I can't believe I almost forgot Scott. I mean, Scott's like one of the trinity that is the Artcasters. And so, but for the people who have stuck around for like pretty much the whole stream, why don't we make a round and let everybody know where they can find your work and stuff like that. So, Adam, you're all queued up. You got Toad Road pulled up. So why don't you go first?
Yeah, you can get Toad Road #1, Toad Road Comics #1 at indieplanet.com. There's the uncensored version in red, and the yellow version is more kind of family friendly. So,
love it.
Yeah.
And I will recommend for people who watch this and read my work, you're probably not reading safe for work, all ages stuff. So, or you're probably not thrown off by the not censored stuff. So I recommend the not censored. But yeah, because it's funny and awesome. All right, Jake, where can everybody find your work, sir?
I'm going to share the screen for a brief moment. So, give it up for the...
There we go.
I'm sharing? Yeah, I am. So, my name is Jay Twister. You can find me at Jay Twister on Twitter and on Newgrounds. And you can catch my weekly uploads of Bone Meal on Fridays at 3 p.m. CT. This is the latest one out of 2 that I did. And I've also got a whole like backlog full of comics that you could navigate towards, and you can just like cursor around. It's very, very friendly, like mobile wise. So just pick one random strip that is available and just stick around and find out if it's cool or not. Yeah.
Awesome. I love it. Cool. Make sure you guys are checking out Bone Meal on Newgrounds. Frank, where can everybody find your work? Where can they find Captain Goggles?
Well, you can go to Etsy on Salazar Nation Comics. So you can get issue 1 and 2 and a side story of Masked Woman, which I was just covering this card here. And soon, issue 3 is going to be up. I did it in a bigger ash can size, more pages. And I'm only going to put up 5 right now. So if you want to get one, snatch them before they disappear. And you can check out my channel at Salazar Art Nation, and you can catch me on Instagram. Send me a message if you want to be on a Turaco Creative Cast episode, and you got something to talk about. And just reach out to me, and we'll see what we can do.
Love it. All right. Make sure you guys are also just extra incentive to follow Frank. Frank's our mod, so give him some love because he does hard work when not on here. Also off stream, just moderating and keeping all the bots out of chat. So that being said, make sure you go buy 2 Stories, book 1, if you haven't yet. It's my comic about faith and mental illness. That's what I'm always working on book 2 of during these. So if you want to show support, you can buy that. And you can also pre-order Jacob's Apartment, which is my second graphic novel, and that will be released this June from Graphic Mundi. It's a comic about 2 star-crossed roommates who are polar opposites and find themselves drawn together. And that'll do it. Thanks to everybody. And we'll see you on the next live stream, which might be tonight. It might be tomorrow. It might be at like 3 in the morning or 1 in the morning. So make sure you've hit the bell so that you get notifications when we're about to go live. So you too can hop in on the chat and maybe even hop in on the stream. Quite often I'll just have people on. The more the merrier for these conversations. All right. Thanks, guys. And I'll see you guys on the next stream. Bye.
It is.
Bye.